Sorry. Oh my god. We're moving away the things that might actually... Alright, you guys keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2... Ready? Oh, that felt kind of good.
Okay, it's at 20. I told you, bro.
Hell yeah.
Okay, can I put it up to... Okay.
I want more. Oh, that's kind of nice. Ooh. Oh, it woke me up.
Take it off! Take it off!
No!
I'm turning this
My collar!
Alright, this is
my collar!
Pet dog!
Fuck! I broke my computer screen. I broke my computer. This is my computer now. Okay, we're gonna work on this. We're gonna work on this. I'm gonna work on this. I don't have anger issues.
Distraction? There's no distractions going on here. I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, I got this. I got this.
I don't know. We're not putting them. You're using my One Piece books. You're not reading them anyway. You're not reading them anyway. You're never gonna read them.
Andrea took my One Piece books and she put them under her DJs. Andrea, use your own
Don't
books.
even read them. You have 40 books and you don't read. You don't read.
But can we talk about something? Why is it this photo? Why does everybody have a fantastic photo and this is a screenshot from a random PCL stream when they used to make us wear the little golf shirts that don't even make sense? I'm not even looking at the camera. What is this? What photo do you want? Oh, well, I would love the same photo I have on Instagram and Twitter. Wait, did we change? Oh! We did it! Yeah! Hell yeah! Hey! Who made me 37, you asshole? Whoa! What are you doing? You came.
So again, for the context, try to read Jen Shahade article from Fight.
Mouth slip.
Okay.
I slipped.
Okay.
Didn't mean to ruin the
Scared
moment.
the shit of me.
Yeah, my bad.
Question, trap question. Who are strong in this position? Bishops or knights?
Well, you said it was a trick question, so even though it's an open, typically bishops are stronger in open positions. But Dina said it's a trick question, so the answer is knight.
Good morning. Oh, damn it. We just lost one of the cameras. But Alexandra's camera should be up. Good morning. Welcome to the second round of this Cracow International Chess Tournament. And rumor has it, Andrea, somewhat delayed, tried to skip the morning round and get a bye instead. But she made her decision too late. And here we are, early in the morning hours, trying to get through 10 hours of chess. It's going to be a long day. Alexandra, she has started her trusted French, and her opponent, Julia, from Brazil. She plays knight to d2. This was expected. Bishop to e7 from Alexandra, which is the opening she played against Stephen Mannion in Reykjavik with quite a bit of success. And after knight to f3, Alexandra will go knight to f6, and she is in her prep. Andrea, on the other hand, she has had some troubles with the black pieces over the course of these past few months, but she's still sticking with her trusted King's Indian setup, going for that bishop to g7 next, followed by castling the king. Andrea is playing Alexandra Zgoda. So actually, girls against girls today for the morning round. It feels maybe silly to point out, but the truth is that there's not that many girls participating in chess tournaments in general. So having both of them play against other girls at the same time, it's really very a rare thing to happen, but we love to see it. Can we get a bet on whether Andrea will fall asleep at the board? I mean, I don't think she'll fall asleep, but for her to have a 45-minute think for one of the moves, I'm going to say is reasonably likely. How optimistic of you? I mean, I'm judging based on previous experience, let's say. She did good yesterday. This is true. Andrea was up on time yesterday. That was not particularly normal for her, but she did well. What does Andrea typically play against 1e4? She plays the hyper accelerated dragon. But well, today she also she always places her bishop here on the side of the board in a so-called fianchetto position. But the bishops are strange pieces because most of your other pieces you always want to have in the middle of the board. But the bishops can actually be better on the side of the board than in the middle, because if the bishop's in the middle, it's pointing to the sides. Whereas if it's on the side, it's actually pointing towards the middle. So the bishop is really the only piece that can make a very good argument for being better a bit out towards the side of the board, which is why both players here are going for these fianchetto positionings with the bishop out to the side, but pointing in towards the middle. Did Andrea win against the 1500? Yes, she did. In quite convincing fashion, I would say. There was never really too much of a doubt. She made one mistake that allowed her opponent to get the knight to a good blockading situation, but it wasn't enough to save it. What do tournaments need to change to be more appealing for women to participate in them? I mean, I don't think it's necessarily the tournaments that need to change. It's about recruitment and the community and stuff like that. Although I guess tournaments can promote community. Although preferably communities in which you don't chip your teeth, but that's a different matter altogether. It's Alex with a K. Yes, Andrea's opponent today. Who's gonna win, Andrea or Alex? How about both of them, Shab? Is there somewhere we can see yesterday's game moves? Yes, there is, but I don't have the link for that, unfortunately. Maybe you can Google Cracow International Chess Championship. How old is Andrea's opponent? I don't know. I usually don't do too much research on Andrea's opponent, to be fair. I know Alexandra's opponent is 31 or 30, depending on when her birthday is. I can Google that though. Zgoda. Alexandra's opponent. Andrea's opponent is let me do math. She's 16. Okay. Andrea is playing a kid. Always scary in chess. Andrea is a kid? I mean, I didn't say she isn't. But Andrea is the kind of kid that spends a lot of time. And, well, to be fair, everyone who played against Andrea, when Andrea was winning every single game and gaining, 200 rating points in no time at all, everyone else was considering Andrea the underrated kid, and with good reason. Okay, so here, last time Alexandra had this opening, her opponent played pawn to e5, and after knight to d7, it's actually quite convenient for black to put pressure in towards this d4 pawn. And you can come in with the queen as well, and you have all of this pressure. Therefore, I think it's quite a sensible thing what Julia did here with bishop to d3, just keeping the tension between the pawns, but having the bishop come in and offer some extra protection. Alexandra remembers her preparation. She goes pawn to c5. And now we have a lot of tension early on with the pawns in the center. And if this pawn is captured, it could be interesting for Alexandra to try and go after this pawn with the knight. Alexandra would be able to recapture with the bishop if she wants to, but then she would be moving the bishop a second time. And it would be more advantageous if you could get the situation where the knight recaptures, because then it will also attack towards white's bishop and the pawn in the center of the board. So far, so good, though, because very clearly, Alexandra's opponent is not familiar with this opening already. She's spending quite a bit of time here. And Alexandra, as has become her habit, is putting pressure on the opponent using the clock as a weapon. And Andrea, on the other hand, Andrea is playing much faster than we're used to from her. And she already castles because Andrea does not suffer from the Alexandra let's never castle syndrome. And Andrea gets the job done. Move 5, not bad. One of the earliest moves you can make your castling on. Why would white not be familiar with this? Because there are many openings in the world and you can't know everything. And also Alexandra's move, bishop, when Alexandra played the bishop out on move 3, it's not the most common move. It's a bit of a sneaky move here. Bishop to e7 could catch the opponent unaware about some of the nuances. No prediction for castling by Alexandra. I mean, she's already there, right? Surely she can't delay it too much longer. I mean, I guess we could do a prediction on will Alexandra castle on or before move. What do you want to do? 9, 10? That would give her 4 or 5 moves to castle, surely. You said the same thing yesterday? Yeah, and yesterday it worked out okay. She castled within a reasonable time span. And here she's even quicker at getting ready for that castling thing. Helps a lot that she's playing an opening that I put some work into for her. I want to not to brag, but a common theme for the openings I'm recommending is that she castles early. You would think such a smart girl would see that pattern, but no. What's for lunch today? Hammer's chicken salad, Julian. The classic. Don't castle and push the pawns. I mean, it's actually not unreasonable that she might do that. Okay, let's try and get a prediction. On or before move 9. Okay, 4 more moves she has. But if her opponent goes pawn e5, then Alexandra will not castle. She will focus on trying to attack this pawn on d4. So actually, if pawn forward is played, she will not castle. So, and with that disclaimer, I'm going to put some money on no. Alexandra castling before move 10 doesn't happen, does it? She'll find something she's eager to do before. I put 50,000 in the no. And you yesers, you believers, you may have my channel points. Go ahead. Feast on my misery. Hammer insider trading, this can't be allowed. George, you should have seen previous. I mean, this is me just sharing some tips. If you want to see insider trading, one of the bets were will Hammer win or will Hammer lose. I made 300,000 on that deal. I guess insider trading is insider trading, but this isn't even close to the worst I've done. Pawn takes on c5. Now, the move in the prep, I'm pretty sure, is castling or pawn to a5. I don't remember which. I think it's castling. Pretty sure she's supposed to castle now. My channel points. Adios. I'll get you back in some insider trading in the future. Not too concerned. Why not take back the pawn? We want to take back this pawn with a knight, because then we can also attack the bishop and the pawn. And we don't want to move the bishop a second time. And we believe that white is not in a position to defend this pawn. Actually, never mind. The recommended move here, I'm pretty sure, is pawn takes pawn. Oh no, this is the recommended move. This endgame. That's best play. In which case, there would not be a canceling by move 9. Suckers. Hammer wins again. It's a thrilling moment when, if your students remember what she's supposed to do, you win a lot of channel points. But at the same time, experience has shown that she usually doesn't remember past move, 3. Pawn to c5 from Andrea. Finally, we have some pawn tension in that game as well. Just getting the pawn in towards the center of the board. We're not concerned about white capturing the black pawn. We can easily get that pawn back afterwards. And then we would have a 2 versus 1 situation as far as pawns in the center of the board is concerned. Why did you hide that line from us? Because I didn't remember what the prep was. Basically, last night, I just told Alexandra that she's going to get this bishop to e7 line and that she should review it. But even if Alexandra reviewed it, I did not. So I haven't studied this since the Reykjavik tournament in March. So the reason I didn't show it was because I didn't remember the nuances. Then that's the truth. You may choose to believe me or not. Who's the best Norwegian player? Magnus Carlsen, for the time being. Until he gets old and washed, all of that stuff. How are you, Teft? I'm tired. 9:30 a.m. in the morning. It could be 5 a.m. Feels the same to me. This is not the right time of day to play chess. Actually, I'm playing the Norwegian Championship in a couple of days, and some idiot has made it a tradition for the Norwegian Championship to have every round at 11 a.m. Yeah. No wonder I can never win that thing. Are you in Poland too? No, I'm at home in Oslo. 11 a.m., the horror. I realized compared to some professions, 11 a.m. is completely fine. But in the habits I have accrued as a professional chess person, 11 a.m. is not okay. Only degens consider 11 a.m. bad. Guilty as charged. Will someone stream and comment your games too? No, Knight Rider. I'm not important enough for that. Thank God. Imagine if someone was critiquing my every move. Hammer stays up late, but it's okay because the sun never sets. Sun actually sets in Oslo, but only for an hour. It's never dark in Oslo during the night now, especially now when it's the longest day of the year. You can always see the light from the horizon. Can you add timer? No, no timers. Actually, we might add timers. Oh, Vila's on it. I'm just so used to always saying no to you guys, but turns out today you can get timers. Alexandra is still thinking about this. If she misremembers her prep, she's going to castle. And that's going to give the believers a lot of channel points. But if she remembers her prep, she's going to capture the pawn in the center. And then I'm going to win some channel points. Part of the problem here is that Alexandra, she has an irrational fear of trading queens. And that is despite yesterday, we actually spoke about, oh, you did very well in the end game. You're pretty good at end games, huh? And she was like, yeah, no, I feel confident about my end game play. And yet she has a fear of trading queens against the lower rated opponents. It doesn't make any sense. How can she both agree that her endgames are good, but at the same time being like, oh no, I never want to trade queens against the lower rateds? Andrea took, thank you. A trade in the center, but the result is that after takes back, black will have 2 pawns in the 2 central most files, and white will only have 1. So this is often a good pawn structure for Andrea to have. Andrea does have a problem of this bishop. Normally, what you do in such situations like this is that you put the bishop here, and then when your opponent goes c4, you consider making the trade so that you can open up for your bishop in the future. But then if you do make the trade, you have 1 less pawn controlling in towards the middle of the board. So it's not a given that you make such a decision. We lost Andrea's camera again, but today the weird thing is we're not losing both the cameras at the same time. Kind of putting a dent into the Polish internet connection theory. We may have been critiquing the Poles for our own problems. Good night, Joe. We'll have another game for you when you wake up. Don't worry. You're not gonna miss the chess today with 10 hours straight coming up. Why do these chess tournament rooms always look so uncomfy? I have no idea what you're talking about. How old are you? Is your job not making you go to some very weird hotel conference rooms? I think this is just the standard for all of these conference facilities. They always look the same. You can see behind on Alexandra, the thing Alexandra is looking at, it's some kind of projection. No, the thing you project onto. It's just, I don't know. I feel like this is a classic hotel conference room. Cheap rented furniture. Yeah, no, but once again, classic hotel conference room. Alexandra is both remembering her prep and she's not afraid of going into the end game. Big personal growth there on Alexandra, and believers in the mud. No castling happening, but it's actually okay. Because when the queens get traded off early on, there are big advantages to having your king in the middle of the board. Castling is for when the queens are on. But without the queens on, you can keep your king in the middle of the board. It will still be safe, and you'll have the king closer when the end game starts. What's the time for the second game? The second game will start at 10 a.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. European. 6 hours from now. Is the light squared bishop good or bad for white and the French? Normally, this bishop is quite good. I'm not sure what Alexandra is thinking about right now. Because after she made the trade, allowing the white knight to move forward, if she doesn't go for the trade and the queen trade now, then her decision to make the initial pawn trade was a big mistake. Because one of the big problems for white in this opening is that the knight is blocking the bishop's path. So when you make the trade and allow the knight to move away, opening up for the bishop to get into the game, unless you have a clear follow-up, that's just gonna be a big detriment to black's position. Andrea goes knight to c6. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of that move. This is interesting, but I actually don't like knight to c6 whatsoever. It looks extremely natural to have the knight take control in towards some central squares. But given how the game had developed, I would have preferred to see prioritizing the bishop first. And we could potentially even go for a bishop trade here. But more likely, I would just want to put the bishop here on b7. And if white goes c4, I'll just take it and open up for the bishop's diagonal. But the part of the reason why I'm not a huge fan of knight to c6, part of the reason is because I'm looking at this bishop and where it's going to have a good placement for the game. And essentially, I cannot see a good placement for this bishop anywhere other than the b7 square. And now if you put your knight on c6 and then follow up with improving your bishop positioning, then now this knight is going to block the bishop's influence up the board. So I'm not super happy about that situation. Queen trades. Okay. Let me go back to the current situation in Andrea's game. And Alexandra is capturing on e4. Bishop takes back, opening up between the queens through the center of the board. Alexandra goes for the queen trade. And now she is capturing the pawn on c5. This time she couldn't do it with the knight. Taking with the knight to attack the bishop would be advantageous. But if you did this, then white would be able to go pawn to c6, try and escape with that pawn. Knight to c5, attacking the bishop, but the bishop doesn't have to move because this pawn can just continue forward with its attacking intentions. So instead, Alexandra now just captures the pawn, does move the bishop a second time, but it's okay because white had to move the king for a second time in order to defend the pawn that was under attack. And now after king to e2, Alexandra can go knight to d7 or king to e7, both of which are completely fine. She opts to go for knight to d7, which I prefer, I think. Because now, if white goes trying to trade the bishops, Alexandra can go for that bishop trade and then go knight to c5. And it turns out there's no way for white to save their bishop. And then Alexandra may potentially get a very nice bishop placement herself, with the bishop just reigning supreme with a very nice long diagonal. But in other news, after knight to d7, we are on move 10, and a castling has not been made. Hammer and other non-believers may cash in their channel points. Hammer always pushing his bishop on b7. That's a good observation, Cheesecake. But it's actually related to what I was saying earlier in the game, that having bishops on the side of the board is actually quite clever, because when the bishop is on the side of the board, it's pointing in towards the middle, whereas a bishop that's in the middle of the board is pointing towards the sides. Now, since this king is on the side of the board, there are definitely advantages of pointing towards the sides as well. But that's the general concept of the bishops, is one of very few pieces that can actually benefit from not being in the middle and actually having, rather, it's more important where you're pointing than where you're pointing from, essentially. Insider trading works out once again. I feel like this was a reasonable 50-50 how, but I don't know. Maybe it wasn't actually. I thought it was a 50-50 when I was saying it, but it seemed like Alexandra was ready to castle, right? But it turns out she had other plans in many different situations. Is there any way to get a move counter? I don't think we're going to prioritize that, no. There is a way, but it would require some effort. We're a low effort kind of people. What's the atmosphere like at these tournaments? Is there a lot of talking going on, or is it dead silent? It's not dead silent, but there's definitely not a lot of talking. Talking inside the venue would be a major faux pas. You would get ugly stares and you would be ushered out of the room. But it's definitely not quiet, even so. There's a lot of coughing, kind of just, you know, For those of you watching the World Championship qualifier, you will know that there are some noises from shoes hitting the ground. Classic chess venue noise. Alireza got a talking to for his high heels, which I thought was insane. But yeah, it's not dead silent, but it's yeah, close to. Like a library, yeah, I would say library is a good comparison. It's supposed to be silent, but you know it's not. Are players allowed to snack during the games? They're definitely allowed to snack, but it would be considered poor manners to eat during your opponent's time running. But I think in general, it's fine eating when your clock is running. But most of the time, I will prioritize thinking when my clock is running, and then I will leave my seat to go have a snack when my opponent is thinking. Even a bag of crisps, I mean, I don't think that's the best chess soul food. No. I'm not familiar with a lot of people having chips. But I've had quite a few carrots, which arguably is somewhat similar. Do the sisters speak Romanian? I mean, I cannot attest to that, but I can say they do speak a foreign tongue. Whether it's Romanian or something they just made up in their childhood, I can't tell. But Romanian viewers of the stream have suggested that the language they speak is Romanian. Benzea doesn't seem to think Andrea speaks it that well compared to Alexandra. Ooh, interesting, Grumpy. Is that controversial? Should we send Andrea to take lessons? What did Andrea's opponent do? Andrea's clock is running, but her opponent's king is still in the center. Like, I would assume castling here is pretty automatic. And yet, I think she played pawn to c3. This is a big mistake. Big mistake. Voluntarily putting the pawn in front of their own bishop. This bishop is already a bit unhappy that there's a white pawn in the middle blocking its diagonal. But then playing pawn to c4 is adding insult to injury. Both of the pawns interrupting the bishop's wish to control the diagonal. And you can see the eval bar also makes an adjustment in Andrea's fashion. In Andrea's it's also blocking Andrea's bishop. It's blocking this bishop's ability to move over here, but it's not interrupting the bishop's ability to control maybe the most important square, which is the central one. So I think this is good news for Andrea, and her opponent has made a mistake here. There's one concern still remaining, though, and that is where to put this bishop. And now after the c3 move, I think there's a very interesting possibility opening up maybe Andrea could go bishop to f5. Because now this white bishop is undefended by the pawn. So white needs to react to the immediate pressure between the bishops. And then if the bishops are traded, Andrea does get doubled pawns, yes, but she also gets incredible control of this e4 square. And afterwards, Andrea would be able to go pawn to e6. And then this pawn formation is doing a good job of protecting each other. Is Alexandra the best player in this tournament? No. Alexandra is ranked about 20th. So there's plenty of good players here, but we're gonna need another win to unlock them as opponents. Alexandra's opponent does go for the bishop trade. No. What did she do? I need to zoom in again. Pawn to c3. Okay. Both opponents actually went pawn to c3. It was a mistake for Andrea's opponent. For Alexandra's opponent, it's fine. It's actually kind of clever because she's creating an escape path for the bishop. And we had this idea that if the bishop comes out to trade off with black's bishop, then we would trade and then go after the remaining white bishop in the center of the board. But now, after pawn to c3, say we go king to e7, bishop out, going for the trade, and the trade happens, then we go with the knight to attack. Here, the bishop can simply retreat, avoid the trade, knight for bishop, and then the knight may be pushed away at a later stage by white's pawns. So, clever move, I would say, from Julia, I believe, is Alexandra's opponent. Yeah, okay. That's fair. I'm so used to the moves not being live from yesterday, Vila, that I need to just get into the new habit. Okay. How's everyone's morning? Tea time? Yeah, it's needed. I bought Earl Grey tea today in honor of Hammer. Hammer never has Earl Grey. I don't know what you're on about. I'm on the Lady Grey grind, as always. Earl, oh God, what's happening with my body? Earl Grey is best. Okay, a lot of Earl Grey fans in the chat, but it's just because you guys don't know Lady Grey. You're missing out. Let me tell you. What countries are the opponents from? Andrea's opponent is Polish, and Alexandra's opponent, I'm not entirely sure where she's from, but she's representing Brazil. So I think there's a fair bet she's from Brazil. But at the same time, a Brazilian in Poland, that sounds quite exotic. Maybe she's a soccer player. Alexandra has castled. I hate it when after the game I'm gonna have to tell Alexandra that castling was a mistake. The whole point of going into the end game was that the king would be good in the center of the board. Castling is not just a mistake, it's a huge mistake. You're making it a lot more difficult to have the king in the center of the board as further trades happen. Okay, Eval Bar has no reaction, but from a human standpoint, I'm pretty sure I'm right about this. That king belonged on the E7 square. Wasn't knight to f6 better than castling? I mean, you can go with the knight to attack the bishop. That's fine. But the bishop would retreat, and then white's knight would have access to the e5 square. I think keeping the knight where it is for the time being is completely fine. There's some trickery of, like, after castling, if white now goes bishop to e3, trying to go for the trade, then we can accept the trade and then go knight to f6, because now if the bishop retreats, then our knight will jump further, check on the king, and when the king retreats, the knight can jump even further, check on the king and attacking a pawn, forcing the king to step back to keep the pawn defended, and then we can bring out our bishop to try and attack as well. Andrea's camera is not having a great day. A bit morning grumpy. Venue Wi-Fi is crappy though. Yeah, but when Alexandra's camera stays up, like yesterday, both the cameras were collapsing at the same time, like once an hour. And now it seems like Andrea's camera is having way more trouble than Alexandra's. And then I feel like Wi-Fi might not be the issue after all. Hammer trying to yawn without opening his mouth. I mean, I'm trying to avoid yawning on stream. Clearly not doing a very good job of it. How are they doing? Oh, I need to move back to the current situation. Equal positions. Well, actually, Andrea has a big advantage according to the computer. But if I'm entirely honest with you, I can't really understand why. Maybe actually computer wants pawn to e5. No, never mind. Yeah, so I think it's equalish on both boards. But if I had to choose, I would be black in both situations. And considering that black is usually a little bit worse out of the opening, being a little bit better means you can pretty much count the opening as a success. Maybe open a window, you need good oxygen supply. Good comms. I will take that advice. You see, chat is useful. I mean, on the rare occasions. Okay, pronunciation of Cracow. Also seen spelled cow. Good God. English people trying to justify their weird spelling of things. You don't get to decide the name of cities. It's Roma, not Rome. And yet we've gotten accustomed. But it's fine because the rest of the world, we've stopped caring. Because the French call London Londres or something. And they call the Netherlands Pays or whatever. So we've gotten used to these lingua francas just making up their own stuff. But, well, to be fair, in Norwegian, we call it Cracow because we're not familiar with the FOV being OF always. But at least we're spelling it the same way. Londonium, yeah. Those pesky Romans. But then on the other hand, did the English, oh yeah, you're making the argument that the English made up a word for London when the true, oh yeah, no, yeah, I caused a linguistic problem here. Do we have to call cities what they were called by the first people living there? In which case, that could mean a lot of Latin stuff. Woke Hammer getting sidetracked. Yeah, a reasonable point was made in chat. I'm as surprised as you guys. Netherlands is literally translated. Yeah, but it's typical of the French to dub things. Like when I was traveling Europe for tournaments as a kid, going to France or Germany, I couldn't watch a single English TV show because all the English TV shows they did have, they had dubbed with German and French voices. So everything I could watch was Eurosport because sport is universal language. And we watched the BBC World News. Dun, dun, dun. English people also say Germany and not Deutschland. Yeah, and my whole translation thing is kind of falling apart at its seams. Because in Norway, we do say Tyskland, which is the Norwegian translation of Deutschland. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna back off. I'm gonna just say that naming things in the languages is tricky. Just to learn French though, oui, ça va. Où est la gare? Super. Merci beaucoup. Croissant. Yes. Baguette. Hammer always starting debates. I gotta live up to the just chatting category, you know. Hammer is fluent in French. I had 3 years of French in middle school. I was so bad. I think I basically got an E. You can't get an E in America, can you? I got a D essentially. But then I did travel to French speaking countries for chess a little bit, and I've gotten better, but I still can't formulate a sentence after 3 years of French. I was better with the grammar, if I'm honest. What languages do you speak? It depends on your definition of speak. If you're fine with me only knowing like a swear word, then I speak Lithuanian, Russian. No, I don't think I know Russian swear words. German, French, Spanish. Finnish, yes. Not sure I know any Swedish or Danish swear words, though. Room for improvement. Polish? No. Prove it. I mean, I think the key to this whole discussion was whether or not knowing a single swear word was acceptable as knowing the language. And I think we all agree as a community that the answer is yes. Yes, it's enough. How similar are Norwegian, Swedish, and Finnish? So Norwegian and Swedish is really similar. And then Norwegian and Finnish is nothing alike whatsoever. So Finnish is part of the something language family, together with Hungarian and some weird other language. But what I will say, what we learned in Norway about Finnish, it's that kids in Finland, they score pretty well on tests because they speak like it's written. So Finnish doesn't have too many silent letters, which helps kids learn the language earlier or something, which in turn helps affect school results, maybe? I don't know. It seems like the players in these games are using a lot of clock time in positions where there's not much calculation. Do you agree? Very, very good observation, Drumstick. But I would say the same is true for also like my games. I find it way more time consuming to formulate a good plan when I have several plans to choose between than making calculations. So part of your question, I feel like, is an assumption that calculation is the most time consuming. And so my answer is your assumption is wrong. Because formulating a positional strategic plan is just as time consuming, if not more, compared to just calculating variations. Because when you calculate variations, you have a very kind of clear end goal. I go there, you go there, captures, captures, captures. Do I end up having enough? Do I lose the captures, essentially? It's a lot more obvious endpoint to the calculations. Whereas when you're trying to formulate a plan and comparing different plans against each other, you can't just say, okay, and at the end of that, do we have the same amount of pieces? It's far more complicated than that. It's about the placement of the pieces. It's about the safety of the king, the pawn structure. I would say a lot more thought goes into the strategic aspects. Is it normal for players to get up while the other player is thinking? That's super normal, Olympus. But Alexandra actually does get up very rarely compared to me, compared to Dina, compared to most people. And we've often had the discussion in chat whether Alexandra actually takes too few breaks, that she's trying to be too focused for too long of a time. But as I'm saying this, I can see she left the board. So taking a break is a good thing in general. Is it normal to stare at your opponents during an official tournament? It's definitely normal to kind of give your opponent a glance. Often you do that when you're trying to make them nervous and you're trying to make them think they made a mistake. Sometimes you do that because they did make a mistake, and sometimes you're just playing mind games. But the stare would never last more than like a second. But you're just kind of intently looking up at them to try and gauge their reaction. And it's kind of a classic sign that you think they made a mistake. But you can bluff them, make them think that you think they made a mistake, and then they think they made a mistake, and that makes them nervous, even if it was okay. Alexandra does this longer than a second. I haven't noticed that, but I'll look out for it now. The stare down is one of my favorite mind games. Chess has plenty of them. Moves are coming in. Castling. Probably what white should have done on the previous move, but better late than never. And this pawn to a6 from Andrea was a bit mysterious, but I assume she's intending to go pawn b5 afterwards. Although I'm not, yeah, I think this might be an example of just choosing the wrong plan. Because here after pawn to b5, white would now be able to play the very, very sneaky, but possibly very clever pawn to b4. And then you can maneuver your knight towards the c5 square. And the reason the c5 square is good now is because both of these pawns kind of surpass these green points. And without being able to place pawns on these green squares, you're never going to be able to control the c5 square, which makes it a perfect destination for this little horsey. Is a 1700 able to calculate like a grandmaster? I don't think that. No, I'm gonna say no. But what I will say is that say a 2300 rated player, maybe even a 22. No, maybe not 22, but like a 2300 rated player can probably. There are those at that level who can calculate just as well as a grandmaster. But being good at calculating and knowing what to calculate and what moves to look for and like strategic considerations. You can be good at one thing, but then be completely oblivious to kind of other important things, which means that you can be better than a grandmaster at certain things, but still be just a much worse player overall. Alexandra calculates really well as some grandmasters, in my opinion. That is a controversial opinion right there. I'm going to go and say no, she does not calculate as well as some grandmasters. She's been improving. I mean, Alexandra is doing super well. There's no doubt about that. But I think some of you may not understand the difference in level between a grandmaster and a 2000 rated player. Even if they are comparatively good at calculation compared to their level, a grandmaster they're quite good at chess. How long has this competition been going? This is day 2, Mark. You didn't miss it. This is just the beginning. We have 10 hours of chess coming in today. And we got chess for another 7 days after this. How does one become a grandmaster? So to become a grandmaster, you must have a rating of 2,500, but you also need to have 3 tournaments where you performed at the level of a 2,600 rated player. So you need the rating, but you also need 3 big performances, and then you can be a grandmaster. What differentiates someone at 2000 and a grandmaster? Everything. So 2000 and 2500, that's too big of a difference to kind of say something interesting about what the difference is. Because 500 rating points, that's like, you're just better at everything. Case in point, the girls yesterday played opponents 300 points lower rated, and they completely smoked their opponents. And then at grandmaster level, the consistency with which you beat the lower rateds are probably going to be even higher. But say the difference between a 2300 and a 2500, Okay, I mean, it's still pretty much everything. But in particular, I would say you have a better strategic sense and a better intuition and understanding for how you want your pieces to work together. Endings is what fascinates me the most in chess. Who would you say is the best at that? Magnus. Magnus is really good at endgames where he's pushing for the win. And he gets those endgames quite often because he's a ridiculously good player. But at the same time, I would say at defending endgames, Magnus is not particularly good at all. And then there's a difference between if you're pushing for the win, if you're trying to make a draw, or if it's just like a situation that's technical knowledge. And those are three very different categories of endgames. And if I'm honest, I don't really know who I think the best one is. But Magnus is very, very good when he has a slight advantage in the endgame. Alexandra is never going to be a grandmaster. No, she is not. And even very, very talented players who put a lot of time into chess and are much, much better than what Alexandra is today, even they struggle getting the grandmaster title, even with tremendous resources and motivation. What I'm saying is it's not guaranteed Levy is going to make it. Challenge accepted. I mean, we'll follow his journey, but he's got a long way to go. He's got almost 200 rating points. And he's going to have everyone out gunning for him. Everyone's going to want to beat him. Everyone's going to want to make him quit. He's not going to get any freebies. Can you lose the Grandmaster title? No. The Grandmaster title is yours for life. Is it hard to focus at tournaments like this? So many people walking around. Bystanders. I mean, there's no talking in the venue, Raymond. So normally you should be fine. And also you get very intense about your own game. So I can have like 15 people standing around my board watching. And if it's like a scramble and I'm super focused, I will not even notice that there's many people around. Because, well, you need to have that ability to focus. I mean, I guess that's one of the success criteria. Maybe a bit of survival bias for me there, but in my experience, it's not a problem. But I suppose I am not the average chess player. Would chess be better if spectators could make noise? I'm thinking specifically vuvuzelas. I think, yes, chess would be better if spectators could make noise. I think Tagbon in general, chess would be better if we had spectators, which is the first hurdle to cross. But yeah, noise I think would be cool. Vuvuzelas I think would not be cool, but that's a different discussion altogether. How would you get spectators in the first place? You got to make the players bigger stars. Right now, the only player people really care about is Magnus and Hikaru. And so you got to build the profile of the other guys. Alexandra actually spoke about this in a very interesting interview she did during the Prague tournament they did in March. She spoke to Shagar Shah of Chess Base India about how they were trying to get some of the top players involved in concept and making, you know, funny videos and, well, weird videos, I'm sure at times, but how the top players weren't really interested in spending their time and energy on that kind of thing. But she also spoke about how that is a problem for chess, that the players just want to do their own thing, but chess in general needs them to build their profiles in order to build their own brand, but also the game itself. I think build the audience, not the stars. I mean, that's sure, you can try that. I think we disagree on the method, but I'm sure we both want the same thing. Update Alexandra's board. I'm struggling that I don't have a pawn to a4. Interesting move. Honestly, very interesting move. I like this concept of grabbing space. Kind of difficult for Alexandra to react to. Maybe you should go pawn a5 just to kind of stop white in their tracks. Pawn a4, very classy move in my opinion. Alexandra goes knight f6. I'm not a huge fan of this because even though it attacks the bishop will just move away. And now the knight is no longer controlling this e5 square, which means that white's knight can move up here next. I like what white has been doing here. Julia's been spending a ton of time though, which is going to come back to bite her. But I don't like that Alexandra castled her king. I would have preferred to keep the king in the middle of the board. And now I don't like that we gave up control of this e5 square, allowing the knight to come there on the next move. Does she have a plan? I mean, I'm guessing we'll find out soon enough. I hate when people are calling it a knight. I know it's an international standard, but for me, it will always be a horse. In Norwegian, I always call it a horse. But that's because in Norwegian, the word for a knight is a synonym with the word for a bishop, which can be very, very confusing. But bishop and knight kind of is independent enough words for it to be fine in English, I think. How many girls are there in the tournament? What are the chances that both Andrea and Alexandra gets one in the same round? Yeah, I'm going to say the odds of that are very, very low, Maeve. I'm guessing there's maybe like 10, 15 girls in their group. I'll look it up just for you. There's 183 players. Do they have a list of how many girls? 183 players. I'm just going to count the girls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 12. I can count, I swear. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Where was I? 21. Okay, I don't know if that was top tier content, but I'm counting 21 girls. So about 10% girls, and we got to deduct 2 because that's Alexandra and Andrea. So it's 19 girls in 183. So it's a 10% chance for them to get a girl, but then 10% chance and times 10% for both of them getting a girl. It's a 1% chance. Hammer doing math for 2 minutes. Top tier content. He did the math and he did it in style, King Cat. Tag counted for you? Oh, really? Because frankly, some of these Ukrainian names, I'm not sure. There were some Ukrainian names that I think, yeah, I'm not sure I got all of them right. I couldn't find the tag though, but maybe I should have. On the Chess Manager website, I couldn't see if there was a thing for where I could skip the counting. Change the stream description to just counting. Honestly, you might have stumbled upon the future, Pete. I mean, I would not be surprised if Twitch at some point end up being filled with people just counting. Who can count the furthest? We're gonna have big subathons of just counters. That's why the count is so popular from Sesame Street. I mean, I'm not necessarily familiar with Sesame Street, or I guess Sesame Street. I know, like, there's this other American version that we don't have in Europe, I think. Is that Sesame Street? Max Mecke? I gotta admit, it's been a while since I watched the children's TV shows. Muppets, yes. So the US has the Muppets, but that's different than Sesame Street, right? And in Europe, we only have Sesame Street. The Muppets are in Europe. Oh, really? Because in Norway, I only know Sesame Street. I don't know the Muppets. Max Mekker is a character on the Norwegian version on Sesam Station, the Norwegian co-production of Sesame Street, which takes place in a train station. Are you saying Sesame Street is not at a train station? Max Mekker is a laid-back and easygoing blue-furred creature who works as a repairman at the station. His main job being to do repairs and maintenance as they're required. I thought Hammer was more of a Teletubby fan. I mean, am I banned from singing on stream? I don't think I am. Tinky Winky. Doo doo. La la. Pooh. Teletubby. Teletubby. See hello. I don't know the English version, I guess, though. Banana in pajamas. Do 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 do. Banana. And once again, bananas in pajamas. I only know the Norwegian lyrics, but I feel like that's natural enough for children's stuff. Julia's getting herself into serious time trouble. She is, but at the same time, so did Alexandra's opponent yesterday. And part of it is the player's own fault, but part of it is just Alexandra putting a tremendous amount of pressure through her rather lack of time usage. Do you have hella Norway oil money? I mean, me personally, no, Graphene. Okay, rook to b8. We got to talk at some point about these moves Andrea has made. After pawn to c3, the computer started to think Andrea was significantly better. Minus 0.89. But the moves she has made since has made no progress whatsoever. Pawn to a6, taking control of the b5 square, doesn't really matter. And then rook to e8, trying to go for pawn e5. I mean, maybe pawn to e5 is good, but if it was good, probably you should have done it on the previous move, when you would have been able to regain that pawn afterwards with all the pieces you have pointing in towards it. So a6 was kind of like, are you going to go b5? And she didn't. And then after rook to e8, rook to e1 just prevents any idea you had of going e5. And now rook to b8. Like, there's a pawn standing in the path of the rook. So very clearly she wants to go b5, but then why are you not going b5 here? Going rook to e8, you put your rook being blocked by its own pawn, whereas white's rook has control over all of these squares since there's no pawn blocking. So the white rook is way more active than the black rook, and so white has benefited massively from both players moving their rook in. And now rook to b8, I think if you wanted to go b5, you should have just done that here, which is what I assumed Andrea was intending when she went pawn to a6 to begin with. Part of what she's struggling with is this bishop. This bishop is the problem in black's position, and it's not very easy to know where it should go. And I feel like that's part of what's causing Andrea to make a couple of bad decisions, because she can't really decide how to get this bishop into play. She could go bishop to g4, but the problem is after the bishop gets kicked, making the trade, voluntarily giving away your bishop pair, that's just a bad idea. It's not a good strat. But compared to the strat Andrea kind of went for, it might have been okay. Because right now she's going for a couple of different plans without ever really addressing the issue at hand with the bishop. Okay, but she's going to go b5 though. There's not really anything white can do to stop her from doing that. But if she wanted to go b5, I feel like it would have been fine to just do it immediately. Rook to b8 is kind of very clearly announcing your intentions. Also, if you wanted to go rook to b8, you should have done that here. Rook to b8 here and then b5. Because you don't necessarily need this pawn as a support pawn. If you want to go pawn to b4 and your opponent tries to prevent you from doing that, then this guy doesn't need to go one step. It can actually go two steps. And once again, help you accomplish your plan of getting the pawn forward, the minority attack, as it's known. So yeah, Andreas spent a lot of time, and unfortunately she spent a lot of time because she was really unsure about the plan, how to proceed. And when you're unsure about the plan, you are kind of, even though you're spending a lot of time, there's a certain logic that spending a lot of time will make you find a good move because you spend all this time on it. But the actual way it often works in practical play is the other way around. When you spend a lot of time, you're more likely to make a bad move because the reasoning for why you're spending all this time is because you're struggling to find a decision you're happy with. And that increases the likelihood of you making a mistake. Speaking of mistakes, pawn to a5 is a mistake. I like the general idea of pushing the pawns up on the edge of the board, but at the same time, you needed to take some care about black's plans in the position as well. In fact, moving the bishop back to c2 may have been a mistake in itself, because moving the bishop to d3 would have offered the white king some extra protection on the diagonal. Well, that being said, Alexandra would then be able to go e5, sacrificing this pawn, and then actually benefiting from getting her king to the side of the board and having her rook in the center push forward and make threats towards the white king. So therefore, the bishop went all the way back, but Alexandra had this plan of giving the check. Julia just ignored it, continuing forward with her plan. But now after bishop to a6, check on the king. And if you block with the bishop now, then Alexandra will be able to make the trade, and then she could take the pawn. But taking the pawn could result in the bishop landing itself in some trouble down the road. So here it might be even better to go knight to g4 and use the knight to capture this pawn instead, after which the knight will attack both the rook and the king. This is kind of a classic situation. If you have one piece threatening a pawn, but that pawn is undefended, sometimes you can get a second piece to attack that same pawn. And because you had a 1 versus 0 on the previous move, having a 2 versus 0 attack now means that your opponent is still losing the pawn. You just get to use a more advantageous piece to make the capture. So bishop to d3, I assume is not going to happen. But if the king steps back, now the king is blocking the rook from entering the game, which is a major problem. And actually not just a major problem, there's also another issue with the knight and bishop once again coordinating against the f2 pawn. And white has no good reply to this. You cannot use your rook to defend because the black bishop has that square covered. And here Alexandra just wins the game. Wow, no, I said this pawn to a5 was a mistake, but actually it's more like a blunder. After bishop to a6, the white king is in trouble. The white pawn is in big trouble. And I think Alexandra is about to just win this game. Alexandra played pretty much a perfect game yesterday, and now she's following it up by not being afraid to make an early queen trade against a lower rated opponent, which is something she struggled with in the past. She's always said to me, I don't want to make queen trades early on. And I've been trying to tell her that you got to trust your abilities, and making a queen trade is not the end of the world. And here she goes for the early queen trade against the lower rated. And she has a winning position, having developed all her pieces by move 14. "99% accuracy for Alexandra yesterday was crazy." Yeah, it was so good, Nothar. So good yesterday. In the meantime, Andrea is struggling with her planning, but in good news, she is up on the clock once again. Second game in a row where Andrea is up on the clock. And having a good position is nice, but if you're going to waste it while being in time trouble, doesn't really matter that much, does it? So Andrea really getting a hold of her time management issues so far this tournament. That has been a bit of a success story for her. Man, I wish I saw the match yesterday because now I feel like I missed out on something big. I mean, Alexandra was way higher rated than her opponent, so it would be a much bigger deal if she played such a perfect game against someone her own level. But the first round of the tournament is always kind of difficult because you're settling into the tournament rhythm. And getting that flawless win was a good accomplishment for her. Are the online ranking the same as the physical ranking? No. I mean, they're based on the same kind of mathematical equation, but the player pool is very different. And as long as the player pool is different, the ratings are not comparable. In general, the internet ratings are higher than the physical ones, as you call it, because you play way fewer physical games than internet games. And so internet ratings fluctuate and move up and down way more because you play so many games. And also, there are way more different levels in internet chess because playing over the board, it's only the most eager players, right? But when you play online, there are people, who barely know how the pieces move, and there's grandmasters. And in order to kind of cover that wider spread, it also spreads out the ratings a bit more, giving higher ratings at the top. So like the best players on chess.com, they have 3,300 rating. But the best players in the world with the FIDE rating, which is an acronym for the World Chess Federation, it's just in French, Fédération Internationale d'Échecs, or something like that. I was pretty good at French earlier this broadcast, but I may have showcased my true abilities or lack thereof. But yeah, on the FIDE ratings, the best guys are 2,800. So yeah, there is a difference. %95 right. I'll take that. Okay, bishop to d3 played. That is an easy trade, and Alexandra has already done it. Now the pawn on f2 is undefended. Computer wants Alexandra to take it straight away, but I don't really understand that. I'm much more tempted to taking this with the knight. But I guess the concern is that white could go for a counterattack on the bishop. And then even if the knight gets the fork on the king and on the rook, when the king steps back, the knight can capture the rook in the corner, but then the bishop is captured in return. And after the trade, it turns out white will be able to trap the knight in the corner, and there's no way for the knight to escape. And as a result, we get this kind of thing where Alexandra has a rook and 2 pawns in trade for a knight and a bishop. And in general, the knight and bishop is considered better than the rook and 2 pawns. And wow, good decision from Alexandra. She does capture the pawn immediately. Okay, well played. I wonder if she considered knight g4 at all, or if she just wanted a pawn. Isn't it worth going with a knight to g3 to ruin the pawn structure? Yeah, that's a bit advanced, but yeah. Sometimes that's worth it. Andrea's opponent is still thinking. Andrea's not selecting the greatest plans, but she has quite a significant time advantage now. And her opponent is going to get in some real time trouble. King back attacks the bishop. Bishop only has 1 safe square, but that's enough. It makes the retreat, and now after pawn to b4, attacking the bishop again, the bishop will just go home to hide. Alexandra has successfully won a pawn, and she's looking good to win the game. Alexandra also has a 45-minute time advantage on her opponent. We've only been playing for, well, we're about to approach the 2-hour mark. And having a winning position this early and with the opponent being down to 20 minutes, it's an incredible start. but it's also very, very important for this day in particular. Today, we're playing 2 rounds. We're having 10 hours of chess. First, this round, the morning round, but then we'll still have another game at 4 p.m. European time. That's 10 a.m. Eastern. So when there's a double round, it's extremely advantageous to get an easy, low energy game. And that's what Alexandra seems to be about to accomplish. Knight to e5 played. And here, if I'm Alexandra, I'm just taking this pawn. Because I want to find a safe square for my bishop. My bishop doesn't feel safe here because I feel like at any moment, white might use the pawn to rush forward. So I kind of like just making the trade. I understand this allows white's rook to get into the game, but then I can move my bishop back and I have a safe square for the bishop where it's defended by a pawn, and it's not easy for white's pawn to attack the bishop anytime soon. But also good is something like rook to c8, because the white knight is kind of headed for the c6 square. So you might want to move your rook over to take control there. I'm sorry to say we're losing Andrea's camera very, very often. But we'll look into it for the next game of the day. For now, what is true is that Andrea's opponent is still thinking and getting herself into some massive time issues. The two Alexandras have 2 very different approaches to time management. The Botez one is just trying to trust her instinct and make quick moves and put pressure on the opponent in that way. While Zagoda, she is trying to find the very best plan she can, but in searching for the best plan, spending a lot of time reviewing her choices. Do they serve coffee in chess tournaments? Certainly, yes. Good look. Coffee is the number 1 drug of choice for chess players. Isn't it annoying with so many people moving around while playing? No, you barely notice it while you're sitting now, concentrating. Will we also get Dina on stream? I don't know, but I can't do the final 4 rounds. So maybe Dina is doing those. I don't know who is booked. Is it weird I'm over 40 and I've never drunk coffee? Yes, Nick. That is weird. But at the same time, I'm over 25 and I've never had coffee either. So we'll be weird together. I thought you were 24. Nah, I'm actually over 25. Hammer making weird friends on the line. But at least we have common hobbies or interests. Is that a coffee cup? No, this is a teacup. A teacup is basically, teacups are way bigger than coffee cups. and it is the way things should. Like if you go to a hotel and you see these stupid coffee cups they have at the hotel breakfast, it's so ridiculous. Hotels need to learn to acquiesce to the tea drinkers and have bigger cups. Yesterday, Hammer was over 30. I mean, I am still over 30, but I'm also over 25. Both things can be true. I say as the counting expert of this stream. Tomorrow he'll be over 20. Progressively staying the same age. No, actually progressively getting older, but not by much. Hammer, can you please talk about chess and not cups? Haha. No. I'll talk about chess when chess is happening. But right now, chess is having a thinking break. Okay, pawn to a3. So Andrea's plan of pawn to b5 is being anticipated. And now Andrea can continue with her plan, but she will not be able to continue with a pawn to b4 anytime soon because black has taken that completely under control. The white has taken that under control. That being said, I would argue that a3 is a bit of a passive move. It's not really trying to punish Andrea for her inconsistency in her choices of rook placements and whatnot. The computer feels Andrea is slightly better. I'm surprised by that. I feel like white still has the better situation. White has a very easy plan of putting this knight in the center of the board. And frankly, I'm surprised she hasn't done that already. Getting the knight on a square protected by a pawn into the opponent's half, that's a pretty good accomplishment. So knight to e5 is coming at some point. And when it comes, I would say I prefer white's position. But at the same time, there's really nothing Andrea can do to prevent this plan. So do you continue your own plan? Or do you try to take measures to prevent the opponent? Honestly, Andrea could go knight to d7. It's not like the knight would then be blocking the bishop's path and you kind of get all clumped together. But on the other hand, moving the knight back would massively increase black's control of this very important square, and it would prevent the white knight from moving forward. So I kind of like this plan. But nothing Andrea has done over the last couple of moves suggests that she's very concerned about the white knight coming into the center. Speaking of knights coming into the center, Alexandra has not moved her rook over to control this c6 square. Instead, knight comes in to d5. The knight is well protected by a pawn. It's difficult for white to kick the knight away because if you push the pawn up to attack, then the knight can just continue further forward, and now there's no way for white to kick the knight away from this b4 outpost. So I like this move. I'm surprised that the computer feels Alexandra's position is only a little bit better for her, minus 0.4, that means that black is slightly better, but not winning. Winning would be like minus 1.5 on the scale. But personally, I think Alexandra just has an easily winning position. She has an extra pawn compared to her opponent. And I just don't see white managing to defend this. I mean, I don't really see white managing to defend this regardless, but it also doesn't help that Julia only has 19 minutes remaining. Ooh, but knight to d7, I didn't even see that was a possibility. The knight comes in, attacks the rook. I guess the rook will go to defend the bishop. That makes sense to me. But instead, Alexandra has gone rook to d8. A very controversial move, but maybe it's brilliant. She's allowing her opponent to capture the black bishop at a moment where Alexandra is not able to recapture with the rook, but Alexandra is saying that she's fine to make the recapture with a pawn because she's trying to make a situation where this pawn is blocking white's pawn, preventing the white pawn from then attacking the knight in the center of the board. And then this knight just becomes an incredibly powerful piece that cannot be kicked away. Actually, rook to d8 was excellent. And the trade does happen. The black pawns are no longer able to defend each other. The pawn on c5 is going on its own adventure, going in towards white's half of the board, but it's working. It's good. Alexandra keeps up her incredible play from yesterday, and she's playing so quickly, but at the same time making some very good, not trivial decisions. She's going to win this game with the extra pawn and the super powerful knight in the middle of the board. We have a prediction on who will have a winning position first. Please tell me when, in your opinion, Alex or Andrea has it. Oh, man. I mean, I think Alexandra's going to win, but that's a different thing to having a winning position. Because winning position means that you would, like, the position is objectively, even when white defends, perfectly winning. And based on the computer's assessment, this position is not objectively winning. So we'll wait until the computer says about 1.5 in anyone's favor. Hammer, why do you look like you just woke up? Why do you think, Sebastian? He says grumpily after doing 2 hours of commentary and it being 11:30 a.m. Sebastian, if I may ask, why did you only just now join the broadcast? What have you been doing this lovely Sunday morning? Have you been sleeping? Do you think that has something to do with your joyous perspective on life? Can Alexandra go knight to f4? No. This square is unavailable, being controlled by the white bishop. But it's fine. We don't need that square. The knight is very good where it is. And it's being protected by a pawn, which is important. It means that the knight will not be dislodged easily. That grumpy feeling is why we drink coffee? Sure. Well, I'm drinking tea. Kind of similar. Is there drug testing in chess tournaments, or can they just roll up? I'm not going to read the rest of that, but I will say that the World Chess Federation really wants to be part of the Olympic Games. And in order to make that happen, the crazy old dictator who ruled the world of chess a decade ago, he decided that drug testing was now mandatory to comply with the International Olympic Committee's rules on sports, essentially. So at the big chess events, there is drug testing, yes. I am not aware if anyone has been caught so far. But I have been concerned about Magnus seems to know a lot about beta blockers. And just having knowledge about drugs, I feel, is somewhat sus. Hammer calling Magnus a junkie. I wouldn't say that's what I was calling him. I'm just saying when Magnus gets questions from the press about whether he thinks drugs could help enhance performance, he doesn't go, oh, I don't know. I don't really know anything about drugs. Instead, he talks about the effect beta blockers could have on your concentration. How come they're allowed caffeine? Caffeine was taken off the drug list a couple of years ago. But I also think caffeine was not banned as a general substance. There was a certain allowance. Because he's smarter than you. Yeah, that is the honest truth of it. But I don't really want to. That makes me sad to think about Magnus just being a more knowledgeable guy than me. Magnus is pretty well read. I went to high school with the guy. He had no freaking idea about anything in high school, but I guess he grew up. Unfortunately, I did not experience that same pleasure. You're the same age as Magnus? Yeah, we were in the same class in high school. We went to like a chess college, chess high school program. Moves are coming in. Rook to a4. No. Rook to e1. And then Alexandra centralized, well, not really centralized the rook, but pointed the rook down. And then rook to a4. So the rooks are getting involved, but are they getting involved in a good way? If I'm Alexandra here now, I would go pawn f6. I want to try and activate my king. It has been a success that she castled instead of moving the king to e7. But now we're beyond that point. And we're at the stage of the game where getting the king involved is going to be very important. So I'm going to say pawn to f6 followed by king to f7. That's the way to go. In the meantime, the other Alexandra has gone pawn to b4. Good move. Going after that placement for the knight on the c5 square. We talked about this idea earlier. The bishop on b2 is not the biggest fan of white in their last 5 moves, having put all the pawns on the dark squares. It's not great for that bishop. But the thing about bishops is that they can just move over and find new hunting grounds. So this bishop will become good. It just needs a couple of moves to make it happen. And then in the meantime, the white knight will make its way up to the c5 square, where it will be very, very well placed. So I would say white's position in Andrea's game is much easier to play. But on the other hand, Andrea does have a 12-minute time advantage, which is very important for her. Will the Botezes play each other if they keep winning? Yes. If they win like their first 6 games, both of them, they will play each other. But the odds of them winning all of their 6 first games is astronomical. How old were the girls when they started playing chess? Good question, Star Golder. I don't know the answer to that, but I'm almost certain that Alexandra was younger than I was when I started. Of course, she was younger than I was. That's a given. She started playing chess at a younger age than I was when I started playing chess. F6 played. Oh my God. Are you guys seeing this? She's playing all the perfect moves 2 days in a row. Like, I'm genuinely shocked by this. You can't just become so much better in such a short time, right? Maybe it's confidence? Kramnik typing? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. Even I'm starting to question it. Is she really this good? Where has all of this, well, good play been before? Momentum? Yeah, momentum does count for a lot. I agree with that. What are we up to? Is it 15 or 14 games undefeated? It's a pretty good stat. What age did you start playing chess? So I started competing when I was 9. But I think I played chess at my after-school program when I was 8. And I think maybe I learned the rules when I was 7.5. I'm not entirely sure on the time frame. My family didn't realize the momentous occasion it was when I learned the rules. Your family plays chess too? No, I'm the only chess player. Oh my gosh. Andrea played pawn to e5, and that is an excellent move. That is a fantastic move from Andrea. We were talking about how her plans moving forward were going to be somewhat difficult, but this pawn sacrifice fixes everything. Because now, after pawn takes pawn, the knight will move to g4. You will be guaranteed to regain the pawn, but then you will also have a very clear path for your knight towards this c4 square. And so both players could get a well-placed knight in the opponent's half, but the difference here between the bishops is crazy. This bishop is pointing down the board very, very well, and this bishop is not doing anything. And now you can't even maneuver the bishop over to a better location, because then the black bishop would be able to come in and capture pawns. Great move from Andrea. And this is going to make her next couple of decisions a lot easier. And she still retains her 13-minute time advantage. If anything, the time advantage is going to increase now with the captures starting to get involved. Pretty thematic of the King's Indian. I mean, in the King's Indian, sure, but this pawn, this is not a King's Indian anymore. In the King's Indian, your pawn is one step further back when the pawn gives protection to the e5 square. Pushing pawn to e5 is typical of the King's Indian, but it's not typical in this situation, which started out as a King's Indian, but became something different altogether. King to f2 removes the king to open up for the rook. The rook is pointing down on an undefended pawn, and Alexandra uses her king to protect said pawn. Which openings did their opponents play? So Julia played 1e4. It was a French Tarash. And Andrea's opponent played something, I don't think it even has a name, but her opponent played a queenside fianchetto early on. No. I know how to make good moves in the opening. I don't necessarily know all the names. Are there 2 rounds today? Yes. 10 hours of chess coming your way. I hope you're strapped in for a big chess day. Did Andrea win yesterday? Yes. Right now, it's looking like both girls are going to be on 2 points out of 2. Huge start to the tournament. Magnus knows all the names. He does not, Danny, I assure you. Today is a leg day. Can't you postpone it to tomorrow, geek? But also, you can have a leg day and still have the stream on your pad or something, right? Magnus doesn't even know the king pawn square thingy. Yeah, he likes to say that, doesn't he, KC? It's becoming less and less believable every time he's making a point out of it. I've seen him make that point like 7 times now. It's getting old. Pawn to g4. Honestly, I kind of like Julia's style with the pawns. I liked her pawn to a4 move, and I like her pawn to g4 move. She's good with the pawns attacking on the side of the board. However, she was not good with the avoid a losing pawn when your opponent attacks. So even with some very nice pawn moves, she is going down, I think. And Alexandra responds pretty much instantly. Notice how Alexandra is putting all her pawns on the dark squares. Sometimes people would think that when the opponent has a dark squared bishop, you should avoid putting your pawns on the same colored square as your opponent's bishop, because then your opponent can capture your pawns. But actually, it kind of works the other way around. When you put your pawns on this, well, it depends. It's very situationally based. But what Alexandra is doing here is quite clever in that by putting the pawns on the same color square as her opponent's bishop, she's massively limiting the scope of that bishop. Now there's so many squares that bishop previously could have used that it's not able to. So very, very good play from her. Pawn to g5, also good move from Julia. And now she's going to try and move the rook over to the other side and try and attack the black pawns on that side. Honestly, I'm not sure what Alexandra is going to do here. I kind of don't like this pawn to e5 move. Well, I like it, but I don't like the timing of it. I would have preferred going pawn to h6 here first to prevent pawn to g5, and then if pawn to h4, then I would go pawn to e5. And now after g5, I can make the trade. And the benefit of this would be that now I don't have to be concerned about this pawn on the edge of the board and the potential for white's rook to attack it. But by going e5 first after g5, now I am concerned about the safety of this one. Is there extra time added? Yes, you get more time after 40 moves. Okay, on Andrea's board, Andrea's opponent has captured the pawn in the center, but it's a temporary sacrifice. Andrea is getting the pawn back. She now has her knight, bishop, other knight, and rook pointing in. And when she captures the white pawn next, she will have a clear path for her knight towards the c4 square, but she will also open up for the bishop to point down on some of the white pieces that are blocked in on the side of the board. Andrea's opponent is down to just 16 minutes. Andrea has a 20-minute time advantage. Has that ever happened before? And then something that definitely has happened before is that Alexandra has a 50-minute time advantage. But Alexandra regularly has that. In fact, she also had a 50-minute time advantage yesterday. Okay, king moving forward. I'm still concerned about this. I'm kind of hoping that white trades the pawns now, because then if the rook comes over to attack afterwards, we can just defend with one of our rooks from the middle of the board. However, if the rook moves over first, then I'm not sure how to keep this one defended. Ooh, and Julia did make the trade, so that's a mistake. I don't know if it's not a big mistake according to the computer, but from a practical point of view, now it becomes so much easier for Alexandra to keep everything defended. Rook to h4, yeah, she should have done that on the previous move. And now rook to d7, easy. Keeps the pawn defended. But even so, like I said earlier, I would have preferred to try and trade off these two pawns on the side of the board earlier to avoid this potential pressure. Knight to d4, played by Andrea's opponent. And Andrea is the first player to have a winning position. Does it count when she hasn't played the winning move? In theory, she has a winning position, but it's very dependent on her finding the right response. I need to think a bit about this. Surely queen to h4. Yeah, queen to h4 is the key, but this is actually kind of difficult for Andrea to realize. If she goes queen to h4 now, then she loses her knight. And then check, check. And you can't go rook takes, check, because then the knight recaptures. But you can go queen takes pawn, and then you're threatening. Okay, so Andrea needs to realize that she can sacrifice basically everything over on the left side, as long as she then gets her attack going on the other side. One of Andrea's problems is that she has an incredibly tempting move with knight takes pawn. Because that was her original plan. On the other hand, Andrea is usually good with the sacrifices, right? So this boils down to her awareness. This is the point where I would normally look at the camera and try and understand whether Andrea is realizing, oh, and the camera is back. Is she realizing that this is a big moment and she may ignore the threat to this could be a very, very good round. Both girls could get wins in less than 3 hours. Would be huge. Also, Julia is down to 3 minutes, 30 seconds. How many moves left before extra time? Oh, many, many moves. We're not really in a situation to think about the extra time. Okay, what discussion are you having, Sepper? He can't say it's a winning position is a winning position. I mean, let's just wait to see if Andrea finds the good move. Because if she finds it, then we don't even need to have the discussion, right? And then if she doesn't find it, we need to figure out whether the opponent blundering and then the blunder not being figured out, whether that qualifies to the circumstances of the bet. Ooh, by the way, Alexandra is very close to getting that winning position for her as well. Alexandra is putting both of her rooks to work down the open file, have both her rooks work together in towards the white king. Andrea is taking her time, which does seem to suggest that she realizes that there's something funky going on. Queen to h4 would be a magnificent move from Andrea. When you see the computer's evaluation, I think it's easy to underestimate the actual difficulty of the move being recommended. I don't think you can take it for granted that Queen h4 comes. That being said, I do think you can make the trade of knights and then go Queen h4. This seems pretty sensible to me, because you still get that double attack against the white pawns, and white cannot defend both these threats at the same time. But computer says this is not winning. Whereas, and the reason the computer says this is not winning is because now white has extra protection to the pawn in the center, which in turn means that it's more difficult for black to get the rook involved. Queen h4, kind of Andrea's style. It definitely is. Why does Alexandra not place the knight on f4? That square is under control. The horsey is good where it is. Also, Julia is down to 1 minute 30 seconds at this point. Sebastian, yes, it's a coincidence. We calculated the probability of both of them playing against girls at 1%. We already did the math. Okay, bishop to e3. The bishop now attacking the pawn on c5. Do we need to address this? I think we do. So we have some choices here. We can go on defense with a rook. Seems fine. But the best option to me feels like we should just take the bishop. Take the bishop, and then we don't have to deal with the threat. And after the trade, we can also move our rook up to try and attack white's pawn out on the right flank. What's wrong with rook b5? Rook b5 is a big mistake. I saw 2 people in chat suggesting it at the same time. But boom, big problem. Pawn attacks both the rook and the knight, which is why we need to trade off the knight before then getting the rook to that b5 square. Didn't see it? No, she did see it. But she didn't see how great it was to make the sacrifice. Andrea saw the queen h4 idea, but she didn't want to give up her knight and her rook. So she saw the idea, but she didn't realize the immensity of the sacrifice. And so she executed the idea in a safer manner, where she traded off the knights, and then she's going to go queen to h4 afterwards. Personally, I think, I'm not sure. I feel like it counts in like a winning position when Andrea didn't find the winning variation. But that being said, both girls are so close to a winning situation. Minus 1.1 for Alexandra and minus 1.2 for Andrea. I'm going to leave it up to you, Sepper, to make the assessment whether the winning position occurred in Andrea's game. I think it's fair both ways. I think it's fair if you give it, and I think it's fair if you don't give it. Okay, Andrea wins the prediction. She had the winning position as a result of her opponent's blunder. We just followed the computer's assessment. We said if someone has an evaluation over 1.5, they get it. And Sepper has awarded it, which is his right. Knight takes a bishop played by Alexandra, and then rook to b5. She's playing all the moves I'm suggesting. This is wild. Pawn to b4 played quickly by Julia, who only has 1 minute remaining. She needed to build this pawn formation to have the pawns defending each other. Alexandra now is going to make the trade and then move this rook over to attack. And then white, in order to defend this pawn, white will have to move their rook over. And then we're going to make a little sneaky pseudo sacrifice. It's not really a sacrifice, because after the pawn recaptures the rook, we will take this rook. And then we will go... it doesn't really matter what we do, but rook to a2 maybe. How is the computer saying this is a draw? This looks completely winning. Okay, so apparently Alexandra needs to be a little bit careful. She goes rook to b7 first. Do I like that? I guess that could potentially be clever, because now if rook to b2 and rook takes pawn, you get these trades, but with more pawns on the board. And sometimes having more pawns benefit the person trying to go for the win. Apparently this is a draw too. I'm so confused why the computer thinks this is a draw. Because normally when you have two connected passed pawns is the terminology for these guys. But they're connected because they're next to each other, which means they can defend each other as they progress up the board. And they're passed pawns because they have a clear path to becoming new queens without white pawns interrupting them on their way. Connected passed pawns usually is always good enough to win. Pawn to a6. A bit of a surprising move. Alexandra moves to the side. I like this. We can probably target this pawn now in the future, because Julia had the pawns defending each other, but now not so much. And this pawn could get in trouble. Rook to c4 played. We can bring the king. Seems pretty decent. We spoke to Alexandra during the Sardinia tournament that sometimes she plays too quickly when she has a winning position. But it's very early in the morning. I don't think the girls have gotten a lot of sleep. And I think to some degree, the lack of sleep is making Alexandra just want to get this over with. But so far, she's played pretty much perfectly, just trusting her instincts. In the meantime, pawn to h3 was played to prevent queen takes pawn. But now Andrea instead, knight takes. A bit of a surprise maybe that she uses the knight. But the knight now attacks the queen and the bishop. If the queen moves forward, maybe Andrea is going to sacrifice. Check on the king. I think Andrea is preparing a sacrifice here. And it might work out for her. Something like this. Yeah. The bishops working very well together with the queen. Something like this could work. But the thing is, if the other Alexandra is clever, she will go queen to f3. Because that will keep this g3 square under control and make sure that these sacrifices Andrea is planning, they will no longer work. Queen f3 was indeed played. Andrea goes for the quick trade, taking out the bishop, but the position now is equal. White captured a pawn on e5 long time ago, and then black captured a pawn on f2. Both players managed to capture one of the opponent's pawns. And now we're in some kind of middle game, end game. Andrea is a bit better though, because she has the two bishops that can work together pretty convincingly. Hoping for a bishop to f5 here and then get the rook on the open file. Bishop to f5 has been played. Rozum. Andrea is playing a 16-year-old Polish girl. And Alexandra is playing a 30-year-old girl from Brazil. Very exotic. Is Brazil exotic to Brazilians? I mean, it's such a big country. You would think that, and it's a varied country, right? But yeah, good question. And what is our definition of exotic? And how, I guess that's what you're asking. How does it differ? I guess I'm just saying exotic because it is very far from Poland. I'm not necessarily saying Brazil is exotic itself. It's just that I'm using it as a way of saying it's, I don't know. Julia is Fierce wife. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, that explains everything then. Okay, she's traveling with her husband. Grandmaster Fear from Brazil. He is the #2 rated player in the A section of the tournament, only behind Jules Muzard. Jules drew the first game. Wow, really? Maybe you should check out Alexandra's games, learn a thing or two. Was Alexandra's first game good? Alexandra scored a 99% accuracy on her first game. It was perfection. And frankly, this one is close to perfect as well. She just got to finish her, yeah. Just get the last touches here to end the game well. Alexandra is on move 33. Julia has 1 minute remaining, but she does get an additional 30 seconds per move she makes. So Julia will need to make her next 7 moves in under 30 seconds, all of them per move. Have people ever gotten 100%? I mean, plenty of times when they make a draw on move 8. But 100% score in a 40 move game, that's rare. Both Botezes are thinking. Both of them had big time advantages. Alexandra was up, I think, almost an hour. Andrea was up 20 minutes, but now Andrea's time advantage is down to 8. Alexandra's is down to 44. Still significant, though. You've and Yoon had a game. With 100% accuracy at Norwich has, yeah, but her opponent played so bad. It's easier to get a good accuracy score when your opponent is just handing you the game. That was such a weird final round game. So much money on the line for the first prize at Norway Chess. And Yuven Yun's opponent just played a big blunder in the opening. Why is Botez alive, dominated by a hammer? Because I don't get any viewers on my own channel. So I just go here to feel appreciated. Is Prague better than you? Prague is better than most people in chess. Yes. Is Prague better than me at weightlifting? I would say no. But in chess, he's better than most. Hammer, what's your bench press? I don't know these days, but when I was in high school, we went to like this kind of like athlete school. So like I'm not saying chess is athletes, but like we were in our class consisted of snowboarders and cyclists and Greco-Roman wrestlers, that kind of thing. So our training facilities were quite good at the school, is what I'm trying to say. And I tried doing the bench press, but I hated it. I hated it so much. And I did in the end. Actually, there's a very nice trick here for Andrea. If white goes rook a to c1, which is a fairly natural move to make, then Andrea can go rook to c2, attack both the knight and the bishop. And if white goes for the trade, you don't have to recapture immediately. You can first exploit the fact that the queen is pointing down against the other white rook. You can take that rook while giving a check, and then you can take white's rook afterwards, leaving Andrea with an extra rook. Big, big trap alert. Very nice move. She's going with the rook into the c2 square. And right now, I'm starting to think Andrea's going to win before Alexandra. Yesterday, I was so sure Andrea was going to win before Alexandra, and the opposite happened. And now Alexandra has been having a winning position for a long time, but Andrea, with her attacking magic and the time scramble, she might win the winning battle. I don't know what to call it. Anyway, my bench press story. So I figured out that I couldn't train other than just the thing. So I was doing repetitions with just the thingy. I think it's 20 kilos. The bar. Thank you. That's normal if you start out. Is it though, considering, my stature? But then, because I'm quite competitive by nature, so I wanted to try what I can do, what I could do maximum. So even though I could only do, when I did like 10 at a time, I could only do 20 kilos. When I was maxing, I did 80. But then you only do one time. How tall are you? I'm about the same as Alexandra. I'm 5'10". Hammer must be a squat type of guy. I don't know. I really like there was this thing where you only used your feet and you would be lying down with your back. Whenever we were in the training room, I just took the feet thing. And I absolutely destroyed that thing. I feel like I put 300 kilos there, no problem. I don't remember, but I could basically just take as much as I wanted. Uh, 178, Villa Rosa. Leg press, 200 kilos is nothing. Yeah, it was very relaxing. I kind of enjoyed it. Is the connection working with the boards? Did the Botez heads stop working at noon? What is going on? We have no moves for 20 minutes. Oh no, Andrea did move, and she's planning to invade with the rook. Never mind. It's Alexandra's head that turned off. Alexandra spent like 25 minutes on this one move. Mine turned off too, like 5 years ago. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. But I do feel like the longer these games last, the worse it's going to be considering the early hour of the start to the round. What is she contemplating? If not king to d5, I don't know. Rook b6 maybe? Knight to b3 in Andrea's game. Now Andrea can go bishop to e4. But probably you want to bring the rook in first. Rook up, threatening here. And if the bishop moves, bishop here, bam, bam, bam. Everything's in trouble. I'm expecting Andrea to play very quickly here. Andrea is basically 2 moves away from the win, I suspect. Alexandra goes rook c6. So she's attacking the pawn on the side. Julia quickly responds to defend. But now bring the king. Surely. Why is Alexandra giving serial killer face? That's the chess winning face. But I can see how you got the two confused. Andrea moves the rook up. Bishop under pressure, and also the black bishop is coming in. Are most contestants from Poland? Yes. Polish tournament, Polish players. Alexandra plays both her rooks to attack the pawn on the side. Why are we doing this? Why are we not just bringing the king? No, I mean, white can just take the pawn on c5. I'm very confused why we didn't bring the king in here. Now we're going to have to spend extra time trying to regain this pawn. We'll be fine. But I'm not sure I'm understanding all the nuances here. Rook to a5 played. Interesting move. So Julia wants Alexandra to make this trade because she believes it's beneficial for her to have these 2 pawns against this 1 black pawn. Ooh, rook to e2, good move. Both defending in front of the king and defending the bishop. Alexandra doesn't have too much of a choice here, I think. If Alexandra now captures the white pawn, then we'll have a trade, and then the rook takes on c5. And here, somehow, white managed to get out of the situation with lots of pawns being potentially in trouble. to having a situation where the rook defends one pawn and the one pawn defends the other pawn. And while this still should be winning for Alexandra with an extra pawn, it feels less winning than the situation you had earlier. Will Alexandra's next opponent be high rated? I think so. Well, it depends on whether she wins this one. But if she wins, she should get a very tough opponent in the next one. But with the white pieces. Andrea goes rook to c8, bringing another rook to the party. And another trick. Ooh, there was a nice trick here. If the rook tried to come in to defend the other rook, then Andrea could sacrifice her rook on the bishop. And as her rook is taken, the white rook would be undefended. That being said, now that I think about it, rook here was a terrible move. Because now knight to c5 is played, and the knight is blocking the other rook from getting involved. Ooh, but Andrea can sacrifice. Andrea can sacrifice her rook against the bishop, but it's incredibly important that she does do this because otherwise she doesn't have a winning position anymore. On the other hand, if the sacrifice comes, rook takes bishop, rook takes back, queen takes in the middle, check on the king, pressure towards two of the rooks at the same time. The queen can step back to both defend against the check and defend the rook. But then the bishop will come in and the bishop will take both the rooks on the same diagonal. And Andrea does play rook takes bishop. What a move. What a move from Andrea. Rook takes bishop has been played. And she's going to win this game. Very nicely done. In the meantime, Alexandra is taking white's pawn, opening up between the rooks. There's a trade between the rooks. And then the black pawn will be captured on the next move. Andrea's opponent does recapture the rook. She doesn't really have much of a choice. Andrea comes in with the queen, check on the king and pressure towards the rooks. Now, the rook can defend itself, but then its buddy will be lost behind. So it's absolutely crucial for Andrea's idea that these two rooks are on that same diagonal. And she's bringing her bishop into life on the next one. In Alexandra's game, we're approaching the move 40. 3 more moves to make for Julia before she loses on time. But Alexandra is now pointing in towards one of white's pawns, forcing the white rook to end up in a passive situation. Doesn't rook a2 just defend the rook? Ah, brilliant. Good call, Zhang. So after queen to f2, bishop takes, and we have the pressure towards both the rooks. The question is, what happens if just rook to a2? And I thought the answer was going to be you still make the capture, because after rook recaptures, you have a pin. But it turns out you can actually then go check. And the only way to escape the check is by moving the queen back. And then the bishop comes in. No, then the bishop comes in here. Okay, but you sacrifice the bishop to move the king away from the queen and you get the queen. Some very fancy tactics going on here right now. But that is Andrea at her best. Alexandra's winning endgames just like she did yesterday. And Alexandra's opponent, she panics a little bit. She tries to activate her rook to try and attack towards the pawn on the left side. But this allows Alexandra to capture one of the key pawns in White's camp. So Alexandra now has 2 extra pawns compared to her opponent. Alexandra is going to win this game. And so is Andrea. Big start to the day for both girls. Rook a3 check, king e4, f5 checkmate. That would be a sweet finish. The rook check has been played. King has to step back. Now just push the pawn, I guess, or push the king up. Everything is winning at this point for Alexandra. Bishop takes e5, played by Andrea, pointing down towards these white rooks. Andrea's opponent, the other Alexandra, she's down to less than 3 minutes. Andrea has had a time advantage of 20 minutes. Between 8 and 20 minutes, the last hour and a half. Her time management so far this tournament has been tremendously better than what we're used to seeing from her. Rook to a2 has been played. Will Andrea go for the check, going to capture the queen? She does. And she's not even thinking about it. Oh, I guess it's also because now the bishop can take the rook. Queen gives the check. No choice to cover the white king, but to move the queen in between. Will Andrea give a check from d4, from h2, or will she just capture the rook? Those are her options. They're all pretty good. But the computer thinks bishop to h2. That's the instant killer. Not that I really understand why. Apparently, this is checkmate. I guess that makes sense. But it could be a bit tricky to figure out the calculations. Let's see some bang, bang, bang calculations right here, Andrea, to finish in style. Rook to h7 played, going after the pawn, but then Alexandra responds by going after a white pawn in as revenge. Oh, she resigned. My bad. Ooh, and she did go for bishop to h2. Wow. What a game from Andrea. The tactics on point. I don't know why her opponent resigned, though. She really should have tried king to f2. I don't think she even saw that move. But yeah, and Andrea would have figured out the checkmate from here. Incredible move. It looked like Alexandra was going to be the first winner. Alexandra has had a winning position throughout the game, basically. But while Alexandra excels in the end game, which can be a bit time consuming, Andrea, she is the queen of the trickery, the tactics. And she gets the win. Alexandra congratulating Andrea. Yeah, Alexandra spoke to us yesterday about this. She said she was kind of even more nervous about Andrea than her own game because she really felt like Andrea was so close to just tilting after the Charlotte tournament. And it's so important for her to get some of that confidence back. And I'm going to say after 2 rounds, Andrea has every reason to be confident. Mostly because she has managed to do something that is normally impossible. She has managed to correct her time management. And that is basically the most difficult thing to do in chess. If you have a habit of playing too slowly, or if you're being insecure about your decisions, it's not easy to correct that. But Andrea has, I'm not sure what she's done. We'll try and talk to her and ask her about this. But she has had no thinks over 20 minutes so far in the tournament. And that is a direct cause for why she's been up on time both her games so far. Julia out of time? No, she made it to move 40. So she got another 30 minutes. Good that Andrea didn't take a bite. Well, we'll see this afternoon how long the energy lasts for what is a very, very long day. Rucksack was amazing, nice tactics, and not only 1-2 moves. There were some calculations. Yeah, I agree. She definitely saw the rucksack and the consequences when she played Rook C8. So when she played this move, she had seen this move. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So she definitely saw this, and then it is 4 moves, but technically it's more like 5, 6 moves because you still need a couple more moves to finish the variation. So a nice little 6-move calculation there. Oh, we can see. Yeah, you can see. Sorry. The board was removed. What can I do? You're just going to have to trust what I'm saying. And I'm out of tea. This is very bad. Okay, I'm going to see if we can get Andrea on. Okay, we've had a trade of pawns. The white rook captures the black pawn, but we avenge the loss of our comrade immediately. The rook returns to try and attack the A pawn, but that's no problem. We can just push it forward. Start running with the pawn. Clear path forward. The rook comes across, and the pawn just continues its journey. Alexandra looking very confident here. Where's Andrea? Andrea is done. She won her game. We're trying to get her on, though, to get some of her thoughts. We need to know how did she fix her time management issues. I need to learn that before my tournament. When's your tourney? My tourney starts Friday, which is why I can't do commentary. Oh, she resigns. It's over. It's over. It's Jover. Over. 2 pawns more for black. It's enough. Both girls on 2 out of 2. Great start to the tournament, but the tournament is not over. This is only round 2. We got 7 more rounds, 7 more days of chess. And one of those days are today. Next round will start in 3 hours, 3 hours and 10 minutes. So go get some lunch, have a snack, have a run in the sun. If you're in the US, take a nap. I advise it. We'll be back in 3 hours. Although we'll see if we can do a little chat with Andrea first. Easily best Botez tournament day so far? No. They had some incredible days during Sardinia. Nap time? Oh. Andrea's having a nap. Prioritizing napping over talking to us. I guess that's fine. She deserves a nap after that win. I thought he forgot about me like yesterday. We were pinging you yesterday. You didn't respond, so we ended stream. What are you talking about? That is the definition of gaslighting. Okay. I guess we'll wait to see if we can get Alexandra then. Did Andrea win? Both girls won. Great start to the tournament. But both of them are now going to get very tricky opponents in the next round. But it's okay. They're likely to get the white pieces. Good opponent with the white pieces, we'll take those. Andrea was crushing it with her Jabava over and over in Prague, even against the higher rateds. And Alexandra, well, white hasn't really been her forte, but she's been so good with white in the last couple of tournaments. She got that Benzea prep now. Is white better than black? White is the white pieces in chess is generally advantageous compared to the black pieces in chess because the white pieces get to move first. I'm not getting clipped out of context. I've done this before. Almost debated? No. That was not almost. I had that under control the whole way. You should do one after the next game. No, we want to talk to the girls when they've won. We're not taking the risk of a double loss next round. If we don't get them now, I'm not sure where. Yeah, never mind. No, optimism, believers. Why did Alexandra have a higher rated opponent than Andrea? Very good observation, Gertch. And I am very surprised by that same thing. I noticed the same. And I thought it was very strange. I can try and figure out the explanation for the next round. But I'm gonna give you props for observedness, your ability to observe interesting things. Observation? There's no observationness. Okay, I'm being told that both girls are coming on. Got locked out. Locked out of the Zoom call or locked out of the room? Andrea is saying she got locked out. The Zoom call, I feel like I want to help her. If she got locked out of the room, it's probably her own fault. Poor Andrea won't get her nap. When you play 2 games a day, there's no nap time. Maybe if you're a world-class napper, but things go very one after another. I nearly missed this game. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Thank you for the 31 months. I need to nap. Well, everyone, I need to nap. Is that her way of saying she's ditching us? I feel like I need you to have more sentences, Andrea. If you could just fall asleep instantly on demand, how much better chess results would you have had in your career? That's such an interesting question, Tagbon.
Hello,
Hey,
it's me.
where's your little sister?
I guess she's still on the way. I don't know. She's probably lost. It's a long walk from the.
She got locked out. Do you know what
Yeah,
that
so
means?
she's probably getting a new key or something.
Okay.
I
Congratulations, another perfect game.
really.
Yeah, people are getting a bit suspicious.
Well, I mean,
And by people, I mean me.
I mean, when your opponents give you a free pawn, it's pretty easy to take them into the end game and you know, finish business.
No, but you took her into the end game before that.
I know. Well, okay, the truth is I couldn't sleep last night and I was feeling sick. So I hadn't slept at all, which is why I kept walking because I was trying not to fall asleep at the game. And I was like, you know, I feel like my brain is still booting up. Like, where's it going to be the easiest? Let's just go to endgame and hope for the best.
Did you remember that the end game was the prep?
The endgame was the prep?
I'm gonna take that as a no.
Okay, I remember one note in the file where it's like you want to retake on c5 with the knight, which is why I didn't. My instinct was bishop takes c5, but it did look like the endgame. You know, at least the white king is a little awkward.
Yeah. No, it was great.
Okay, good.
The thing about this endgame is that because you have that extra central pawn, like people think this is super drawish, but with the extra central pawn, you do have quite a bit of potential of building up your pawns and whatnot. And the way you developed your pieces was excellent.
Oh, that makes me happy. That's great news.
But one thing I do
Andrea,
want to ask. Did you
Yes.
consider king e7 instead of castling?
I did. I did. I think of both. I don't know. Castling just felt right, but maybe was king e7 better?
I don't know. Computer thought they were equal strength. But to me, it makes a lot more sense keeping the king in the middle of the board since you went into the end game.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense as well.
Okay,
I
no,
see.
that's
And
the only question I had. I just, you know.
so this is how I was supposed to play the line though.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Andrea, why wouldn't you come to my room?
Oh, sorry. It's just the second favorite student. Sorry, no, you guys finish. It's fine. Don't. I'm actually just watching the stream. I just thought it'd be cool to watch live. I'm just a viewer. Don't even forget about me. It's okay.
We tried to get
Well,
you on yesterday and you
oh,
didn't
did you?
respond to Vila.
Oh, really? You guys waited exactly 3 minutes. I packed my camera, took one selfie, pulled up my phone, so excited to hop on stream, finally getting a win after weeks of trauma, excited to talk to the fans. I go on and says, "Oh, Hammer logged off." He's like, "We waited so long." I check my phone. It was 3 minutes.
Vila said Hammer logged off.
Stream was wrapped up. I was like, they forgot about me already. It's okay. No. I actually
Let me
enjoy.
quote Vila in my chat. Okay, let's wrap it up. I don't think she's coming. He blamed me.
3 minutes. Not even enough time to take two selfies. I took one selfie. And
A
I
lot
had
of finger pointing going around.
but it's fine. It's fine. No, it's okay. It's who cares about my it's fine. It's fine. Anyways, you guys go on. I'm just
No,
observing.
we're done.
You guys, snitches get stitches. What is this attitude? Nobody should be telling on each other like this.
Oh, I'm telling on both of you.
No,
All right. Well, Andrea,
he blamed me. I'm blaming him. That's fair, right?
And the whole stream, he was talking about Alexandra more than Andrea. I know. I can't say I'm surprised. Now I know what Alex feels like, and I know what it feels like to be the favorite kid.
what?
Wait.
To not be
You're
the
not
favorite
the favorite
I
kid.
meant to not be the favorite kid.
I am
the second favorite.
Dad's favorite, your mom's favorite, and it's fine.
Yeah. Anyway, and yesterday I had some funny stories, but now they escaped me. But
Wait,
it's okay.
Andrea, why don't you? Okay, so yesterday during Andrea's game, a lad comes up to her, and what does he ask you, Andrea?
So in the middle of my game, someone sneaks in and they're clearly not from the tournament. And they have a really big smile on their face and they're like, "We're hosting a party tonight. We hope you will come and we invite you to our party. Will you come?" And I'm just in the middle of my game, like very confused already, like jet lagged. And I'm like, probably not, but you can tell me after the game. And then after the game, my opponent kept talking to me in Polish for like 3 minutes. So I just kept smiling and saying, "Yeah." And he clearly knew. And then I would respond in English and then he wouldn't understand what I was saying. And then he just kept going on in Polish. And then also my third rant is that I'm tired of eating kebab every day. And kebab is the only food that Alex feeds me. And I feel like I haven't had a vegetable in 4 days and I think I'm melting. And that's all my rant that I've been holding in that I
Why does Alexandra feed you? Can't you get your own food?
Well, she just wants kebab, so we just eat
It's
kebab
the
every
only
day.
thing nearby. We're in a food desert. And also, I don't like this
It is a food
kebab
desert.
plate. You get your protein. There's some lettuce. There's some coleslaw in there.
You can ask them to have extra lettuce. They'll do that
But
for
the
you.
lettuce isn't real lettuce. It has too much sauce. So there's not a single
But you
vegetable.
can ask for without sauce.
Yeah, well, I do, but then they never understand me.
Yeah, no, that's a problem.
Yeah, I just,
They,
yeah.
they get so
Kebab.
confused when she says no sauce that I think they try to slip it in, you know?
Yeah, then we start arguing, and I just gave up trying to speak Polish. I haven't quite picked it up yet.
But Andrea, you had a really good result today. You beat an 1800 with
Yeah,
black.
the opening was definitely suspicious, but
Well, let
honestly,
me ask Vila if he can put on your game.
yeah.
Shouldn't be
Dina
too
gave
much
me
of a
really good
difficulty.
advice, and ever since I started listening to Dina, I've been winning.
It feels
Okay,
good to
what
look
did
over
Dina
at your
say?
board and to see you
Well,
up on time.
Well, so after Charlotte, I told her, so the second day in Charlotte, after I had lost to a 12-year-old for the second time, I was so pissed. I was literally booking my flight, going to the airport. I said, F this place, I'm done. I don't want to chess anymore. I don't care. And then Alex came and she gave me a big pep talk. And she was like, Andrea, like, I know dealing with tilt is hard, but it's a muscle. And you need to practice the muscle of losing and coming back. And she's like, but I don't want to guilt you to stay. And I was like, I really don't want to stay, but I don't want to let my sister down. So then I call in Dina. She's like, see what Dina says. And then Dina goes, well, she's like, what do you expect? To win at chess? You're a streamer. You're not even training. You can't expect to win. You should just be happy if you can get a draw. That's what I do. I show up to these games and I'm a 2300 woman grandmaster losing to 2100s. I haven't enjoyed chess my entire life. In fact, I don't study chess, but I look at it as my job. So I clock in, I put in the hours, and I don't care about the wins. So just like me, you have to show up to your job. It doesn't matter if you win. So then I told my friends on my way to this tournament, I said, you know what? I don't care about the results. I'm just showing up because I'm getting paid and I got to be here. And ever since I stopped caring about the results, it's been a lot less stressful and I've been a lot faster.
You have been a lot faster. Would you say you've taken concrete measures, or is it just your new, very cynical Russian attitude?
It's the Russian school of chess. I think it's paying off, but we'll see because I don't know. My openings were sus, but we could look at it.
Your opening was fine, no?
Well, okay. The only question I have, and then in general, if you have any tips from the last two games, okay, the first round I made I had two brain farts. But the A6 and Rook B8 plan, I saw I could have pushed for E5 much earlier, but I was trying to be patient because I'm trying to get rewarded for my patience, but I can't tell if I just think I'm playing like a grandmaster and I'm just playing stupid slow moves. But I'm curious what you thought about A6 Rook B8.
Yeah, no,
Andrea,
I
side question. The carrots I brought from LA, do you think they're still edible?
Oh, my cucumbers started mold. I literally started eating the cucumbers that I packed 4 days ago from America because I was so desperate for a vegetable. And they started tasting like pickles.
Tell me yes or no, and sorry, go back to your chess.
I got a bag of lettuce in my room if you want.
They're probably fine,
Look,
but
I brought this, Alex. We can survive. Hang on. Look. This is all I have left. This is the only
it's not
vegetable
mold, right?
I've been
It's
living
just
off of in
dried
Poland.
carrot skinned.
You want some
Yeah,
lettuce?
no, it's not mold. It's like really wrinkly. Some of it is getting a little yellow tint.
You want some leaves? Some leaves, sister.
Do they not have a single grocery store nearby?
Not
We're literally
nearby,
in the
no.
desert. Well, a Polish
There
desert.
are some restaurants, they just close early, so when the games finish late, there's no good dinner options, and I'm gonna nap after this personally because I didn't sleep
I'm
at all.
gonna take a big nap. I didn't sleep one
But
bit.
sorry, Andrea, go back to your game.
Okay, yeah, I just would love some coaching on the opening here. Let me pull up.
Yeah, so I would say this isn't really the opening. The opening, I thought you did well, but then you stumbled in the middle game because you couldn't decide on a plan. You kind of did two different plans, and they didn't really necessarily work in conjunction with
E5 and B5. Well,
Yeah.
what should have been the plan?
Well, I'm not sure. I think this is a kind of a difficult situation. To me, what I talked about the most was the bishop on c8 and how you're struggling to find a
Yeah.
good placement for this bishop. And neither one of your plans really addressed the bishop's concerns. So
Yeah,
I was thinking about bishop to f5.
Oh, bishop. Okay. Yeah, so one piece of advice I got from my last game, because like I was having the same issue and I said like my piece has no squares, and they're like, well, if your piece has no good squares, just don't develop it and just wait. So then I was just trying to play a waiting game, waiting for her to make a mistake on one side of the board so that I could decide. But I didn't even consider this move. It didn't even cross my mind, because usually, yeah, I never think about opening up the G file. But yeah, it's interesting.
No, I mean, I understand why you're concerned giving yourself doubled pawns, but at the same time, you get this amazing control of the e4 square. And you can set up your pawns to protect each other.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I wasn't supposed to push e5 earlier on, right?
Yeah, e5 here would probably be the best move, I would think. Okay, computer doesn't like it, but I think it's very interesting that you get this
considering
kind of
the stack. Yeah, I was looking at it, and well, I was expecting she would take with the knight first, and then I take pawn takes, knight g4, and then knight f3.
Yeah.
And then I was like, it doesn't really look like I have much of a plan from here. And like now, maybe bishop a3 and like I was like, I don't want to free up her pieces. I feel like it's better to just keep the position closed and wait for the proper time. But there was only so many waiting moves I could do. Like I was going to go like a6.
Yeah, no, but your problem is if you wait too long, you're going to give her a chance to do something as well, right? So her pawn to c3 was a massive mistake because she's blocking her own bishop.
She's supposed to go c4, right?
Well, I would castle, but then maybe c4.
Well, what is white's plan? Like castling and then c4?
Well, white normally would go castling, rook e1, c4, a3, rook c1, and maneuver the knight to e3. This is kind of like classic play.
So would you say I was playing too slow in the middle game here?
Slow as in not decisive enough with your pieces, not as in time per move, right?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think you were definitely too slow, and I feel like oh yeah, she went c3.
Alex is making me want to take my nap.
So my concern after this rook to b8 move you did, I was super concerned she would just go knight e5. And if she goes knight e5, you don't get e5 anymore. And you're just
I take.
Okay.
And then if rook takes, I have knight e4. And if pawn takes, now I have a target to attack, and she can't defend with f4 because my queen comes to b6. So now I have knight g4.
Well, knight g4, knight f3.
Yeah.
And then if queen c7, queen e2, she manages to keep this defended, and suddenly this knight is going to be a problem when h3 hits. And notice, because this is a common theme also from your hyper accelerated dragons, so it's worth taking note of. Anytime white can get a pawn on e5 against this fianchettoed bishop, it's usually a very bad sign.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So here I should have just bishop f5 or e5 just to avoid giving white so just don't let white get the pawn on e5. Yeah, I thought it would be more of a weakness, but they can defend pretty well. So
yeah. But then after you did e5, it was great.
Yeah, I mean, because she just let me have everything. And was queen h4 the better plan? Obviously, I could have just went right away and taken the pawn back, but I thought that was much better compensation.
No, queen h4 was brilliant, but it was actually even better to do it without the trade of the knights.
I thought of this, but then knight f3, and then queen takes, and then king h1, and then my knight's hanging. Or actually, no, they take the knight first.
Take the knight, and then queen takes on h2, not on f2.
And then king escapes. King
escapes slightly, but you still have your rook pointing down towards the king. And here your queen is threatening checkmate together with the knight on f2.
Oh, I didn't see queen
and you
takes
got the
F2.
rook here, and
Damn.
you got some nasty
Yeah.
attacking stuff going on.
I looked at this and I saw that, okay, now my rook's under attack. I'm down a knight, and I didn't see I have mate in one. I didn't see. I thought here I didn't have any threats because
Yeah.
I saw I can't take on e5 because the knight's defending. So then I thought okay,
Yeah.
that was just a small miscalculation. Okay, all right. And do you have any tips from? Go ahead.
Yeah, and then after that, okay, I mean, here you should take with the queen. You took with the knight, which was actually kind of a big mistake.
Well, queen takes. Queen takes. What is your? Are you trying to trade queens and go knight e3?
Well, I'm assuming queen g3 is good, because then I'm attacking the bishop.
Oh, more tactics.
And threatening mate. And threatening
I didn't see. I saw queen g3. I didn't see attacking the bishop here because I thought you just lose your knight and you don't have counterplay.
Yeah.
I see. Okay, yeah. These are just small puzzles I missed. But was knight f2 bad? Did white have something?
No. So what happened was kind of the right
anything.
thing after knight. And like you're always better. You're always better. And
Bar doesn't love it.
I want to ask one question about this. When you played rook to c8,
yeah,
had you calculated the rest of the game?
Yeah, I calculated knight f5, and then also before rook c2, I also calculate. There was also like another tricky line, but yeah, I saw that. I calculated this one, of course. Of course.
I don't know if that's of course. That's a good calculation to have that.
Yeah, I mean, knight c5 is the only plan for white, and it's the only threat I need to defend. And then I saw, okay, if I double my rooks here, then I prevent knight c5. So like rook c8 is obviously the best move. And then there was one more trick earlier that I was really proud. I'm curious if you looked at it, if you go back before rook c2.
Yeah, we looked at rook c1, rook c2.
Yeah. So one thing I was curious. Oh yeah. Okay. I was more okay before rook ac1. I was looking at queen takes d5, rook c2, rook e2, threatening knight f3, and then I think I'd have to go bishop e6, attacking the queen, and then I could go queen h5. But I think if you go queen h5 here, then you have g4. So here I think bishop e6 is the only move, but I'm not sure.
Okay, no. I saw nothing of this.
Bishop e6. Okay, you weren't looking at. No, bishop e6 is the only move. Okay, you weren't looking at this. I thought maybe you were looking at this. Never mind. Okay.
No, but this was great.
Yeah.
Like everything you said was just right. No.
Okay, good. Yeah. No, this was a deep tactic, and it looks tricky because if I wasn't careful in that position, I didn't find bishop e6. Then knight's coming to f3, and then I'm blended.
Wait, I'm not even understanding.
If I didn't,
because here there's a double attack, so you have to move the bishop away from the double attack.
starting knight f3, and exactly, yeah. Okay, that's correct. Okay.
No, that was a great calculation.
Thank you. That was the one I wanted to make sure because this was a very big threat if I didn't find bishop e6, and I was very nervous.
Yeah, no, that was great. I kind of just assumed they couldn't take on d5 because I saw this double attack.
No, this was very scary because the g4 threat is very big if you don't have that intermediate move.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds like you're calculating well. And I do want to say also on behalf of chat, your time management has been fantastic.
Yeah, ever since Dina's advice, it's just, man, I show up, I play the game, whatever happens, happens, and I don't overthink the opening. As long as I remember my lines. But it's nice not being the slow one. But I feel like
but you're saying like you're not spending as much time as you did before, but you still had this very good calculation, for instance, which was genuinely excellent.
No, I was really mad at myself from the first game because I feel like I didn't take enough risks where there were tactics that I saw because I'm so traumatized from sacrificing and losing that I didn't want to miss the tactics this game.
Yeah, you wanted to go rook takes knight, right?
Rook takes knight in the first game?
Yeah,
Oh
when
yeah,
he was
there was rook takes
blockading.
knight, and then there was like a really simple like rook g5. But I only thought about bringing the rook from down, not the rook from my first rank up. It was like two super simple tactics that I just had brain fog. But I think just because we're tired and jet lag, so I was really nervous that I wasn't gonna be sharp, especially today with like 4 hours of sleep. Alex is knocked out. Okay, well. I think it's nap time.
Yeah. Okay. Have a nice nap.
Okay, chat. See you guys. Second round of the day. Bye, Hammer.
Bye.
Bye, chat. See you later. Polska Gorom.
Wow, she knows how to work the crowd, huh? She's just here to work, but the work is going well. She's doing the Naka strat. She literally doesn't care about the results, and suddenly she's winning, just like Hikaru soared to the #2 spot in the world. Okay, this is not the end of the chess for today. There will be another round coming up in 2 hours and 40 minutes, which is why we're gonna have to let the girls rest. I'm gonna try and rest a bit as well. And we'll be back after that. Are we going off or are we doing video? So let me check the messages.
Hello. All right. Hi, Forrest. How old are you?
11.
11, and you're here trying to beat me?
That's what I'm here for.
Is your mom gonna get upset if I beat you?
No. Is your mom gonna get upset if I beat you?
All right.
Let's just see my white side.
Come on, this
That's
is
the
gonna be
side I
better.
can-
Are you
Yeah.
feeling more confident with white?
Yes.
Good, good. Okay, French. Do you like playing?
You're always gonna play the French. Are you, Vote? Default.
All right.
I knew you were gonna do that. That bishop's getting big.
Did you prepare?
Yes, I learned this from my own coach.
Uh-oh.
Did you know I had a coach?
I mean, you're very good. If you didn't have a coach, I would be very intimidated.
How do I use this? You're never winning.
What if I push forward?
What if I move my bishop back?
I'm
Get
okay
the
with
big
that.
Get the big knight out. The knight's
Get
getting
my
big.
big knight
No,
out.
no, no, I'm castling. I'm castling.
I'm on castle too.
Nice.
You know what?
You've done it again.
If you're gonna play h6, what is the point of that move?
Oh my god, big check. The point of that move is so I can block so you don't get knight
What?
there.
What? Nope. I'm allowing it.
Oh no!
You won't see this every day.
This is scary.
I'm gonna knock that thing out.
You know what? I think your position is looking pretty good here.
Let's get this
Ooh. You know what? Adjust. I'm gonna play my king.
No, you're not doing that against me. I'm gonna take advantage of that. No,
I'm not afraid of it.
I'm not any
out.
little kid, okay? I'm 11. I've seen this before.
You're 11. You've seen this before. That's really intimidating. Okay, let's go here.
Really? You're a feisty little one.
I am feisty.
I'm actually going in the middle school.
Have you seen this one before?
I have, technically. I'm allowing you.
Big Daddy mode.
Big Daddy.
Big Daddy is back.
Okay, check.
You're gonna check me?
Yeah.
No, let's just trade, okay?
I'm down to trade.
Okay, I'm gonna trade pieces first and get your king later.
Okay.
That king needs to be dealt with.
All right, deal with this guy.
To let you know, this.
Oh
this
my
king's
god,
not
stop
gonna be
pushing my pieces back, please. That's so rude of you.
Checky.
Another check?
Oh, Forrest, you promised you wouldn't be like this.
Why are you being so mean? Okay, I'm gonna run this way.
You know what? You're gonna run this way like a fish.
I am a fish. I'm swimming away from you.
Let's see what you're gonna do if this little fish on G7.
Okay, I have an idea. What if I keep running?
If you keep running, you
My
say.
king is just running away from you. It doesn't think you can attack it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm not scared.
Really? That's a... Hi, how's it going? Let me focus, dude.
Yeah, let me focus.
Hey, Forrest, is
All right,
just
I'm
like a
running.
box of chocolates?
What the heck is going on here? Why do you think I would allow
Am I
that?
not supposed to develop my king?
Look.
Where's the
My given name is Benjamin Buford Blue. People call me Bubba.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you're trying to do that against me?
Oops, I blundered.
You blundered. You're trying to.
You're right.
I know
Maybe
you
it's a
did.
trap,
That's
though.
an easy one.
Boom!
Maybe it's a trap.
No,
Why are you
no,
so
no, no, no.
confident?
I'm confident it's not a trap. I've seen this before.
Uh-oh.
Forrest the King Hunter.
Uh-oh.
Hunt the king.
You think this is gonna go so simple? You think I'm gonna let this king slide?
I mean, I hope you will, because he really needs that right now.
Well, the king f7 move wasn't such a good move this night.
Whoa!
Now.
Only an 11-year-old would do that.
Uh-oh. Okay, what if I come
Oh,
here?
don't insult 11-year-olds like that. I see what you're doing, kid. You know what? This queen must be centralized.
Yeah, central.
I like it. That's a good move. I guess I need to run back then.
I've actually been scared playing against you for a while. Now I'm more comfortable. Now I feel more comfortable.
You're
with
feeling
my
comfortable? But you know, you don't want to be overconfident.
I know I'm not overconfident.
Because now maybe I'm going to start coming in.
You're gonna come in on me?
Yeah.
You think that you think you're so smart you're gonna make a disrespect out of me, aren't you? You think you're that cool? Uh-oh. My pawn's gonna about to snap open your king. You went from E8 to B8.
Well, I don't know. I'm worried about your king now, too.
What? I
okay,
can't
I'm
believe.
gonna keep pushing.
I've never seen a player with this caliber before.
Wait a sec, that's my line. Okay, somebody stole my line.
That's copyright.
I have to. That's copyright.
You gotta
right
pay.
there.
You gotta pay for that.
What are you gonna do?
That's a residual.
Okay. Okay. You're being tricky again. I'm gonna just keep developing.
If you're gonna do that, the only way to spice.
Tricks are for kids.
But I guess you are a kid, so you might find the trick.
Ooh, I have never.
I've never hurt someone with that type of caliber.
He's
That's
stealing
my
all
line.
your lines.
Turkey.
Gobble.
Quiet. I need absolute silence when I'm playing like this.
Okay. Okay.
I'm the one playing Hippo Flash.
Okay. I'm gonna get tactical here.
Let's see if the.
I know you're scared of tactics.
No, I'm not. You think I've seen this a lot in my lifetime.
Free
my
pawn.
chess career. Free pawn?
He's seen fire and he's seen rain.
You know what? If you're gonna say free pawn, no. Absolutely not. I'm not gonna tolerate this.
Oh no.
Boris.
Okay.
Big Daddy.
Okay. My time is starting to get low again.
No, my time is the lower one, not yours, dude.
I guess you have a point.
You're trying to transport.
I am gonna start getting crazy here.
You're gonna get crazy with me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm getting scared.
You're 11. You don't know what crazy is yet. I'll show you.
What?
Never.
I've never seen a player with this type of caliber in a long
really?
time.
I think she's going Big Mama.
You know what? One thing that your queen is lacking is like a home and a protection. All right, Mahone.
I'm hoping to find the protection on your king.
What? Don't roast me like that. I'm not gonna allow that type of cheap roast. You think you'll use these fibby little roasts to just distract me with your little... You think you're so cocky?
Lucky? Forrest, you're out of your league.
Okay.
I've had enough of this. You think you're gonna attack me like that?
I'm really trying.
Pushing you around, Forrest.
All right, I'm gonna go here.
Oh, that's just...
Trying to muscle you.
Muscle me? Muscle me?
I'm trying. Look at my rooks. They're gonna do bad things to your king.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
You think I'm scared, don't you?
I hope you're scared.
You know what? It's time to defend. If you're low on time, what else can you do?
All right. What if I bring in even more pieces to the attack?
Uh-oh.
Have you ever seen so many pieces near your king?
No.
Firepower.
Actually haven't. I'm gonna have to get the rook.
Move the king.
Uh-oh. Okay, and I think I have a check, though.
Oh, concentration, focus, focus. I might need some hocus pocus.
You might need something special here.
Ugh. My time's running low. I gotta do this. Uh-oh, I'm passive. I'm passive. This is bad.
This looks very passive.
I've never seen myself this passive.
Okay, one more check. And ooh, I can't take there, can I?
No, perhaps you cannot.
Okay, then I'm gonna take here.
Oh, okay. Take here. What am I supposed to do now?
I don't know. Okay, and now I come here.
Uh-oh.
Aggression. Are you sure about that move?
Botez Gambit.
This is worse than a Botez Gambit. Forest. You played great. You had me here.
Oh, you so...
Oh!
I'm about to become your favorite player, Tani, okay?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, maybe your parents can bill me for the lesson, yeah?
Yeah.
Good luck. All right, Tani.
Wait, I'm not gonna say good luck to you.
You're not gonna, because you're afraid of me. I know you are afraid. You just need to admit it. Because usually you're smiling, trash talking, but now you're not saying anything. What's going on?
Stay focused. Don't let her get in the head.
Whose side are you on?
I want to see the 10-year-old.
You want to see the 10-year-old? I'm public enemy number 1 here.
No, not right now.
You already made a mistake.
Oh, now you're talking. Finally. Now he's confident.
What do you do in this position?
I do want to see him say what his favorite chess player is. Have the committing like that.
That would be a good one. I don't think he's going to be saying it. He should have.
I mean, he's the favorite here, but we'll see what happens.
You should have countered her with it. Well, I'll do it if you do it.
How do I trash talk?
Maybe focus on not trash play first, yeah?
Oh, wow.
I'm taking it easy.
You're certainly taking it easy. Nice.
I don't want to beat you too fast, you know.
Oh, please.
You have to,
now.
you have to.
Yeah.
You have to take it slow.
Yeah, you want the video to have good content, right?
Yes.
Understood.
Your pawn's looking weak.
I mean, you're giving me one of your king pawns to trade it off. If it's so weak, why do you want to take him off the board?
I want to make a rhyme that roast. Okay.
Yeah, let's hear your rhyme. I'd like to hear it.
No, I can't rap.
You're doing well on time, though. I know you're very speedy.
The height difference didn't work with Andrea, so.
Okay, I have a question.
It's probably not gonna. What?
What are you gonna take with?
This.
Are you really taking like this?
Why not?
I'm honestly a little afraid for you here. I'm gonna grab your
Take all my pawns.
I'm happy to. Thank you for offering. So polite.
Well.
Your parents raised you right.
Well.
This is called a fork, by the way. It's not a legit one, but it's good enough.
Wow.
You are good. You are good. Okay.
Thank you.
I can't take it easy now.
So who's your favorite chess player?
It's not you. It's not you so far.
Not yet, Tani.
It's not yet. It's never gonna happen.
That was great. Very good.
I'm taking my time.
Yeah, you have to here.
I have time.
You need to take time when you're in a bad position, you know?
Imagine I just stall for the rest of the game.
I don't mind beating you on time.
Well, that's flagging. Dirty.
It's my favorite.
One day I will adopt you.
One day.
No, it's not one day. It will happen. Soon. Sooner or later. If I played you in Bullet, I would beat you every game, so.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to do a time control, that doesn't count, yeah. Tani, it's not looking good.
It's not looking bad.
We can agree to disagree.
Agree to disagree. Oh, let's go! GG! Okay, so I'm gonna tell you who my favorite chess player is. It's not you. Okay. So, yeah, it's not you.
I blundered.
Oh. I knew it.
I guess you're your best player, huh?
We should do one opposite color too.
Who's your best player? Say you.
Okay.
Let's swap one.
It's myself.
There you go.
It's myself.
Oh my god. I need to stop giving free pieces.
I want to do timeout because it's too easy.
You were lost and I blundered a rook. Relax on the time odds.
How do I beat you by sacking a piece? Okay.
Why don't you try beating me without me blundering? Oh! Confident!
There's actually no way. There's no way.
Yeah, now you're going back.
If I win this, you have to say your favorite player is me.
Okay, and vice versa, because I also move my king. I'll get you to say it some way.
Actually, this isn't so bad for me. Actually, it's not bad at all, so yeah.
This is an okay game. Bum, bum, bum. It's gonna be chaotic now.
You can't find good moves so you're trying to go for cheap tricks, really? Really? Really?
Why not both?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'll take here.
This looks like a bad French, since you played a French.
You are getting very excited because you won one game luckily, but I don't know if you'll be able to.
Oh, I didn't get it!
Nice job.
Okay, I almost lost.
You caught yourself.
I almost
Uh-huh.
lost.
You almost did.
At least I didn't lose.
You're right. It's the final.
Imagine I just got away with that. That would be awesome. Oh, I really want to go Queen H4.
Yeah, you want to, but you can't.
I really want to go Queen H4. No, just so you move your king and I take.
It's not so bad because once we're even, we can have the final match to decide the winner.
Why are you being so quiet?
I'm thinking. Something you could try sometimes. It could help your chess.
I mean, thinking in a bad position, why not just play a move? Okay, this is actually bad. Not for real.
This is not bad for me.
No, yes, it's bad. No, it's bad.
Let's see it then.
You're taking your time, you know.
I am allowed to take my time. Isn't that how a clock works?
It does work like that. There's so many people.
Yeah, they're here to watch you beat me, so don't.
Oh yeah. You said it yourself.
That's what they're here to watch. So I don't know if that's what they're gonna get.
That's what they will get.
Well, we'll see.
Once you put it on YouTube, just put I got crushed.
Look, I like that you talk. It makes it more fun.
I mean, it's not fun when you're just outright losing. So yeah.
I'm not planning to outright lose, sir.
Sir.
Yeah, that's how you.
Oh, I should speak some French. Okay.
Yeah, let's hear your French. I don't know if this works.
Enchanté. I should play blindfold. I'll still beat you anyways.
I honestly don't think you're gonna win this game.
Really?
Yes. Yeah, you're about to give your rook for free. I don't know. I think you're getting.
I'm just getting. Your hopes are getting too high.
I don't need hopes. I should have beat you last game. I'm gonna finish it off this time. I
Really?
gave you a little win so you feel better about your future career because you're so young.
Imagine so many things. Okay.
You know what's hard to imagine? You winning this position.
Okay, good one, good one, good one.
How? Okay, I need to be faster though.
What should I say for trash talk?
It's a good question. You're doing great.
Your king is running out around the board.
I mean, we did play like a bonk cloud, so it is kind of the way it goes.
It was like a triple bonk cloud.
Yeah. So I don't know what you expect.
Whoever made the Botez gambit is not good at chess, so yeah.
It would be embarrassing if you lost to the person who made the gambit, eh?
Yeah, am I playing the person right now?
Maybe.
I am.
You
Wow.
must be really starstruck.
I'm really shocked.
That was not great.
By you.
Yes.
I just call you the person that invented the Botez gambit.
I mean,
I'm playing the person that invented the Botez gambit. Little boats.
Okay, the Lawrence is the door.
That's some really good music. Stand by me. I have better dance moves than you. That's all.
Better dance move, better chess move, but let's see your results.
I give you a doorbell, like an actual doorbell. Forex. Yeah, they
Alex, chat's asking where the Botez trash talk is.
Yeah, where is it? Where is it?
Dude,
where is
I'm
your
down
Botez
on time.
gambit?
I'm down on time.
And you're down in the game. I bonk clouded you first, so that means I
bonk clouded you too.
My king was more in danger. Yours were just like it was just chilling on e6. So.
Chat, we can't trash talk him down.
Wow, bishop e4 is a really, really good move.
Shut up.
Really, really good move. You act like you're playing like the best.
Oh my god.
You hit the clock!
I hit it.
I thought you said I was gonna lose this game.
You were, but I messed it up.
You messed it up or I played too good?
You actually played a trash opening because you knew you couldn't play a real one and get another win after how badly I should have beat you the first game.
There it is, chat.
Okay. I mean, you can't trash talk if you're getting checkmated like this. Like, I'm sorry. It's just impossible.
This was a bad game.
Yeah. Very bad game.
You did good. You did well.
Hold me tight, holding on tonight. Golden copper, get to your clean and proper. Yeah, I'm moving a weekend lover. You gonna me on your mind forever, ever. Thanks, baby. Turn it down like a sweet ready.
What's your rating? Kai? FIDE or? Yeah, either. Online, because it's probably higher than FIDE, since FIDE is really high. 1200, okay.
2,000.
1200 on chess.com and 2000 on League Chess. See, chat, I told you about the inflation.
300.
He said
2,300.
Oh, 2,300? Actually? How did that happen? Let your dad play on your account? Alright, I don't know. So he's either going to play like a 1,200 or 2,300. So we're going to take him very seriously. Okay with 3-0? Yes? Good luck? I don't know. He's going to be somewhere in the middle. Do you prefer playing people your age, or do you like beating the adults more? No preference?
Just like winning.
Just like... big smile on his face. This line, I hate the main line so much. Now I'm very curious to know his FIDE, but I'll ask after the game.
Yeah,
Hello, Chessweeb. Yep, it's playing theory. This line, I just know this is what you're supposed to do with black, but... Lost a 12-year-old? No, actually he's 10. Please get it right. 9. He's 9. That was a nice move.
What's his name?
Kai. It's on the sweatshirt. I'll let him focus.
Online he's Ocean Chess Kid.
Oh, he's what?
Ocean Chess Kid.
Ocean Chess Kid. I'll let him focus.
Amanda_Panda23.
You're welcome. Don't get nervous.
Andrea, did you watch the stream when Alex was on last time?
I just came in at the very best times, and I've seen a few summaries. I was sad I missed it, but... Why'd you pick the name Ocean Chess Kid? I really love the ocean. He chose it?
Kai means ocean.
Oh. Aw, that's so cute. Bing, bing. Okay, that's a nice move. I try to trade. When you taught him, right? You taught him how to play? How old was he when he learned?
5.
5. Nice. My dad also taught me how to play.
But you can beat him now, right?
Yes. Can he beat you? What's your rating?
1700 on League Chess.
On League Chess. Well, he has a higher League Chess rating, so... Okay, he'll beat you soon. Enjoy these years while they last. My dad, when I was little and he'd make me play, we would play on bets, and when he'd beat me, I'd have to write on pieces of paper that he is the best chess player ever, and he still brings them to me.
It's good motivation.
Yeah. Feel bad I'm distracted. I really talk a lot. Your younger opponents probably don't talk as much as me, so... Nice. I mean, Kai could probably beat 90% of chat, so... You take my energy, small warrior. They're rooting for you. He's taking the pawn. Getting ambitious. Okay, alright. I feel like that poor guy is gonna get out of play, but maybe not. Could block. Pretty sad. Could take. Is there anything here? Maybe there isn't. Okay. Oh! Are we playing touch? Actually, we didn't clarify for playing touch moves, so I'll give you my clue. Next time we'll clear. I actually didn't see it. Okay, now I have to fight. It's not too late. But I know that P-Day played touch moves, so I'll respect the rules. Okay, now we have to flag him. It's the only option. Wrong. Oh! Wow. Good one. Oh my gosh. We have no choice. 23 seconds. Alright, we're giving everything. Really giving him it all.
Sirius is standing up.
This is so small. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, he's gonna do it with 14 seconds. Oh, I should not have been so relaxed. This is over. Can we do anything? This is very bad. I'm gonna lose to the 9-year-olds. Good thing my sister's not here.
She'll lose too. Yeah.
Don't have any. Just don't get mated.
Wait, 9 seconds.
You're gonna wait?
9 seconds.
Checkmate. Good game.
Hey. Oh, well played.
Are you also a champion?
Yes, actually. We come alive in the nighttime.
How do I stop the London?
That's fine.
Come on,
People only play this in Bullet. I don't think they play it in real chess, but maybe I'm wrong.
Andrea, trash talking.
I'm nervous. I'm already sweating, Alex. Tani, I really like the colors on your shirt.
I gave you a handicap.
What handicap?
Down a pawn?
That's called a gambit.
No, it's a handicap.
No.
I wouldn't do it if I was not playing anybody else.
I'm literally shaking. It's just something when they're younger.
You already gave me 2 pawns I like. Okay, thank you.
Well, you have a backwards pawn. I wouldn't get too excited.
You seem taller than you are.
Good. Does it scare you?
Nah, it doesn't.
Oh, you're gonna open up your king like that.
Andrea, I like the trash talk.
Look how naked and afraid he is. Look at all those holes. I'm coming. You better watch out. Knight in the center.
Get it out?
Okay, pawn in the center. Wait. Which pawn in the center is the real question. Bang.
Which one?
Bang.
I just want to win the game, because if I don't win, that's not good.
How embarrassed would you be if you lost, Andrea?
Yeah.
You would never live it down, would you?
No. I'm not going to trash talk.
No,
you
trash talk.
No, you trash talk.
Tania, your trash talk is famous. I don't like that he's taking it seriously.
He's afraid of you, Andrea.
Tania, you do seem a bit afraid.
I just want to sack my queendom with.
I've never seen you play this seriously. Online, you're always talking.
Yeah, because it's online. I can pre-move every move and beat you anyways.
That's true. You don't have the power of the
I can't come back to this park if I lose. Why are you thinking so far?
Yeah, Andrea.
Why are you being so quiet?
Why are you quiet?
Why are you being
I'm
so
the weaker
quiet?
player. What do you expect from me? I'm just trying not to crumble here.
Andrea, you're doing great.
I don't want to trade queens. I don't want to go into the end game, Alex. I don't want it.
You're doing great.
I don't want to play him in the end game. He's coming for my bishop. Wait, can I sack?
You're taller than
Should I do it? No.
Yeah, taller wins win. Yeah, taller. Yeah, taller.
That was great. I was like a delayed reaction with this.
How are the boogies?
I thank you guys for
You're seeing the boogeyman right now. She's seeing the boogeyman.
All those delayed and stuff.
I'm down so much time. Alex, can you talk to him or something?
Tani, what's your favorite
Throw him
color?
off.
No.
What? No. I'll actually reply. What do you say? Wait, what do you
What's
say?
your favorite color?
Want me to keep her busy over here so like that she doesn't...
Blue.
Why are you keeping me busy? He's the one we should be keeping. I feel like we're all playing for the wrong side here.
Okay, what's another question?
What is your favorite subject in
Do I sack?
Math.
Do I do it?
What's your favorite math equation?
Take the queen away.
I don't want to say it.
What's your second favorite subject?
Science.
Do I take it? I
Yes.
think he didn't
Who's
see
your
it.
favorite chess player?
I know he's attacking me there.
It's not you. That's all I'll say.
Awesome.
I'll remember this when I beat you, Tani.
Yeah. Yeah, if you lose, okay. No, you're going
If
to
I
lose.
beat you, will you change the answer to I'm your favorite chess player next time someone asks you?
Yeah, but it's probably not going to happen.
But if
so,
I
yeah.
beat you, that's the next answer, yeah?
Yes, sure.
You're recorded, man.
You're recorded.
That's it. You're committed.
I took your bishop.
I
No,
took
now
your
you don't
bishop.
have a London bishop.
Lean a little bit to your right.
You're thinking too much. That's why you're losing.
Well, I mean, it's chess. What do you expect? Ooh. Yeah, now he has the passers. It's all going well, but he has the tactics. Do I let him go for
Andrea,
it?
don't get in your head. You're doing great.
Yeah, you're getting in your own head. Yeah. I should get in your head, but no.
You're already in my head. What more do you want, dude?
You're already there.
Do I play defensive?
I don't even have to talk for it. It just happens.
Yeah, I just psych myself out more than.
You should resign now. You don't want to get like destroyed, you know.
No, never resign.
Never resign.
I never resigned. My sister, you're the second biggest enemy here.
The gremlin attack is coming.
Imagine like there's a threefold repetition, but nobody calls out. Oh, that would be
true.
Yeah.
Yeah, Andrea, you get threefold, you call it, you take that, we run away, never play again. You take that
Oh yeah, remember the time that oh wait, no. You made a video and it was like, oh yeah, Chess Hustler like immediately realizes I'm good. Stop the cap.
That was my sister. That wasn't even me.
No, I'm talking to her.
You're coming for the wrong sibling here. Okay.
He just knows.
I'm coming for both of you.
What did I do to deserve this? Oh God, my time.
Yeah, told you.
I'm just taking my time. If I'm okay.
You're having fun, right?
Yeah.
Taking your time, giving her some counterplay.
Oh no!
Now I'm winning, but I don't have time to win.
Andrea, pull it off. Come on.
Silence. I'm not gonna talk.
I'm not gonna talk either. You got this, Andrea.
It's not winning. Yeah, it's not winning. No, it's not winning.
I don't have time.
Even if I give you 1 hour, you still lose. So.
Andrea, the best way to come back is to beat him. Let's see it.
I'm thinking. I'm looking at my tactics. I only have 42 seconds though.
Tactics? Where are your tactics? List them. Okay.
You can't push your pawn. That's what my tactics are. That's the only one I need.
Oh my gosh, this is going to be the best game ever. Please,
gonna sack?
please tell me it works. Please tell me it
It
works.
doesn't work. It doesn't work. He's bluffing. Take more time, Tani. So tell me more about the subjects you like in school.
Andrea, focus. I'll trash talk him. Tani.
Go.
We're in double team here, yeah? Tani, I mean, if you can't even beat my sister, I don't know if we're even gonna get a game.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. You're actually playing
have to
2
actually
against
earn
1
your
right now.
stripes.
So.
That is why we're sisters.
You're
That's
playing
right,
2
your
against
sister.
1 right now.
You bomb. No, I know this is winning. I'm just taking my time.
You don't seem so confident anymore. I can tell. Usually when we play online, you're eating, watching TV. Eating at the same
Oh, it
time.
doesn't work.
Focus, let's
I
go.
calculated for all this time and it doesn't work.
That's it.
She's serious.
Oh yeah.
Imagine Queen C8, that would have been nice. Oh, you want to draw.
I'm fine with the draw. You're the higher rated player here. I'm the one down 2 minutes and 400 rating
Don't
points.
talk, focus.
Could do that. Does that work?
Imagine listening to that music and winning.
Well, too bad we'll be drawing.
I
Okay.
will take a draw. That's nice.
Very nice.
I know the exact song that was. I'll play it.
Okay. She blundered. Let's go. Okay.
Andrea, don't let him get in your head.
No, you blundered.
Ah! My queen!
Why did you get at your queen, bro?
It was for content. It was for content.
Yeah, of course.
I did it for the stream.
Your name is Botez for a reason. It's Botez Gambler.
I have HBO. This is just brand recognition, okay?
Ah,
It's called marketing, Tony. I'll teach you about it when you're older.
I
To a kid for the YouTube channel, okay?
No, Andrea, that's your brand, not mine.
No. Hey, I don't mind. Are you ready?
Come get your microphone.
Oh! I love this little
Pokemon cards.
Wait, can you show the chat what type of card?
Wait,
Hey, Biscuit.
There's 4 of them.
there's 4 of them? Thank you, Sammy. As you, or do you want me to have less time?
Same time.
Same time? Okay, Sammy, I like it. You're bold. Okay, ready?
Uh-huh.
Good luck. Wow, the technique. Okay, chat, you're probably feeling intimidated right now that Sammy can play better than you.
Yeah,
It's okay.
Do you coach Sammy?
Yeah.
Nice.
Sammy kind of playing some almost theory
nice
here.
opening.
She kind of does.
Yeah. And very speedy as well. Sammy, do you play a lot of blitz?
I practiced with my dad.
You practice with your dad? Okay. You have a pretty good position so far. Did you prepare her for me?
Seems like it.
Because this is a little strange, the speed with which she's playing.
Yeah.
I'm a little freaked out, if I must admit. Okay, I'm going to just start trading pieces and get out of the preparation.
Got this.
This is incredible. Yes. Okay, so let's just do this.
Oh, you're so sweet. Too sweet.
Okay. Sammy's up on time.
Whoa.
4 minutes
You're doing better than
23.
me.
Alex, it's your turn to lose to a kid for the YouTube channel, okay?
No, Andrea, that's your brand, not mine.
Oh, man.
Hey, I don't mind.
No, I mean, it didn't. Hey, if you got 9 million views every time you lost to a kid, I think you
is
should
really
just
good,
make
chat.
a YouTube channel of Andrea losing to people she shouldn't.
Very focused.
Everybody's cheering for Sammy, which I understand.
I like that she's developed all her pieces and even activating her rooks in the middle game.
Playing
This is
very well
impressive
so far.
For 600 level, that's definitely way above.
Nice job.
Her pieces are very strong.
Okay, so do I want to take with the queen? Do I want to take with my pawn? She has some good moves here.
I'm so happy.
And she's up on the clock.
She's playing so well.
This is a great game.
You should be proud. She's playing great. Okay, she's actually going to start sacking on me soon.
Knight in the center. Nice. Best square for the knight.
Sammy got sacked. No. She had bishop takes.
Wait, could she have one material?
Bishop takes h6. And if you take, you have knight take. Maybe? And then queen takes.
Oh.
I don't know, looked interesting.
Oh yeah. There was a tactic there. Hey, Sammy's dad, are you here? My
Yeah,
dad said, Sammy's dad, please contact me. I want to give you some clues how to train your daughter.
I'm gonna give you one. Sammy, I'm gonna give you one take back, okay? So try to consider what my queen is threatening here. Try it from this position. So this queen and bishop, if I'm threatening anything here. Yeah, nice move, nice move.
Couldn't she have one apiece? She had, oh no, wouldn't have worked. Yeah,
D7.
yeah, I'm very slow this morning.
I thought that too.
I'm so slow this morning. Just not there.
Okay, that was a good move.
As a coach, are you proud so far?
Yes.
Yeah.
Happy coach.
Coach should be very happy so far. Okay.
She has a very strong center.
Let's play here. And she's up a minute almost on the clock.
Thanks, Queen Desire.
I love how hot this coffee is. Do you want to hold a little bit? It'll warm you up.
And it was warm.
Yeah. Sammy's focused, and she's making great moves here.
Ooh,
My
I like
queen
the aggression.
is
Her
sweating
queen
a little
doesn't have
bit.
many spurs.
My queen has 2 squares, not enough.
Attack the queen,
Okay. Guess I'll trade. I think the rook would have been a bit better so that you could have protected this pawn, but still very strong play so far.
I actually don't agree. I think there's something.
You think there's something here? Oh, wait a second. Maybe I missed a tactic.
Yeah.
Oh, that.
Sammy.
All right, Sammy, take your time. Take your time.
Yeah, maybe I missed something.
Remember that book I
Let's go,
gave you?
Sammy.
Okay.
Coach, it's time.
Okay, let's let her focus.
Believe in yourself, Sammy.
Someone hold Sammy down so she doesn't blow away.
Sammy, you got this.
We're putting a lot of pressure on her.
Yeah. Nice!
Yes! Beautiful
Okay,
move, Sammy.
good move.
Okay, gotta stay focused. You're winning. You can beat her.
She actually has some great moves here.
This is a killer position for white.
Okay, I wouldn't go. You don't have to put down my position, okay? I'd say it's a level
I'm not putting
position.
you down. Just your position.
Okay. That's a nice move. It almost works. It almost works.
I think you're wrong again.
You think I'm wrong again?
Yeah.
Why am I wrong?
Here, I have an idea, but time pressure.
Oh, actually, yeah. There's a lot of
All right,
good
Sam, you
moves
gotta
here.
be quick. 45 seconds.
Sammy, you got this. You got this.
That's a really nice move.
Remember the ladders?
Oh my god!
Nice!
Oh my god, she found it.
Nice. That was a very good move to find. Good. Just. She's coming
so
for me.
strong with the rook.
She's coming for me. I don't like this.
I love the attack.
I don't like what's happening here.
This is a really good attack.
And you get that bishop first.
Quick, Sammy. 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
You got this. Get that bishop.
Do I want to retreat? Do I want to take? All right, so you have 25 seconds, so just be ready to play fast, okay? Okay. Let's see. I think I'm gonna try this. Nice. Almost.
Just try to move. Sammy, beat her on time. Beat her on time.
Oh, that was so close.
Such a good game.
You know, Sammy, you gave me the Pokemon card, so I feel like you were the best here today. You should win the prize anyway. Congratulations.
That was a great game. If her arms were longer, she would have won. Okay?
Yeah.
It's not fair.
Do you know how many Pokemon cards you can get with that?
Probably not a lot of money.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, of course.
Just played growing up a little bit in like chess clubs in high school.
No, it's your gift.
No.
She wants someone to win.
You want someone to win?
Thank you.
Are you sure? She can. Okay, Sammy.
I hope someone can.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I try to work, but it doesn't work. I try to say something, but there's no word. I try to justify my actions, less reactions, heartbeat raising.
Man, I'm dead.
Did you just say, man, I'm dead?
Yes.
But you have to have confidence in yourself. Hello.
I didn't see a champion in my entire life.
Do you want help from Dina during the game? She's a grandmaster.
I don't want help. I want to play fair. My name is Michael, and I play since 2 years old. Now I'm 9.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not that good, but
Okay. Okay. It's okay, don't worry. Okay. No.
By the way, we made our own chessboards and pieces. Botezlive.shop if you want to support the channel. All right, now back to the game.
Și poți să muți mai încet ca să nu faci greșeli.
Did you say shit?
Huh? I told him he can move a little slower.
Take your time. Think. Concentrate.
Pe buton? Okay.
No stress. You have 5 minutes. It's a lot. Think. No, seriously, now think. Think. Put your hands down.
Patience is very good here, so you don't make a mistake.
I already made the few.
It's not.
But here you could defend.
No.
No, because then your king is under attack. But yes, that's what I'm trying to do.
I know.
Okay, that works. You blocked it. Good job.
Take your time. Count until 10.
Maybe try Romanian.
Yeah. Poți să joci un pic mai încet ca să nu faci greșeli aici. Ok, nice.
Count until 10.
A zis să numeri până la 10 să nu mă prea repede.
Count until 10. You wanted to count until 10.
Nu prea m-am mai jucat de ceva timp și da.
He hasn't played for a long time.
Da.
Să nu te grăbești prea mult. Ok.
Put your hands down and think. Use your brain.
What brain?
That brain.
You have a brain.
Breathe.
Okay, nice. Good job. Good job. Okay.
Wait. Count until 10. Count until 10.
Era la
You have time.
Okay.
Nu o să mai am timp. Simt că
He said he's not going to have time and he feels that he's losing.
You have more time than your opponents.
Almost. I have 349, he has 317. But
you
it's
have
close.
time to go buy yourself a new ice cream, eat it, and then play. You don't eat ice cream?
Okay, I'll play here.
I don't have too much time.
You do.
No.
You have
Patience.
time.
No.
Good.
Want to see my...
Yes.
What am I doing with this?
Yes.
Wait. What is under attack?
Huh?
What is under attack? No.
What did I do with this move?
No.
One more. Almost there. Aproape. Yes.
No.
Because I'll take with the knight.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yes. Very good. And then clock. Good.
I
Perfect.
don't have much time.
You have enough time.
It doesn't matter. What matters is your position.
Okay, I'm gonna think here because it's a hard position.
Very hard one.
Poți să folosești timpul meu să te gândești. Înțelegi, ok, scuze.
Poți să vorbești de engleză vrei.
Okay. He said he understands English very well.
I can speak English for the chat or like something.
For the chat?
Yeah.
He knows, he's aware.
What?
You know what Twitch is?
I know, but I don't really believe in them.
Twitch, not witch.
Oh!
This is a witch, but I'm asking about Twitch. So
Okay.
you don't watch chess?
No.
Okay.
I just play.
You just play. Okay.
Sounds like me.
By the way, look at the flag.
Oh my gosh, okay. Oh. Okay, let me think. I need to be faster. Okay.
Let's go faster.
Count until 10. You have time. See your knight is not doing anything. Good. Clock.
Okay. Check.
Take your time. Think. What is your option? No, it's a bad one. It's a very bad one. Very
Because
bad
I just took a knight, so you need to
Look at
so
the
you need to see
position.
if there's anything. Okay, good.
See how important it is?
To think?
If you play too fast, you will get mated before you lose on time.
You have wait.
I have a bit less than you, but that's okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try.
I'm really scared.
You're scared?
Yeah, adrenaline.
You have adrenaline. Don't be scared though. Don't be scared.
I wanna make balloons.
Make balloons?
Okay, not anymore.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I listen to music.
Music, that's nice. What music do you prefer?
Pop, folk. You're trying to take my time.
It's your turn. Careful.
I'm trying to help you.
Oh.
Not rush. See, your rook is not doing anything. You need to activate your rook. Activate. This is activate, right? Yes. Clock.
Thank you so much, Mate. I appreciate the 20 subs. All right.
Oh, somebody donated?
Yes.
Give me time.
Give you time? Well, you have more time than me.
To bed.
Okay.
Time to bed? Okay.
No.
What is the idea of this move? What is the threat?
I know.
No.
Believe me, I know what I
No.
Believe him, you know.
No.
What is the idea of this move? What does black want? Yes. See
Great.
how important it is to think?
Good. Okay.
I think I will lose.
Okay. Think.
No.
There is something
Yeah.
you can eat for free.
Shoot.
For free. Eat for free.
What?
Something here you can take for free.
Wait.
I hope you won't see it.
Oh.
Okay.
He can get me. She can get me. So it's good.
It's good, yes. You could have taken my knight with your rook. That would have been better, but this is also good.
I don't care.
You don't care. You took something. It's good. Okay. Attack.
What is the threat? What's the opponent's threat? What does this witch want?
I know.
Good, good. All right, so how much time do you have?
51
seconds. And I have 44, so you're going to have to play fast now. Because if you lose on time, what happens?
Oh,
don't swear. There are kids watching.
Ready? So you're going to have to play fast. Now you're allowed to play fast.
Now he starts to think.
Time. Okay. Yeah, so press the clock, because if you lose on time, you're going to... Okay, but now it's your turn. No, it's your turn. No, it's your turn.
Wow. Move.
Okay, I don't care about what they move. Witchcraft.
True. Okay. I think it was okay. I would lose the rook though.
Knight f6, so you protect them,
Oh, yeah.
I don't
But
care.
it's okay. Okay. I only have 8 seconds. You might flag me.
Flag her.
But you have to play fast.
Move your king, move your king.
Okay.
Oh, I'm down.
Move your king, move
No,
your
no.
king, move your king. No, no, there, here.
Check.
Your rook, move your rook, move your rook, move your rook.
Go, 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 go. I left you. Move, move. Oh! You won! I know!
I've been the champion.
Oh my god. How did you?
Huge athletic strength.
Truly. Thank you. Good job. Nice game. My bad.
Oh, we have Doctor here also.
We do. Oh, he's not here anymore. Thank you for the game. Good game.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay.
Ist okay? No? Chat, he's might have a heart attack.
Let's go.
All right, guys, let's start the first game, and then Andrea, we can swap second game if you want.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, Chad is saying, where's your glass of wine? We will get drinks in a little bit.
All right. Bonne chance.
This is gonna be the port angle. I think this is the best that it's gonna get, chat.
Yeah, so I guess we could try to put a game on the side, but we should have brought our laptop, I think, if we were gonna do that.
We have one, don't we?
A laptop with us?
Could be like add a board, do you think? It might cover a little bit though. It's alright, chat. We'll just leave it. I think it's pretty visible. For YouTube videos, we will be adding the board overlay. But for the stream, I think this is okay because we don't want to block the people. Where's my handheld light? We do have it. But luckily for us, I think the lighting is pretty good. Let's see how the game's going.
She's playing a great opening so far.
What's your elo?
In the rapid?
Yeah.
Yeah.
1200.
1200.
1200, nice. I would ask her questions, but I'll let her think.
Andrea, tu peux pratiquer?
I'm gonna move this a little bit. Oh. Hold on, chat. Okay, I can't fix it. Wait. I wanted to let the little girls sit here. If you want, you can sit here for the first game. I'll give her my seat and I'll stand.
Why don't you pull up that chair?
Oh, sure. Thank you.
Okay.
Great.
All right.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. There you go. All right.
Are you in the frame, Andrea? I'll move back a little.
Alex, why aren't you trash talking?
I can't trash talk nice people.
Chat, this place is so busy, it's insane.
Yeah,
I
this
was not
place is
expecting
really
it.
nice.
It's actually so cool, and it's an awesome bar, too.
Is it really dark, or was it? No, it was just my phone that looked dark. Okay.
You're anxious about the bottles, it's okay. I'm gonna drink some water.
Alright, so far so good. What are we gonna try to do here? Maybe here. Somebody said I think everybody in the room can beat Alex. That's not very nice.
There's quite a few strong players here. Our friend who we played yesterday, Sweet 300, she's also here. You're also anxious. They're just there for style points. It's
Who's
okay.
there for child points? No, I actually
Style
wanted
points?
the water. Alright, I only have a minute, so I need to be a little bit faster here.
You should be doing some time odds game. It's only fair. What's your name?
Celia.
Celia?
Celia.
I want Celia to win.
Pour combien d'années tu avais joué échecs?
Everybody except Andrea, excuse me, I've won the last 2 matches that we've played. And I would challenge Alex to a match with alcohol on the line, but she'd be too scared, so...
Chat, I only have 55 seconds. She has a minute 54.
She's attacking me, which I don't really like, but we'll do our best.
She's playing very solid. We have an equal game here. Celia's putting her under pressure.
She really is.
And chat, we're going to be doing a lot more chess bars. In Norway, it will be the same thing. The most popular one is in Oslo. This one's only been open for a month, but it's already huge, as you can see. Yeah, Celia's crushing it.
Thanks, Andrea.
Alex has 46 seconds. 48.
Ma petite. Je sais.
Nice, Celia's saving her bishop. I wish we could go lurk into all the other games, but we can't walk around. But there's so many interesting games going on at once here.
I don't want to get mated. Oh. I mean, it wasn't mate, but it was scary.
Celia's a quick player. She's good under pressure.
Okay, now
It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
I never lose my first match.
That would be pretty epic.
I always make it
Let's
seem
go,
like I'm
Celia.
going to lose my first match because I want people to be interested.
Nice, Celia's trying to simplify. Oh.
Oh no!
Oh, I got a. Oh! Is she gonna flag her? 32 seconds, 16 seconds. Come on, Celia. Keep up the speed. Alex is crumbling. She's pushing her pawn. She doesn't know what to do. Oh my god, Celia might do it. 24 seconds to 10 seconds. And she's 1200.
Is she though?
They're just better in Europe, Alex.
They are. The rating system doesn't work.
16 seconds to 5 seconds. Oh my god. And Celia's... Is she in a better endgame position? No. 9 seconds to 3. Come on, Celia. It's close. Fast. And Alex flagged first.
Wait, did I
You
flag
flagged first? Alex flagged. Celia won!
But you can't call the flag.
Oh. I mean, it doesn't matter. You lost.
No. The person playing has to call the flag.
Okay, so in a tournament, Alex.
Yes,
this is a
it
friendly
is!
chess bar.
No, it's
we
not!
don't want to follow PDA rules.
not!
Celia won! Lost to a 1200. Embarrassing. Just kidding. Celia.
You have to call the flag.
It's not a real tournament, Alex. This is a friendly game. Celia won.
Everything is serious, Andrea. It's chess.
Nice. How old are you, Celia? 14. 14.
14. Oh, you played
Awesome
incredibly
game.
well.
Nice.
Nice job, Celia.
Cause I want ya, and it's hard to resist cause I need ya. And it's hard, baby, yeah, cause I believe ya. Hold me tight, holding on tonight. Hold on, couple, get to you clean and proper. Yeah, I'm moving a weekend.
In this video, I got the honor to play against Tani, an 11-year-old chess master. As a Nigerian refugee, he started learning chess in a homeless shelter when he was just 7 years old. A few years later, he became one of the youngest masters in the US. Next, he plans to become one of the youngest grandmasters. He's truly a child prodigy, and he has a fantastic personality. I hope you guys enjoy our match. Alright, good luck, my friend.
Andrea, I'm gonna check screen on your phone.
Yeah. What is this? Where is that knight gonna go? Like, I'll even play. Oh, he's very confident. He moved his knight a couple times in a row. He thinks he doesn't need to go. Okay, I'll play aggressive then if you're gonna play passive. I'll even open up your king.
You're not opening up anything.
Okay.
Andre, after this game, we're going to 5-1, okay?
5-1?
Yeah, can I play 5-1?
You can do whatever you want.
You win the second game, son.
Okay, fine.
You got one win.
I'll win this game.
Opening is trash.
I'll win this game, then 5-1.
We can do time on this if you want.
Come on, Andrea.
If I win,
Andrea, you can actually beat him. He was very lucky last game.
Try to 4 feet. I can see it. That's fine.
can I just say hello?
Yeah, say hello.
That's my king.
Yeah, I think
No
they know.
chat. I think they know that. Yeah, that's my two. Pull out your shoe. That would be really hard. That would be really hard. But no.
Okay, getting a little bit of space. Ooh, okay, Tani. Let's see if we're gonna play against this. That is a 4. I don't know if you know what those are, but we would know. Look! He's giving me the look. Uh-oh. Maybe you should have been so calm.
Yeah, what's going on here?
He's gonna stack? Okay. Let's see. So if I take his rook, he takes, I take, he takes. I take there, he takes.
What are you calculating?
I'll take like this.
You should do bang, boom, bang.
And now I'll take like this.
Oh no.
I guess.
Oh no, I just blundered.
Tanya, you're really gonna play on.
I just blundered. Oh, you could just trade.
Yeah. So how much am I up here? Let's see. I'm up a rook. I mean, I really shouldn't blunder this. We're gonna trade because we're up. Something is happening. Yeah. The rook on the south. Uh-oh, a check. Thank you. You're so good today. Oh no. You're gonna play on down 2 rooks. This is just disrespectful.
That is the game.
That is just disrespectful.
Andrea, maybe he wants a lesson in how to lose down 2 rooks.
I know. Just a little bit too much confidence. And he's still playing.
What was that?
The sun would be losing. Right? So you have to have a baby coming around this moment.
Can we play 5-1 after this?
You just lost. What do you mean 5-1?
We play 5-1.
Andrea, I say you run after the win.
No. I'll play 5-1.
Tani, you can't beat her 5-5.
Time odds first. Okay, I should find a mate. There's no way.
That was super fun.
Let's do it again.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in New York for a while. Send me
A few weeks?
do you have my contact?
Oh,
I mean, friend me on Twitter. Friend me on Twitch.
I'll send you this. I don't use Twitch for communication.
Send me on Twitter then.
Yeah.
Everything's just Corbla.
Okay.
C-O-R-B-E-L-A.
Yeah, sounds good. It was good to see you.
no mate yet, or is it?
We do.
You're really playing teammate.
If you go to our chat and recommend Discord, we have it. Oh, wait. Yeah. Okay, I'll do that. Yeah, join our Discord.
I'm actually stuck.
Tani, do you know how many people are watching you lose this game?
I need to find the quicker mate.
Even the people who don't know how to play chess can count the pieces and see your loss.
Okay, there has to be a mate around the corner.
You're not gonna say anything.
Stack and simplify. Was there a mate in one? I mean, I'm just gonna simplify and promote. What is that?
I actually got scared.
That's the ghost of your coach telling you to resign. GG.
And maybe we'll get a stalemate. Who
We
knows?
play 5-1. Wait,
Tani.
whose club? Whose club?
This is our club. How about you resign first? Oh,
I'm
illegal
not shaking
move.
your hand.
You're not shaking my hand? It's COVID, right?
Yeah. I got on me right now. Strong point, did it. Pull up. We gon' do that. Pull up. Say pull up. Run it back. Pull up. Say pull up.
So tell us how it feels to be a master at the age of 10.
A 9-year-old chess prodigy hopes the pandemic doesn't derail his dream of becoming the world's youngest Grandmaster.
Okay, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you, Tani.
Okay, I will challenge you. What time control?
You want to talk while we're playing?
Yes,
Oh, I see. Are you trying to trash talk me?
I will.
You will.
I will.
Okay, let's play 3+2.
Why do people keep saying I'm a random person?
You're a master. You're a master. We know you're a pro. Send me 3+2 and we can play that.
And I'll crush you, okay.
Alright, and you'll crush me. You'll crush me, okay. I hope you play better than you draw. What is this in your photo? A little piggy? You know, I feel like my little sister could have drawn a better one when she was 3 years old.
That was a 30-second, no, that was like a 10, I don't know, a 5-minute sketch. But
A 5-minute sketch that you liked so much that you made it your profile photo?
yes,
Let me turn up your volume a little bit. Okay, so you're playing the King's Indian here. That's exciting.
that's not exciting. The one thing that's going to be exciting for Valentine,
What is going to be exciting here?
you're losing.
If I win, can you change your flair from Hikaru to Team Botez?
Sure, I will do it.
You will do it? You'll change it to Team Botez.
Yes.
Okay, that seems fair. You know, I want to give you a little bit of motivation on the line, some stakes here.
You should be getting the motivation.
Oh, I'm
You're
very motivated to beat you. You're playing the Benoni. This is a very suspicious opening choice. Why do you play the Benoni? You're young, you have time. You should be playing good openings.
No, I'm playing it against you because I don't need to try it all. So.
Oh, you don't need to try at all. Oh, okay. Did Maurice Ashley teach you how to trash talk as well? Because I like it. You have you have a little fire in you.
Oh, no. I'm in New York, so.
Oh, you're from New York. You're just born trash talking.
I've heard every word that is possibly in the world.
Okay. I'm gonna play e4 here. I'm gonna take the center. I really like your knight on h5. Have you learned yet that you're not supposed to put knights on the side, or do you want me to give you a refresher?
I mean, I don't need it.
You don't need it. Okay. But if you need help, you let me know. I would be happy to do a free lesson after I beat you, just to get your spirits going. Do you want to take my pawn on a5? It's a gift for you.
Oh my God.
Oh, what's going on here, Tani?
Then you have d6 and queen d5 and knight c5 and everything collapses.
You're right. You caught me. I was trying to trap you. Now I'm gonna play the horsey to c4. I'm gonna attack your queen. I'm just telling you in case you didn't see it. I know you're a fan of the stream, and I want to make sure you don't start adopting the Botez gambit. I only want my good habits to rub off, you know?
Okay, go queen b4 and queen b4 would be the go-to Botez gambit. So yes.
Okay, so now you're blocking. I like it. You're playing very defensively. I smell your fear.
I see. Oh God, you got me there.
I got your fear? Yeah.
Oh man.
There we go. See, I'm finally helping you put your knight on a better square because I'm worried that you won't remember otherwise. You can say thank you. You can thank your elders, you know?
You're not. No thank you. Yeah, that's a better one.
No thank you. Okay.
That's the best way to say no thank you. Just no thank you. I don't need your help. Okay.
You don't need my help.
On the game.
You're right. You don't need to win. I actually think your account will look much better with some Botezlive flair. So we're actually in accordance there.
Okay, sure. I'll do that.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
D4.
Okay, knight d7. Yeah, you're attacking my knight. I like what you're doing here.
Refresh your screen.
Oh, you reconnected? Refresh my screen. Did you change it? Or are you trying to get me to accidentally resign? Oh, so are you resigning? Is that why you changed your flair? You're only supposed to change it once I beat you. Is this your way of resigning?
Oh, you said that. Okay, I'm gonna be so mean. There you go. Now, refresh your screen again.
Okay, I'm refreshing one more time. Angry face? Okay. Yeah, I think that one is a little bit more fitting for what's about to happen on the chessboard over here.
I mean, for you, right? Yeah, you're gonna be so mad.
Oh, I'm gonna be so mad. You're right. I like your spunk. If only your style matched.
Okay, yeah. Right. Okay, good one. I'll give you that.
Thank you.
I can give you that one.
Andrea left me alone on stream for a good 10 minutes, and now I'm trash talking a 13-year-old. That's the age, right?
Yeah.
Great.
13, cat. 13. 1 and 3.
1, 3. Yeah.
No 10, nothing. Just 1 and 3. Simple. Now forget about it.
I'm forgetting about it. About it. Absolutely.
Yeah, completely just forget about it. 13, and live life. Live life as you losing this game.
I'm losing this game? Your king is on g7. Your king is pretending to be a fianchettoed bishop. Why am I the one losing the game?
Because, okay.
Oh, yeah, it's a little frustrating.
No, it's not frustrating. I just took your pawn on f4. That's the way, right?
That was a gift. That was a gift.
What is your attack? Come on, say it. Where's your attack?
Look, I'm worried that the high level of words I would use to explain my attack might go over your head. So I'm just gonna pause for a second here. But I will show you on the board instead what's going to happen.
I'm gonna show you about to get checkmate in 3 moves. I'll just pre-move it and just,
Are you gonna pre-move it? Yeah, this is an unfortunate situation.
Yeah, unfortunate. Okay, no more.
This was a gift. This was a gift. I'm gonna resign this one, and I'm gonna give you a rematch.
That's the first farm. That's the first one.
That is the first one and the only win you're getting today.
The only? Are you talking about the only loss? Okay, wait. The only loss.
The only loss I'm going to have. Yes, I'm really glad you repeated it so that we're making sure we're on the same page.
You are playing the French. This position is already lost.
What do you not like about the French, Tani? What's going on?
It's too. Are you from France? I mean, if you're from France, that explains. But
if I'm from France, I'm allowed to play the French. Is that what it is?
Yeah, I mean, if you're from France, bonjour, ça va. I mean.
Bonjour, ça va? Oui, oui. I like it. You have the French spirit in you. Okay, I'm gonna play with Queen B6 here. I think this is what I'm supposed to do.
You think? You think?
Well,
so you don't know.
Well, I've never been one to claim I know theory, Tani. You should know this by now. If I knew theory, I would be at least an FM or IM. I play chess like they play on the streets. Full of creativity and fire, but a little bit less to back it up, one could say.
Yeah, your position is not so creativity or fire.
My position is actually very creative here, and I really like your backwards pawn on c3. I'd feel really embarrassed for you if you diss the French and end up losing to it. I mean, knight g5 is a wasted move. Why would you want to take on e6? Are you going to give me a little pity check on h5 and get my king to a square it wanted to go anyway? What about that pawn on c3? You're just going to leave him there? To die alone? A sad death? As a backwards pawn?
Okay. So you're giving me one idea.
I'm glad we're on the same team here.
We're not on the same team. I'm Tawny and you're Botez. The Botez Gambito.
The Botez Gambito. What do you think of the Botez Gambit? Do you think you'll ever use it in a tournament game?
I would use it against you if I have a brilliant winning attack. I will.
If you have a brilliant winning attack, you'll lose it. I'm really glad that I'm inspiring the youth. That's actually what I like to hear. Maybe if you could just say a one-liner about how I inspire the kids and I could just clip it and, use it to make myself look good, that would be great.
Okay. So Botez is a very inspirational
yes
to kids that
exactly
makes the Botez Gambit and then completely lose the game and cry for many.
You went off script a little bit there. I thought the intro was great, but then the way you executed at the end, I feel like we might need to take a second dose of that one.
Okay, I'm gonna actually say it for real.
Okay.
For real.
All right.
Chat.
I'm listening. We're all listening here.
Botez is an inspirational woman that lets kids use their mind and their creativity to better things happen in the chess world, like sacking their queen and then winning the game in a mad way.
Yes! That was beautiful. Thank you, Tani. I appreciate that one.
Did someone clip that?
Yeah, can somebody please clip that so we can, save it for... That's one for the books. The books, yes.
Don't believe it's me in chat. Ask me questions and I'll answer it for you.
Oh, do people not believe it's you?
Yes.
Is it because I'm beating you or why?
Because you're losing.
I'm losing?
And they expect Botez to, be their... be the leader.
To be the leader. I am trying to be the leader here. And you know what I noticed? And this is a free tip for you. Usually you don't want to have your bishop on the same color as your pawns. So if you notice, my bishop is on the dark squares and my pawns are on the light squares. Meanwhile, your bishop on b2 is blocked by all of the pawns. Oh, I think my sister is trying to steal an earbud. Hello, Andrea.
Hello, Tani.
Hello.
Alex replaced me with... She didn't want to hang out with me, so instead she replaced me with a 13-year-old kid. But you know what? Gonna be the youngest Grandmaster probably, so it's justifiable.
Yes, very good.
That is what we hope for you. You know, a couple more Botezlive training sessions, you'll get those two, what do you need? I am norms first?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, a couple more Botez gambits and then.
Danny, are you beating her?
Yes, I am definitely beating her.
Good, that's what I like to see.
King of 7, like, I mean...
Yeah, I know, I'm flexing on you. Does it feel bad that I can play moves like this and get away with it? Are you embarrassed that I can play King f7 in a French and still end up beating you? Because I'd feel a little bad.
The key to having a good trash talk is to ahead of your person.
Is to do what? Sorry?
Is to talk ahead of them. Like, don't let them pick a word.
Oh, I'm not allowed to say let you say anything?
What do you say?
Wait, is this the attempted trash talk?
Wait, what do you say?
Oh, so you're pretending you can't hear me.
Wait, what are you saying?
This is innovative. I see where you're going with this.
Very confused.
Yeah, she's a crazy woman. I don't understand her either.
Are you talking?
Am
what
I?
are you saying?
Hello?
Who are you even talking to, Alex?
Sunt eu.
Are you even speaking English?
Oh, you sing the song, and I'll rate it.
And you flag her.
Do you like my singing? Do you think I have talent?
I think you have inspirational bad talent. Yeah, that's
inspirational bad talent?
Yes.
What about free rooks? Do you think I have a talent for taking free rooks?
I didn't see that one. Okay,
oh no!
Okay, I will still beat you.
You will still beat me?
You missed the win.
Okay.
Come on, take my rook.
Tenny, don't lose!
I'm a little bit worried about my bishop situation, so I think I'm just not gonna let you get anything here. Sorry, I know it's not very nice of me. I could have at least given you a little bishop there.
Yeah, I know, right?
I know. No, that wasn't very nice. You gave a really nice speech, and then I took your rook. But I'm only taking your rook because I want to train you so that one day you come in and you beat me 100-0.
Oh, no. So now that you just took my rook, I'm gonna give even better inspiration. Alex is uninspirational, doesn't help kids at all, gives them the opportunity to go and make a lot of Botez gambits and lose the game and crying out loud. And then they watch her stream in a hope of disappointment that she will blunder a queen soon.
But sometimes I don't blunder a queen, right? And it's weird.
Yeah, it's so absurd because, I mean, you're supposed to blunder.
No, it seems like fake advertising when I come in here not blundering queens. It just seems a little bit unfair.
It seems unfair. You will blunder one. If you blunder one, that would be good.
Would you be very happy if I blundered a queen?
No, I will be very disappointed.
Oh, very disappointed. Okay, I'll do my best. I'll do my best to both not blunder a queen or get mated, and that actually seems a little bit tricky here. Okay, let's try to bring my queen in without blundering it, of course. I wouldn't want to disappoint you. And get mated.
Yeah!
Oh, Daddy! Wow, he came back. Oh my goodness.
She didn't blunder a queen, but she blundered her king.
You're right, Daddy.
The king's gambit.
That was
I'm
that was a little bit unfortunate. That was a little bit unfortunate. I think I played with my food a bit too much there, you know?
Now I'm in the game, I was on the bench. First I was renting, now I'm collecting rent. First it with the Beamer, now I want the Benz. Spending all the bag like here I go again. Outside says chirp, not a camera phone. Told you I'ma make, keep the channels on. Why you acting different when the camera's on? Why you acting different like you paper?
Hello. All right. Hi, Forrest. How old are you?
11.
11, and you're here trying to beat me?
That's what I'm here for.
Is your mom gonna get upset if I beat you?
No. Is your mom gonna get upset if I beat you?
All right.
Let's just see my white side.
Come on, this is gonna be better. Are you feeling more confident with white?
Yes.
Good, good. Okay, French. Do you like playing?
You're always gonna play the French. Are you, Vote? Default.
All right.
I knew you were gonna do that. That bishop's getting big.
Did you prepare?
Yes, I learned this from my own coach.
Uh-oh.
Did you know I had a coach?
I mean, you're very good. If you didn't have a coach, I would be very intimidated.
How do I lose this? You're never winning.
What if I push forward?
What if I move my bishop back?
I'm okay with that.
Get the big knight out. The knight's
Get
getting
my
big.
big knight
No,
out.
no, no, I'm castling. That's
I
why
castle
I
too.
Nice.
You know what?
Forrest, you've done it again.
If you're gonna play h6, what is the point of that move?
Oh my god, big check. The point of that move is so I can block so you don't get knight there.
What? Nope. I don't allow any.
Oh no!
You won't see this every day.
This is scary.
I'm gonna knock that thing out.
You know what? I think your position is looking pretty good here.
Let's get
You know what? Adjust. I'm gonna play my king.
No, you're not doing that against me. I'm gonna take advantage of that. No.
I'm not afraid of you.
I'm not any little kid, okay? I'm 11. I've seen this.
You're 11. You've seen this before. That's really intimidating. Okay, let's go here.
Really? You're a feisty little one.
I am feisty.
I'm actually going in the middle school.
Have you seen this one before?
I have, technically. I won't allow any of
Big
this.
Daddy mode.
Big Daddy.
Big Daddy is back.
Okay, check.
You're gonna check me?
Yeah.
No, let's just trade, okay?
I'm down to trade.
Okay, I'm gonna trade pieces first and get your king later.
Okay.
Your king needs to be dealt with.
All right, deal with this guy.
To let you know, this.
Oh
this
my
king's
God!
not
Stop
gonna be
pushing my pieces back, please. That's so rude of you.
Checky.
Another check.
Oh, Forrest, you promised you wouldn't be like this.
Why are you being so mean? Okay, I'm gonna run this way.
You know what? You're gonna run this way like a fish.
I am a fish. I'm swimming away from you.
Let's see what you're gonna do with this little fishy on G7.
Okay, I have an idea. What if I keep running?
If you keep running, you
My
say.
king is just running away from you. It doesn't think you can attack it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm not scared.
Really? That's a... Hi, how's it going? Let me focus, dude.
Yeah, let me focus. Hey, Forrest, is
All right,
just
I'm
like
running.
a box of chocolates?
What the heck is going on here? Why do you think I would allow that?
Am I not supposed to develop my king?
Look.
Where's the
My given name is Benjamin Buford Blue. People call me Bubba.
Okay.
Oh yeah. You're trying to do that against me?
Oops, I blundered.
You blundered. You're trying to.
You're right.
I know
Maybe
you
it's a
did.
trap,
That's
though.
an easy one.
Boom.
Maybe it's a trap.
No.
Why are you so confident?
I'm confident. It's not a trap. I've seen this before.
Uh-oh.
Forrest the king hunter.
Uh-oh.
Hunt the king.
You think this is gonna go so simple? You think I'm gonna let this king slide?
I mean, I hope you will, because he really needs that right now.
Well, the king f7 move wasn't such a good move this night.
Whoa. Only an
Uh-oh.
11-year-old would do that.
Uh-oh. Okay, what if I come here?
Oh, don't insult 11-year-olds like that. I see what you're doing, kid. You know what? This queen must be centralized.
Yeah, central.
I like it. That's a good move. I guess I need to run back then.
I've actually been scared playing against you for a while. Now I'm more comfortable. Now I feel more comfortable.
You're
with
feeling comfortable? But you know, you don't want to be overconfident.
I know, I'm not overconfident.
Because now maybe I'm going to start coming in.
You're gonna come in on me?
Yeah.
You think that you think you're so smart you're gonna make a disrespect out of me, aren't you? You think you're that cool? Uh-oh. My pawn's gonna about to snap open your king. You went from E8 to B8.
Well, I don't know. I'm worried about your king now too.
What? I can't
I'm gonna keep pushing.
I've never seen a player with this caliber before.
Wait a sec, that's my line. Okay, somebody stole my line.
That's copyright.
I have to. That's copyright.
You gotta
right
pay.
there.
You gotta pay for that.
What are you gonna do?
That's a residual.
Okay. You're being tricky again. I'm gonna just keep developing.
If you're gonna do that, the only way to spice.
Tricks are for kids.
But I guess you are a kid, so you might find the trick.
Ooh, I have never.
I've never heard someone with that type of caliber.
He's
That's
stealing
my
all
line.
your lines.
Turkey.
Gobble.
Quiet. I need absolute silence when I'm playing like this.
Okay. Okay.
I'm the one playing Hippo Flash.
Yeah, hip flax.
Okay, I'm gonna get tactical here.
Let's see if the.
I know you're scared of tactics.
No, I'm not. You think I've seen this a lot in my lifetime.
Free
my
pawn.
chess through. Free pawn?
He's seen fire and he's seen rain.
You know what? If you're gonna say free pawn, no, absolutely not. I'm not gonna tolerate this.
Oh no.
Boris.
Okay.
Big Daddy.
Okay. My time is starting to get low again.
No, my time is the lower one, not yours, dude.
I guess you have a point.
You're trying to like transport.
I am gonna start getting crazy here.
You're gonna get crazy with me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm getting scared.
You're 11. You don't know what crazy is yet. I'll show you.
What?
Never.
I've never seen a player with this type of caliber in a long
really?
time.
I think she's going Big Mama.
You know what? One thing that your queen is lacking is like a home and a protection. All right, Mahone.
I'm hoping to find the protection on your king.
What? Don't roast me like that. I'm not gonna allow that type of cheap roast. You think you use these fibby little roasts to just distract me with your little... You think you're so cocky?
Lucky? Boris, you're out of your league.
Okay.
I've had enough of this. You think you're gonna attack me like that?
I'm really trying.
Pushing you around, Forrest.
All right, I'm gonna go here.
Oh, that's just...
He's trying to muscle you.
Muscle me? Muscle me?
I'm trying. Look at my rooks. They're gonna do bad things to your king.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
You think I'm scared, don't you?
I hope you're scared.
You know what? It's time to defend. If you're low on time, what else can you do?
All right. What if I bring in even more pieces to the attack?
Uh-oh.
Have you ever seen so many pieces near your king?
No.
Firepower.
Actually haven't. I'm gonna have to get the rook.
Move the king.
Uh-oh. Okay, and I think I have a check though.
Oh, concentration, focus. I might need some focus.
You might need something special here.
Ugh, my time's running low. I gotta do this. Uh-oh, I'm passive. This is bad.
This looks very passive.
I've never seen myself this passive.
Okay, one more check. And, ooh, I can't take there, can I?
No, perhaps you cannot.
Okay, then I'm gonna take here.
Oh, okay. Take here. What am I supposed to do now?
I don't know. Okay, and now I come here.
Uh-oh.
Aggression. Are you sure about that move?
Botez Gambit.
This is worse than a Botez Gambit. Forrest. You played great. You had me here.
How you so...
Oh!
I'm about to become your favorite player, Tani, okay?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, maybe your parents can bill me for the lesson, yeah?
Yeah.
Good luck. All right, Tani.
Wait, I'm not gonna say good luck to you.
You're not gonna, because you're afraid of me. I know you are afraid. You just need to admit it. Because usually you're smiling, trash talking, but now you're not saying anything. What's going on?
Stay focused. Don't let her get in the head.
Whose side are you on?
I want to see the 10-year-old.
You want to see the 10-year-old win?
him say that you're
I'm
the best player.
I'm public enemy number 1 here.
No,
eh?
not right now.
You already made a mistake.
Oh, now you're talking.
Just
Finally.
talking. He just see it.
Now he's confident.
What do you do in this
Although
position?
I do want to see him say what his favorite chess player is after committing like that.
That would be a good one. I don't think he's going to be saying it. He should have.
I mean, he's the favorite here, but we'll see what
He should have
happens.
counted her with it. Well, I'll do it. You do it.
How do I trash talk?
Maybe focus on not trash play first, yeah?
Oh, wow.
I'm taking it easy.
You're certainly taking it easy. Nice.
I don't want to beat you too fast, you know.
Oh, please.
You
do
have
me
to,
now.
yeah, you have to.
Yeah.
You have to take it slow.
Yeah, you want the video to have good content, right?
Yes.
Understood.
Your pawn's looking weak.
I mean, you're giving me one of your king pawns to trade it off. If it's so weak, why do you want to take him off the board?
I want to make a rhyme that rose. Okay.
Yeah, let's hear your rhyme. I'd like to hear it.
No, I can't rap.
You're doing well on time, though. I know you're very speedy.
The height difference didn't work with Andrea, so.
Okay, I have a
It's
question
probably
here,
not
Tanya.
gonna. What?
What are you gonna take with?
This.
Are you really taking like this?
Why not?
I'm honestly a little afraid for you here. I'm gonna grab your
Take all my pawns.
I'm happy to. Thank you for offering. So polite.
Well.
Your parents raised you right.
Well.
This is called a fork, by the way. It's not a legit one, but it's good enough.
Wow.
You are good. You are good. Okay.
Thank you.
I can't take it easy now.
So who's your favorite chess player?
It's not you. It's not you so far.
Not yet, Tani.
It's not yet. It's never gonna happen.
That was great. Very good.
I'm taking my time.
Yeah, you have to here.
I have time.
You need to take time when you're in a bad position, you know?
Imagine I just stall for the rest of the game.
I don't mind beating you on time.
Well, that's flagging. Dirty.
It's my favorite.
One day I will adopt you.
One day.
No, it's not one day. It will happen. Soon. Sooner or later. If I played you in Bullet, I would beat you every game, so.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to do a time control, that doesn't count, yeah. Tani, it's not looking good.
It's not looking bad.
We can agree to disagree.
Agree to disagree. Oh, let's go! GG! Okay, so I'm gonna tell you what my favorite chess player is. It's not you. Okay. So yeah, it's not you.
I blundered.
Oh. I knew it.
I guess you're your best player, huh?
We should do one opposite color too.
Who's your best player? Say you.
Okay.
Let's swap one.
It's myself.
There you go.
It's myself.
Oh my god. I need to stop giving free pieces.
I want to do timeout because it's too easy.
You were lost and I blundered a rook. Relax on the time odds.
How do I beat you by sacking a piece? Okay.
Why don't you try beating me without me blundering? Oh! Confident!
No way.
There's actually no way. There's no way.
Yeah, now you're going back.
If I win this, you have to say your favorite player is me.
Okay, and vice versa, because I also move my king. I'll get you to say it some way.
Actually, Actually, this isn't so bad for me. Actually, it's not bad at all. So yeah.
This is an okay game. Boom, boom, boom. It's gonna be chaotic now.
You can't find good moves or you're trying to go for cheap tricks, really? Really? Really?
Why not both?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'll take here.
This looks like a bad French, since you played a French.
You are getting very excited because you won one game luckily, but I don't know if you'll be able to.
Oh, I didn't get it!
Nice job.
Okay, I almost lost.
You caught yourself.
I almost
Uh-huh.
lost.
You almost did.
At least I didn't lose.
You're right. It's the final.
Imagine I just got away with that. That would be awesome. Oh, I really want to go Queen H4.
Yeah, you want to, but you can't.
I really want to go Queen H4. No, just so you move your king and I take.
It's not so bad because once we're even, we can have the final match to decide the winner.
Why are you being so quiet?
I'm thinking. Something you could try sometimes. It could help your chess.
I mean, thinking in a bad position, why not just play a move? Okay, this is actually bad. Not for real.
This is not bad for me.
No, yes, it's bad. No, it's bad.
Let's see it then.
You're taking your time, you know.
I am allowed to take my time. Isn't that how a clock works?
It does work like that. There's so many people.
Yeah, they're here to watch you beat me, so don't.
Oh yeah. You said it yourself.
That's what they're here to watch. So I don't know if that's what they're gonna get.
That's what they will get.
Well, we'll see.
Once you put it on YouTube, just put I got crushed.
Look, I like that you talk. It makes it more fun.
I mean, it's not fun when you're just outright losing, so yeah.
I'm not planning to outright lose, sir.
Sir.
Yeah, that's how you...
Oh, I should speak some French. Okay,
Yeah, let's hear your French. I don't know if this works.
Enchanté. I should play blindfold. I'll still beat you anyways.
I honestly don't think you're going to win this game.
Really?
Yes. Yeah, you're about to give your rook for free. I don't know. I think you're getting
your hopes are getting too high.
I don't need hopes. I should have beat you last game. I'm going to finish it off this time.
Really?
I gave you a little win so you feel better about your future career because you're so young.
Imagine so many things. Okay.
You know what's hard to imagine? You winning this position.
Okay, good one.
How? Okay, I need to be faster though.
What should I say for trash talk?
It's a good question. You're doing great.
Your king is running out around the board.
I mean, we did play like a bomb cloud, so it is kind of the way it goes.
It was like a triple bomb cloud.
Yeah. So I don't know what you expect.
Whoever made the Botez gambit is not good at chess, so yeah.
It would be embarrassing if you lost to the person who made the gambit, eh?
Yeah, am I playing the person right now?
Maybe.
I am.
You
Wow.
must be really starstruck.
I'm really shocked.
That was not great.
By you.
Yes.
I just called the person that invented the Botez gambit.
I mean,
I'm playing the person that invented the Botez gambit. Little boats.
Okay, the lyrics is the boat.
That's some really good music. Stand by me. I have better dance moves than you. That's all.
Better dance move, better chess move, but let's see your results.
give you a doorbell. Like an actual doorbell. Forex. Yeah, they
Alex, chat's asking where the Botez trash talk is.
Yeah, where is it? Where is it?
Dude,
Where is
I'm
your
down
Botez
on time.
gambit?
I'm down on time.
And you're down in the game. I bonk clouded you first, so that means I
bonk clouded you too.
My king was more in danger. Yours were just like it was just chilling on e6. So.
Chat, we can't trash talk like that.
Wow, bishop e4 is a really good move.
Shut up.
Really good move. You act like you're playing like the best.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you hit the clock!
I hit it.
I thought you said I was gonna lose this game.
You were, but I messed it up.
You messed it up or I played too good?
You actually played a trash opening because you knew you couldn't play a real one and get another win after how badly I should have beat you the first game.
There it is, chat.
Okay. I mean, you can't trash talk if you're getting checkmated like this. Like, I'm sorry. It's just impossible.
This was a bad game.
Yeah. Very bad game.
You did good. You did well.
Hold me tight, holding on tonight. Holding a couple, get to you clean and proper. Yeah, I'm moving, no weekend lover. You gonna me on your mind forever. Ever, thanks, baby. Turn it down like a sweet already.
What's your rating?
FIDE or?
Yeah, either. Online, because it's probably higher than FIDE since FIDE is really high. 1200, okay.
2000.
1200 on chess.com and 2000 on Lead Chess. See, chat, I told you about the inflation.
300.
He said.
2,300.
Oh, 2,300? Actually? How did that happen? Let your dad play on your account? Alright, I don't know. So he's either going to play like a 1,200 or 2,300. So we're going to take him very seriously. Okay, with 3-0? Yes? Good luck. I don't know. He's going to be somewhere in the middle. Do you prefer playing people your age, or do you like beating the adults more? No preference?
Just like winning.
Just like... this big smile on his face. This line, I hate the main line so much. Now I'm very curious to know his FIDE, but I'll ask after the game.
Yeah,
Hello, Chessweeb. Yep, it's playing theory. This line, I just know this is what you're supposed to do with black, but... Lost a 12-year-old? No, actually he's 10. Please get it right. 9. He's 9. That was a nice move.
What's his name?
Kai. It's on the sweatshirt. Let him focus.
Online he's Ocean Chess Kid.
Oh, he's what?
Ocean Chess Kid.
Ocean Chess Kid. I'll let him play.
Amanda_Panda23
You're welcome, King Nervous.
Andrea, did you watch the stream when Alex was on last time?
I just came in at the very best times, and I've seen a few summaries. I was sad I missed it, but... Why'd you pick the name Ocean Chess Kid? I really love the ocean. He chose it?
Kai means ocean.
Oh. Aw, that's so cute. Ding, ding. Okay, that's a nice move. I try to trade. When you taught him, right? You taught him how to play? How old was he when he learned?
5.
5. Nice. My dad also taught me how to play.
But you can beat him now, right?
Yes. Can he beat you? What's your rating?
1700 on Lead Chess.
On Lead Chess. Well, he has a higher Lead Chess rating, so... Okay, he'll beat you soon. Enjoy these years while they last. My dad, when I was little, and he'd make me play we would play on bets, and when he beat me, I'd have to write on pieces of paper that he is the best chess player ever, and he still brings me to me.
It's good motivation.
Yeah. Feel bad I'm distracted. I really talk a lot. Your younger opponents probably don't talk as much as me, so. Nice. I mean, Kai could probably beat 90% of chat, so. You take my energy, small warrior. They're rooting for you. Taking the pawn. Getting ambitious. Okay. All right. I feel like that poor guy can get out of play, but maybe not. Could block. Pretty sad. Could take. Is there anything here? Maybe there isn't. Okay. Oh! Are we playing touch? Actually, we didn't clarify for playing touch moves, so I'll give you my clue. Next time we'll clear. I actually didn't see it. Okay, now I have to fight. So it's too late. But I know that P8 played touch moves, so I'll respect the rules. Okay, now we have to flag him. It's the only option. Wrong. Oh, wow, good one. Oh my gosh, we have no choice. 23 seconds. All right, we're giving everything. We're giving the middle.
Serious, it's standing up.
This is so small. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, he's gonna do it with 14 seconds. Oh, I should have been so relaxed. This is over. Can we do anything? This is very bad. I'm gonna lose to the 9-year-olds. Good thing my sister's not here.
She'll lose too.
Yeah.
Just don't get mated.
Wait, 9 seconds.
You're gonna wait?
9 seconds.
Checkmate. Good game.
Hey. Oh, well played.
Are you also a champion?
He is, actually.
We come alive in the nighttime. There's something about how it is. In the moonlight, that look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime. You and I.
What is this? We're friends.
How do I stop the London?
That's fine. Come on, Andrea. People only play this in Bullet. I don't think they play it in real chess, but maybe I'm wrong.
Andrea, trash talking.
I'm nervous. I'm already sweating, Alex. Tani, that's. I really like the colors on your shirt.
I gave you a handicap.
They go what handicap?
Down a pawn?
That's called a gambit.
No, it's a handicap.
No.
I wouldn't do it if I was not playing anybody else.
I'm literally shaking. It's just something when they're younger.
You already gave me 2 pawns I like. Okay, thank you.
Well, you have a backwards pawn. I wouldn't get too excited.
You seem taller than you are.
Good. Does it scare you?
Nah, it doesn't.
Oh, you're gonna open up your king like that.
Andrea, I like the trash talk.
Look how naked and afraid he is. Look at all those holes. I'm coming. You better watch out. Knight in the center.
Get it out?
Okay, pawn in the center. Wait. Which pawn in the center is the real question. Bang.
Which one?
Bang.
I just want to win the game, because if I don't win, that's not good.
How embarrassed would you be if you lost Andrea?
Yeah.
You would never live it down, would you?
No. I'm not gonna trash talk.
No,
you
trash talk.
No, you trash talk.
Tanya, your trash talk is famous. I don't like that he's taking it seriously.
He's afraid of you, Andrea.
Tanya, you do seem a little bit afraid.
I just want to sack my queendom with.
I've never seen you play this seriously. Online, you're always talking.
Yeah, because it's online. I can pre-move every move and beat you anyways.
That's true. You don't have the power of the
I can't come back to this park if I lose. Why are you thinking so far?
Yeah, Andrea.
Why are you being so quiet?
Why are you quiet?
Why are you being
I'm
so
the weaker
quiet?
player. What do you expect from me? I'm just trying not to crumble here.
Andrea, you're doing great.
I don't want to trade queens. I don't want to go into the end game, Alex. I don't want it.
You're doing great.
I don't want to play him in the end game. He's coming for my bishop. Wait, can I sack?
You're taller than
Should I do it? No.
Yeah, taller wins win. Yeah, taller. Yeah, taller.
That was great. I like a delayed reaction with this.
How are the boogies?
I thank you guys for
You're seeing the boogeyman right now. She's seeing the boogeyman.
All those delayed and stuff.
I'm down so much time. Alex, can you talk to him or something?
Tani, what's your favorite
Throw him
color?
off.
No.
What? No. I'll actually reply. What do you say? Wait, what do you
What's
say?
your favorite color?
Want me to keep her busy over here so like that she doesn't
Blue.
disturb me?
Why are you keeping me busy? He's the one we should be keeping. I feel like we're all playing for the wrong side here.
Okay, what's another question?
What is your favorite subject in
Do I sack?
Math.
Do I do it?
What's your favorite math equation?
Take the queen away.
I don't want to say it.
What's your second favorite subject?
Science.
Do I take it? I
Yes.
think he didn't
Who's your
see it.
favorite chess player?
I know he's attacking me there.
It's not you. That's all I'll say.
Awesome.
I'll remember this when I beat you, Tani.
Yeah. Yeah, if you lose, okay. No, you're going
If
to
I
lose.
beat you, will you change the answer to I'm your favorite chess player next time someone asks you?
Yeah, but it's probably not gonna happen.
But if
so,
I
yeah.
beat you, that's the next answer, yeah?
Yes, sure.
You're recorded, man.
You're recorded. You just...
That's it. You're committed.
I took your bishop.
I
No,
took
now
your
you don't
bishop.
have a London bishop.
Lean a little bit to your right.
You're thinking too much. That's why you're losing.
Well, I mean, it's chess. What do you expect?
Push.
Ooh.
Push. Push.
Yeah, now he has the passers. It's all going well, but he has the tactics. Do I let him go for
Andrea,
it?
don't get in your head. You're doing great.
Yeah, you're getting in your own head. Yeah. I should get in your head, but no.
You're already in my head. What more do you want, dude?
You're already there.
Do I play defensive?
I don't even have to talk for it. It just happens.
Yeah, I just psych myself out more than.
You should resign now. You don't want to get like destroyed, you know.
No, never resign.
Never resign.
I never resign. My sister, you're the second biggest enemy here.
The gremlin attack is coming.
Imagine like there's a threefold repetition, but nobody calls out. Oh, that would be
true.
Yeah.
Yeah, Andrea, you get threefold, you call it, you take that, we run away, never play again.
Oh yeah, remember the time that oh wait, no. You made a video and it was like, oh yeah, Chess Hustler like immediately realizes I'm good. Stop the cap.
That was my sister. That wasn't even me.
No, I'm talking to her.
You're coming for the wrong sibling here. Okay.
He just knows.
I'm coming for both of you.
What did I do to deserve this? Oh God, my time.
Yeah, I told you.
I'm just taking my time. If I'm okay.
You're having fun, right?
Yeah.
Taking your time, giving her some counterplay.
Oh no!
Now I'm winning, but I don't have time to win.
Andrea, pull it off. Come on.
Silence. I'm not gonna talk.
I'm not gonna talk either. You got this, Andrea.
It's not winning. Yeah, it's not winning. No, it's not winning.
I don't have time.
Even if I give you 1 hour, you still lose. So.
Andrea, the best way to come back is to beat him. Let's see it.
I'm thinking. I'm looking at my tactics. I only have 42 seconds though.
Tactics? Where are your tactics? List them. Okay.
You can't push your pawn. That's what my tactics are. That's the only one I need.
Oh my gosh, this is going to be the best game ever. Please,
You're gonna sack?
please tell me it works. Please tell me it
It
works.
doesn't work. It doesn't work. He's bluffing. Take more time, Tani. So tell me more about the subjects you like in school.
Andrea, focus. I'll trash talk him. Tani.
Go.
We're in double team here, yeah? Tani, I mean, if you can't even be my sister, I don't know if we're even gonna get a game.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. You're actually playing
have to
2
actually
against
earn
1
your
right now.
stripes.
So.
That is why we're sisters.
You're
That's
playing
right,
2
your
against
sister.
1 right now.
You ball. No, I know this is winning. I'm just taking my time.
You don't seem so confident anymore. I can tell. Usually when we play online, you're eating, watching TV. Eating at the same
Oh, it
time.
doesn't work.
Focus, let's
I
go.
calculated for all this time and it doesn't work.
That's it.
She's serious.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine Queen C8, that would have been nice. Oh, you want to draw.
I'm fine with the draw. You're the higher rated player here. I'm the one down 2 minutes and 400 rating
Don't
points.
talk, focus.
Could do that. Does that work?
Imagine listening to that music and winning.
Well, too bad we'll be drawing.
I will take a draw. That's nice.
Very nice.
I know the exact song that was. I'll play it.
Okay. She blundered. Let's go. Okay.
Andrea, don't let me get in your head.
No, you blundered.
Why did you gambit your queen, bro?
It was for content. It was for content.
Yeah, of course.
I did it for the stream.
Your name's Botez for a reason. It's Botez Gambit.
I have HBO. This is just brand recognition, okay? It's called marketing, Tani. I'll teach you about it when you're older. To a kid for the YouTube channel, okay?
No, Andrea, that's your brand, not mine.
No. Hey, I don't mind. Are you ready?
Come get your microphone.
Oh! I love this little
Pokemon cards.
Wait, can you show the chat what type of card?
Wait,
Hey, Biscuit.
there's 4 of them? Thank you, Sammy. As you, or do you want me to have less time?
Same time.
Same time? Okay, Sammy, I like it. You're bold. Okay, ready? Good luck. Wow, the technique. Okay, chat, you're probably feeling intimidated right now that Sammy can play better than you.
Yeah,
It's okay.
Do you coach Sammy?
Yeah.
Nice.
Sammy kind of playing some almost theory
Nice
here.
opening.
He kind of does.
Yeah. And very speedy as well. Sammy, do you play a lot of blitz?
I practiced with my dad.
You practice with your dad? Okay. You have a pretty good position so far. Did you prepare her for me? Because this is a little strange, the speed with which she's playing.
Yeah.
I'm a little freaked out, if I must admit. Okay, I'm going to just start trading pieces and get out of the preparation.
Got this.
This is incredible, yes. Okay, so let's just do this.
Too sweet.
Sammy's up on time.
Whoa.
4 minutes
You do better than
23.
me.
Alex, it's your turn to lose to a kid for the YouTube channel, okay?
No, Andrea, that's your brand, not
No,
mine.
no.
Oh, man.
Hey, I don't mind.
No, I mean, it did. Hey, if you got 9 million views every time you lost to a kid, I think you
is
should
really
just
good,
make
chat.
a YouTube channel of Andrea losing to people she shouldn't.
Very focused.
Everybody's cheering for Sammy, which I understand.
I like that she's developed all her pieces and even activating her rooks in the middle game.
Playing
It's
very well
impressive
so far.
For 600 level, that's definitely way above.
Nice job.
Her pieces are very strong.
Okay, so do I want to take with the queen? Do I want to take with my pawn? She has some good moves here.
I'm so happy.
And she's up on the clock.
She's playing so well.
This is a great game.
You should be proud. She's playing great. Okay, she's actually going to start sacking on me soon.
Knight in the center. Nice. Best square for the knight.
Sammy got sacked. No. She had bishop takes.
Wait, because she have one material?
Bishop takes h6. And if you take, you have knight take. Maybe? And then queen takes.
Oh.
I don't know, looked interesting.
Oh, yeah. There was a tactic there. Hey, Sammy's dad, are you here? My dad said, Sammy's dad, please contact me. I want to give you some clues how to train your daughter, how to trash talk.
I'm going to give you one. Sammy, I'm going to give you one take back, okay? So try to consider what my queen is threatening here. Try it from this position. So this queen and bishop, if I'm threatening anything here. Yeah, nice move, nice move.
Couldn't she have one apiece? She had, oh no, what a number. Yeah, queen. Yeah, I'm very slow this morning.
I thought that too.
I'm so slow this morning. She's not there.
Okay, that was a good move.
As a coach, are you proud so far?
Yes.
Yeah.
Happy coach.
Coach should be very happy so far. Okay.
She has a very strong center.
Let's play here. And she's up a minute almost on the clock.
Thanks, Queen Desire.
I love how hot this coffee is. Do you want to hold a little bit? It'll warm you up.
And it was warm.
Yeah. Sammy's focused, and she's making great moves here.
Ooh,
My
I like
queen
the aggression.
is sweating a little bit.
Spurs.
My queen has 2 squares, not enough.
Attack the queen,
Okay. Guess I'll trade. I think the rook would have been a bit better so that you could have protected this pawn, but still very strong play so far.
I actually don't agree. I think there's something.
You think there's something here? Oh, wait a second.
Yeah.
Maybe I missed a tactic.
Yeah.
Oh, that.
Sammy.
All right, Sammy, take your time. Take your
Yeah,
time.
maybe I missed something.
Remember that book I
Let's go,
gave you?
Sammy.
Okay.
Coach, it's time.
Okay, let's let her focus.
Believe in yourself, Sammy.
Someone hold Sammy down so she doesn't blow away.
Sammy, you got this.
We're putting a lot of pressure on her.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yes. Beautiful
Okay,
move. Sammy.
good move.
Okay, gotta stay focused. You're winning. You can beat her.
She actually has some great moves here.
This is a killer position for white.
Okay, I wouldn't go. You don't have to put down my position, okay? I'd say it's a level
I'm not putting
position.
You down. This is your position.
Okay. That's a nice move. It almost works. It almost works.
I think you're wrong again.
You think I'm wrong again?
Yeah.
Why am I wrong?
Here, I have an idea, but time pressure.
Oh, actually, yeah. There's a lot of
All right,
good
Sam, you
moves
gotta
here.
be quick. 45 seconds.
Sam, you got this. You got this.
She has a really nice move.
Remember the ladders?
Oh my god!
Nice!
Oh my god, she found it.
Nice. That was a very good move to find. Good. Just. She's coming
so
for me.
strong with the
She's
rope.
coming for me. I don't like this.
I love the attack.
I don't like what's happening here.
This is a really good attack.
And you get that bishop first.
Quick, Sammy. 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
You got this. Get that bishop.
Do I want to retreat? Do I want to take? All right, so you have 25 seconds, so just be ready to play fast, okay? Okay. Let's see. I think I'm gonna try this. Nice. Almost.
Sorry. Oh my god. We're moving away to things that might actually. All right, you guys keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2. Ready? Oh, that felt kind of good.
Okay, it's at 20. I told you, bro.
Hell yeah.
Okay, can I put it up to... Okay.
I want more. Oh, that's kind of nice. Ooh. Oh, it woke me up.
Take it off! Take it off!
No!
I'm turning this
My
film.
collar!
Alright, this is
my
over.
collar!
Pet dog!
I broke my computer screen. I broke my computer. This is my computer now. Okay, we're gonna work on this. I'm gonna work on this. I don't have anger issues.
Distraction? There's no distractions going on here. I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, I got this. I got this.
I don't know. We're not putting them. You're using my One Piece books. You're not reading them anyway. You're not reading them anyway. You're never gonna read them.
Andrea took my One Piece books and she put them under her DJs. Andrea, use your own
Don't
books.
even read them. You have 40 books and you don't read. You don't read.
But can we talk about something? Why is it this photo? Why does everybody have a fantastic photo and this is a screenshot from a random PCL stream when they used to make us wear the little golf shirts that don't even make sense? I'm not even looking at the camera. What is this? What photo do you want? Oh, well, I would love the same photo I have on Instagram and Twitter. Wait, did we change? We did it! Yeah! Hell yeah! Hey! Who made me 37, you asshole? Whoa! What are you doing? You came.
So again, for the context, try to read Jen Shahade. Shahadi article from. Fight.
Mouth slip.
Okay.
I slipped.
Okay.
Didn't mean to ruin the
Scared
moment.
the shit of me.
Yeah, my bad.
Question, trap question. Who are stronger in this position, bishops or knights?
Well, you said it was a trick question, so even though it's an open, typically bishops are stronger in open positions. But Dina said it's a trick question, so the answer is knight.
The trap in the trick question was that there was no trap.
Wow! Who does this? What type of cruel game is this? You see me when I'm down and you continue beating me.
Looks like 339,000 now in the pot.
I'm calling it right now. This is a queen.
No queens.
I will literally tip you $20,000 if you put a queen there. 20 grand.
Even Magic can't do that. And Botez again. Are you kidding me?
Top 100 female poker owners.
That's it. Did you crack it just now?
I really need help.
With what?
I'm running late and I've been trying for 10 minutes to put on my shoes and I have used every muscle.
Ask Vila.
No, he doesn't. I need you to pull my, please. I'm so
Not
late.
during this game.
No, I need
I'm not during this game.
All you have to do is pull.
Vila's right there.
Vila doesn't have the muscle it
Yes,
takes.
he does.
Please, I can't put on my
Andrea,
shoes.
Vila can help you put on your shoes.
No, you don't understand.
Andrea.
You know what?
This is why we... Andrea, I blundered! Get out of here! Andrea! No respect for my rating grind.
You know what I think about when I think about you?
I don't want to know.
I think about the time I got you to buy at 2 a.m. in the morning. And you told me, Anna, there is some bread in the apartment. It's a little moldy, but you can just cut off the mold. My grandma used to tell me that mold is good for your stomach.
That's what grandpa would do.
And then, you know, the funniest thing was, oh, by the way, Anna, I'm not sure why, I've had a little bit of stomach issues.
Sorry. It's okay.
Pizda mercy.
Sorry.
Stop.
So, how's it going, Andrea?
Did you hit your goal today? Okay, I think I tuned in at some point and you were listening to some weird song and then you lost this guy who was farming you and you're like, well, what does he have on me? Well, actually, he has a better title and he's beat me a few times and he has a higher rating, but I'm
and then you tried like coming up with something to like boost yourself up, and you're like until, and then you just gave up, and it was so sad. So funny. But it was funny not because I'm laughing at your pain, but because I understand your pain. Because I've been in those shoes, and I know how it is to tilt. And you know what? We don't give up. You know us, Botez, we might not win, but we don't give up. So there'll be another day. I don't think that helped.
Defend me like that, but I.
Ah! Okay, Maya! Ah!
Maya, guys, that's it. Please, that's it.
Okay, Maya!
Oh my god.
Andrea!
Bro, he's actually upset at me like a little kid. Oh god, no one's safe.
Ah! I let the go! No!
No, they did it on their own. He opened the door. Alright, go back.
I really admire Mexican people and Mexico in general. Hello, photo chess.
Sorry.
I'm done.
I'm sorry.
I'm done.
First round underway. Dina and Andrea.
You look ugly.
No, Anastasia!
The British Authority have all of our equipment. So cute.
Ow! Ow! It hit me!
Aw, she's so sweet.
Oh, let's go!
You're such a good chicken.
She's such a nice chicken.
She's a really nice chicken.
I love you,
Back to the. Ow! That hurts! Hua! 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 Hua!
I quit the fucking world championship for this. Oh my god.
Sorry. Sorry. Oh my god. We're moving away the things that might actually. Alright, You guys keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2. Ready? Oh, that felt kind of good.
Okay, it's at 20. I told you, bro.
Hell yeah.
Okay, can I put it up to... Okay.
I want more. Oh, that's kind of nice. Ooh. Oh, it woke me up.
Take it off! Take it off!
No!
I'm turning this
My
off.
collar!
All right, this is
my collar!
Pet dog!
I broke my computer screen. I broke my computer. This is my computer now. Okay, we're gonna work on this. We're gonna work on this. I'm gonna work on this. I don't have anger issues.
Distraction? There's no distractions going on here. I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, I got this. I got this.
I don't know. We're not putting them. You're using my one-piece books. You're not reading them anyway. You're not reading them anyway. You're never gonna read them.
Andrea took my one-piece books and she put them under her DJs. Andrea, use your own
You
books.
don't even read them. You have 40 books and you don't read. You don't read.
But can we talk about something? Why is it this photo? Why does everybody have a fantastic photo and this is a screenshot from a random PCL stream when they used to make us wear the little golf shirts that don't even make sense? I'm not even looking at the camera. What is this? What photo do you want? Oh, well, I would love the same photo I have on Instagram and Twitter. Wait, did we change? We did it! Yeah! Hell yeah! Hey! Who made me 37, you asshole? Whoa! What are you doing? You came.
So again, for the context, try to read Jen Shahade. Shahadi article from. Fight.
Mob slip.
Okay.
I slipped.
Okay.
Didn't mean to ruin the
Scared
moment.
the shit of me.
Yeah, my bad.
Question, trap question. Who are stronger in this position, bishops or knights?
Well, you said it was a trick question, so even though it's an open, typically bishops are stronger in open positions. But Dina said it's a trick question, so the answer is knight.
The trap in the trick question was that there was no trap.
Wow! Who does this? What type of cruel game is this? You see me when I'm down and you continue beating me.
Looks like 339,000 now in the pot.
I'm calling it right now. This is a queen.
No queens.
I will literally tip you $20,000 if you put a queen. 20 grand.
Even Magic can't do that. And Botez again. Are you kidding me?
Top 100 female poker earners.
That's it. Did you crack it just now?
I really need help.
With what?
I'm running late and I've been trying for 10 minutes to put on my shoes and I have used every muscle.
Ask Vila.
No, he doesn't. I need you to pull my, please. I'm so
Not
late.
during this game.
No, I need
I'm not during this game.
All you have to do is pull.
Vila's right there.
Vila doesn't have the muscle it
Yes,
takes.
he does.
Please, I can't put on my
Andrea,
shoes.
Vila can help you put on your shoes.
No, you don't understand.
Andrea.
You know what?
This is why we... Andrea, I blundered! Get out of here! Andrea! no respect for my rating grind.
You know what I think about when I think about you?
I don't want to know.
I think about the time I got you to buy a 2 a.m. in the morning. And you told me, Anna, there is some bread in the apartment. It's a little moldy, but you can just cut off the mold. My grandma used to tell me that mold is good for your stomach.
That's what grandpa would do.
And then, you know, the funniest thing was, oh, by the way, Anna, I'm not sure why, I've had a little bit of stomach issues.
Bah! Sorry. It's okay.
Pizda măsii.
Sorry.
Stop.
So, how's it going, Andrea?
Did you hit your goal today? Okay, I think I tuned in at some point and you were listening to some weird song and then you lost this guy who was farming you and you're like, well, what does he have on me? Well, actually, he has a better title and he's beat me a few times and he has a higher rating, but I'm... And then you tried like coming up with something to like boost yourself up and you're like, until... And then you just gave up and it was so sad. But it was funny not because I'm laughing at your pain, but because I understand your pain. Because I've been in those shoes and I know how it is to tilt. And you know what? We don't give up. You know us, Botez, we might not win, but we don't give up. So there'll be another day. I don't think that helped.
Defend me like that, but I...
Ah! Okay, Maya! Ah!
Maya, guys, that's it. Please, that's it.
Okay, Maya!
Oh my god.
Andrea!
Bro, he's actually upset at me and I'm a little scared. Oh god, no one's saying. Ah! I let the go! No! No, they did it on their own! He opened the door! Alright, go back.
I really admire Mexican people and Mexico in general. Hello, photo chess.
Ah! Sorry.
I'm done.
I'm sorry.
I'm done.
First round underway. Dina and Andrea.
You look ugly.
No, Anastasia! The British Authority have all of our equipment! So cute! Ow! Ow! It hit me! Aw, she's so sweet!
Oh, let's go!
You're such a good chicken! She's such a nice chicken.
She's a really nice chicken.
I love you,
Back to the... Ow! That hurts! Hua! 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 Hua!
Turn it up.
I quit the fucking world championship for this!
Oh my god! Sorry. Sorry. Oh my god. We're moving away the things that might actually. All right, you guys keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2. Ready? Oh, that felt kind of good.
Okay, it's at 20. I told you, bro.
Hell yeah.
Okay, can I put it up to... Okay.
I want more. Oh, that's kind of nice. Ooh. Oh, it woke me up.
Take it off! Take it off!
No!
I'm turning this
My
off.
collar!
All right, this is
my collar!
Bed dog!
I broke my computer screen. I broke my computer. This is my computer now. Okay, we're gonna work on this. We're gonna work on this. I'm gonna work on this. I don't have anger issues.
Distraction? There's no distractions going on here. I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, I got this. I got this.
I don't know. We're not putting them. You're using my One Piece books. You're not reading them anyway. You're not reading them anyway. You're never gonna read them.
Andrea took my One Piece books and she put them under her DJs. Andrea, use your own
You don't even read them. You have 40 books and you don't read. You don't read.
But can we talk about something? Why is it this photo? Why does everybody have a fantastic photo and this is a screenshot from a random PCL stream when they used to make us wear the little golf shirts that don't even make sense? I'm not even looking at.
Oh, last thing I heard, Vila said, I'll have you go live in, and I was waiting for him to say how many seconds. But I guess we're started. Oh, God. Alexandra's playing. No. For a moment there, I thought it was a kid. I don't know why I thought so. He's gigantic. Oh, no. Messing with the camera settings. That's not great. And we're off. Oh, my. Pawn to d4 played. Who messed with the lighting on Alexandra's camera? And pawn to d4 on Andrea's board as well. Andrea is playing a FIDE master. She's made a draw against one of those in the past, but I don't think she's ever defeated one. Let's see if today is the day. Alexandra, on the other hand, gets a lower rated player again. Honestly, I'm very surprised, but at the same time, I feel like it's okay. I think it's good. If she can win this one, she can play the higher rated players when she actually has time to prepare for the games. These 3 first games have been so back to back to back, 3 games in 24 hours. She hasn't had time to do any prep. Okay, knight to c3 from Andrea. What a shocker. Okay, the person messing with Alexandra's camera needs to chill out. Seriously, that's the picture we're gonna have for the whole day? Oh, never mind. Ooh, G3. I guess Andrea is getting a lot of practice in her perch. Pawn to E4. Come on, Andrea. You've become an expert at this. Let's go. I don't know. Do we void? Because yesterday we voided the prediction when it was this opening. But now, I mean, if we void it when it becomes a purge, then it's like we will never have anyone who gets it right that she doesn't play a Jabava. I mean, personally, I think we got to give it to the non-believers. Oh, the bet is not played yet. Oh, maybe I can go for the no. Okay, I think we got to void it if it's not ready for the start of the game. My bad. Wow, a lot of nopers in chat saying we should definitely give it to the nose. What a shocker from you guys. Knight to F6, C4, G6 played on Alexandra's board. Alexandra always plays the same-ish. I've been trying to get her to quit, but I can't really get her to quit when she's never practicing. Doesn't give me a lot of quitting time, practice, conversion time. I don't know what I'm saying. Queen to D2. Andrea played H4 in this position in round 1. So she had the same opening already yesterday. And yesterday she went pawn to H4. And frankly, that was quite the success. But she's switching moves. And today she's going with Queen to D2. Interesting. And the guy just castles. I'm very surprised by castling here. I don't think that's considered a very good move. Can Andrea now not just go for the trade of the bishops? Very often you want to trade these bishops, partly because this bishop now has become the main defender of Black's king. So if we can trade it off, that would be pretty nice. Okay, bishop to G7, E4, D6. This is Alexandra's board. The pawns, very nice in the center, but you have neglected development. Let's do a prediction on whether Alexandra castles by move 15. I think we're going to have to do move 15 because, I mean, it's not super common to castle early on in this stuff. And Alexandra does tend to have a lot of things she wants to do before castling. Maybe like move 13. Wait, did the mods scam the predictions? Was the prediction voided? You paid it? You paid no Jabava? But it expired after she hadn't played Jabava. I don't know. That feels a bit scammy to me, but whatever. I'm not getting involved with the mods. I am a completely neutral party. No market manipulation of any kind from me. So Alexandra's got the nice pawn center, but let's see if she can keep that nice central control for the next couple of moves. In the meantime, castling from Andrea. Wow. Andrea is a good girl and castles early every single game. Have you guys noticed that? She castled on move like 5 in the previous one. And then she castled definitely by move 10 yesterday. Like, cannot Alexandra learn something from her sister? Oh, well. She could, but she won't. I guess that's her prerogative. Castling, also done by Alexandra's opponent. Everyone is castling today except one. I wonder who that may be. What a shocker. Let's go 3 for 3. It could happen, Simuni. Pawn to a6 on Andrea's board. So clearly black wants to go pawn to b5 and attack the white king. But these kind of positions always kind of trick me. I never really understand what to do. I'm pretty sure Andrea should get this g4 square under control now. She should go either pawn to f3 or pawn to h3. The idea is that if you go pawn to e5 now, takes, okay, you got to trade queens, and then knight to g4. And you have no good way of protecting the pawn on e5. However, if you go pawn to f3 now, or pawn to h3, both are good. Or maybe I like pawn to f3 better, because this pawn you can push further. And now if the opponent goes pawn to b5, you go e5. Okay, computer doesn't agree. But I was thinking knight back and then pawn to f4, and what is dominating? Okay, computer doesn't agree with any move I make today, apparently. These positions are kind of tricky to understand, in my opinion. Andrea does go f3, so I'm happy with that. Both girls with the same pawn structure in the center. But Andrea's pawn structure is a little bit better. Basically, that's because, actually, it's very identical in the games. But I prefer Andrea's pawn structure because essentially what often happens to white in Alexandra's position is that the fact that you've pushed this pawn further up leaves behind some weaknesses on this diagonal. And in particular, black can try and target the d4 square because you have no pawns that can ever take control of that square later in the game. Whereas on Andrea's board, you do have the pawn potentially coming in to support in the future. But in general, this pawn formation is very nice. 2 pawns controlling the center of the board and a nice support pawn to help their buddies. Emotional support pawn, yeah. Okay, pawn to b5 played by the opponent. He's playing very quickly. Computer already likes Andrea's position, but these things are difficult to play. I'm thinking maybe she should go h4 now. h4? Wait. Computer doesn't like any of my suggestions. Bishop h6, maybe. Okay, no. I think there are plenty of good moves here. I like these. Well, also this must be okay. Andrea's got a very nice position for beating a higher rated player. Her opponent has taken some risks in allowing her to control this much of the center and give her the opportunity to start an attack. This is very much an Andrea kind of situation. Darius doesn't know. He's playing a person that literally doesn't care. And she's much stronger for it, she said, Joel. And she's even wearing the lucky Polska hat. Ah, true. Alexandra is also wearing a hat. I didn't even notice. It kind of just blended with the rest of her colors. What do we know what her hat says? Polska means Poland. Oh, thank you. I had no idea. Huge asshole. It was his username. He was asking for it. But I did chose to highlight the username for personal reasons. Poland over Ibiza. I mean, I kind of agree. Nah, Ibiza is nice, I'm sure. Or as they say, Ibiza. Bishop H6 and then H4 after. Yeah, that could be it could be a good idea. It's an important point you're making, Magdi, that if you go bishop to H6 first, the benefit of doing that is that you prevent this black pawn from moving. Andreas played it. Sorry, I'm not paying proper attention. You're preventing this pawn from moving forward, which means that when you decide to push the H pawn, the opponent cannot block the pawn's further advance by putting their pawn forward. Bishop H6 is a very, very good move. And it's also threatening to trade off one of the main defenders of Black's king. Andrea's position is very easy now. The opponent is going to go B4. She will retreat. Then he will go A5 to protect. Andrea will go H4. And then he realizes, oh, I need to get some pieces out. And Andrea will go H5. Her next moves are just going to be H4, A5, and move the knight if it's attacked. And she's almost winning already, honestly. No, seriously. What is the guy going to do? He probably has to go knight C6. That's not a very obvious move to make. And even if he does it, it's this still looks nice for white. The attack is just playing itself. Look at this. Boom. Knockout win. I'm really, really, really liking Andrea's position. Honestly, Andrea's games are teaching me how to play against the perch. It's making it look so easy. Bishop d3 for Andrea. What are you talking about for Alexandra? E5 has been played on Alexandra's board. Normally, against pawn to e5 in the same-ish, you always go pawn to d5. And you just close it up and you say that this pawn is blocking the bishop's path. So I'm a bit surprised to see Alexandra playing knight to e2. And I can't remember if this is the prep. Because she's, with the white pieces, she's following the Banzea prep. And when I didn't make the prep myself, I don't really remember anything about it. Knight to d7 played. Wow, Andrea has so many tempting choices now. She can go pawn to e5, kicking the knight. The idea is that after the trade, she opens up through the center of the board. Ooh, after the trade, she shouldn't take back, but she should first make the trade between the bishops and then take back in the center. And the idea is that knight takes pawn is not possible because here there are two pieces pointing down on the black queen. And we just win a rook through these trades. Well, I say trades, but captures, really. That's too advanced. Andrea won't see that. I mean, Andrea will see it, but like, it might not even be the best move. Because why abandon the plan that we just said was super straightforward? Pawn to h4. Just do it. Boom. Opening up here. And look at this. It might look like a pawn sacrifice. It looks like the most obvious pawn sacrifice ever. But actually, I was going to say after knight takes, you can sacrifice the rook and go queen g5. Because this is like the normal way of getting a checkmate against the black king. But unfortunately, the knight was placed in a different way than it normally is. And the knight can get back and both attack the queen and defend the bishop. But anytime knight takes here, worst case, you can just use the pawn. And you get this incredible attack going. And if you can't manage to win this, then yeah, pawn to e5, that's going to do it. Pawn attacking the knight cannot move because the knight needs to protect the king. But if you're not going to move the knight, you got to take the pawn, but then you lose your queen. GG's. So yeah, no, just a very, very nice attacking position for Andrea. Her opponent is playing very, very quickly, though, especially considering how much trouble he's already in. Andrea trades the bishops. I don't like that. There's absolutely no need to make this trade. By making the trade, you allow your opponent to go after h4 next. He can go h5. And you're not supposed to allow that. However, this could be this could be good if she follows it up with pawn to e5. Ooh, okay. So I was going to say bishop takes bishop is not good unless you follow up with pawn to e5 afterwards. And that's precisely what she's done. Yeah, I changed my mind. I'm fine with this move. I wasn't going to be fine with it, but now I'm fine with it. I wanted to go e5 first and then make the trade, but this is kind of similar. One disadvantage of making the trade first is that now the knight can stay close to the king. Whereas if you went pawn to e5 first, attacking the knight retreats. And then you make the trade. Then the knight can come up and make the recapture. Huh. Interesting. Okay, so what Andrea did was pretty good. And knight to g8 is on the board. Position screaming out for h4 right now. But h4 is kind of obvious and also kind of good. Like, what else are you going to do? Andrea has already shown so much restraint by not going h4 so far. But it's time to unleash the beast. Trust your instincts, Andrea. Let's go. And look at Andrea's pace. This is wild. She stopped thinking and she's playing so much better and faster and not getting into time trouble. Dina has unleashed a monster. Ultra instinct Andrea. Yeah. Just clocking into work. I mean, she can say she's clocking into work, but really what's happening is that she's using the work she already did, right? She did spend some time becoming the chess player she is today. And like a lot of the time she's just gotten in her own head and been overthinking and made lots of mistakes because of time pressure. And now she's just going with the instincts she's taught herself through the years of playing. And it's working. Andrea's normal instinct is to sack and lose. Well, let's see how that goes then. What I can guarantee is she is going to sacrifice something today. But, you know, maybe she'll make a sacrifice that ends up winning the game. Her opponent is under very uncomfortable pressure. And he continues playing so quickly. Pawn to e6. He puts the pawn on the same square as his bishop. Not usually a good strategy. Begging for Andrea to just continue marching forward. And I think she should acquiesce to that request. Just keep on marching. And then he's going to try to go g5 to blockade everything. And here, very, very important, do not allow the opponent to go pawn to h6 and kind of make this blockade. This is very, very important. Here, black is reasonably solid. But what you need to do instead, pawn to h6 yourself. Make sure that black is unable to give further protection to this pawn. Yes, it's a pawn sacrifice, but you're not scared about that pawn being captured because that would open up for your rook down towards the black king. Pawn to h6 is a very important move. Okay, h5 on the board. He's going to go g5 pretty quick. He can't allow So the fight right now is all about this pawn on h5. Andrea really wants to get rid of that pawn so that she can open up for her rook. In order to do that, she needs to make this trade, which is why black now has to go pawn to g5, simply just to avoid the trade and thereby avoiding that white opens up for the rook. The pace is incredible, though. Okay, in Alexandra's game, a trade has happened in the center of the board. Knight recaptures. What is the prediction on... Wait, he went pawn to d5? He's voluntarily shutting in his own bishop. This dude just killed the bishop on c8. That man should be wanted for murder right now. And Andrea, just take the pawn before it runs away. Actually, maybe go f4 now that I think about it. f4, you just make sure that the pawn cannot advance, so you'll be able to make this trade after. Also, I kind of want to go towards this square. I feel like this knight is misplaced now, because this knight has nowhere to go forward because of these black pawns. So the knight wants to find a different location. And I'm thinking if we could get it to this d3 square, it would offer protection here and put some pressure on the c5 square. Andrea, according to the engine, is plus 3.8. Andrea is completely winning. Knight to c6, bishop to e2. What is going on with the world? Alexandra is preparing to castle. Doubters in the mud. Alexandra ready to castle on move 10. What's the prediction? 10? 12? Doubters are having a very bad time right now. Andrea could beat her first FIDE master to put herself on 3 out of 3. And Alexandra is about to castle before move 13. What's Andrea's opening called? I don't really know. Her opponent plays the Perch, I think it's pronounced. P-I-R-C. I've always pronounced it like Perk. Yeah, me too. But the thing is, the guy was from the Balkans or something. So the C actually has some thingies on it. And that means it's supposed to be pronounced differently. Okay, Andrea's thinking a little bit now, but she might as well. She's already played so many moves. The guy is kind of utilizing the Alexandra strategy, although not as successfully. Alexandra still has more time now than when the game started, because she's spending less than 30 seconds per move. They get an additional 30 seconds per move that's made. Pronounced Pirch. Imagine winning with more time than you started with. That has happened to a couple of people. Sometimes people are still in their preparation when they make it to move 40. Both girls won in the first game, Giller. So both of them are on 2 points out of 2. Amazing start. Is round 4 today also? No. So this is the only day that has 2 games in one day. The rest of the tournament will be at this same hour, 10 a.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central European. And the tournament concludes on, I think, Saturday. How many days are you commentating? I'll have my final day on Tuesday because I need to prepare for my own event that starts Friday. So I need to prioritize that, get some work done before I focus on my own tournament. Hammer over the board. Yeah, it's the Norwegian Championship. I'm the number 1 seed. As I should. He's kind of forced to take back with the F pawn after the trade. Yes, I agree. If the trade happens, Black will recapture with this pawn to open up for the rook. And also to keep this pawn kind of as a potential shield against the pressure coming down the open file. How do you pick tournaments? I don't really play many tournaments these days. I just play the Norwegian Championship mostly. Way too many to choose from. I guess you could just, I mean, if I was still playing a bit, I usually just take what's closest. I'm also playing another tournament this summer, the Nordic Championship, but the Nordic Championship is also in Norway. So I play the tournaments that's close by. Ulan, thank you for the 4 gifted. Why is Black thinking for so long? In Alexander's game, I guess it's just because he likes to think. Alexander already has a 30 minutes time advantage. Does it imply Alexandra doesn't like to think? Well, I mean, she's adopted this strategy of not spending a lot of time for the last couple of tournaments, and it's working out very well for her. Like 3 years ago, she was spending way more time, but her results weren't better at all because she was getting into time trouble. So she's kind of taught herself to be less perfectionist and just allow whatever happens and to trust her own instincts, which is a bit of a superpower in chess. The amount of pressure she's putting on the opponents by playing this quickly is tremendous. So a lot of people are used to the opponent spending quite a bit of time as well. So even if they're used to spending a lot, like 1.5 hours for the first, say, 15 moves, it's usually fine because the opponent also uses half an hour, right? So you can spend half an hour of the opponent's time to get where you want to go. But you can't do that when playing Alexandra like this. The trade between the knights, controversial choice. Oh, computer thought it was fine. Alexandra recaptures quickly. Normally, in these kind of positions, you try to maneuver your knight towards the f4 square. But instead, Camille, bishop to e6. I don't like this bishop placement. I don't really think the bishop is doing anything here. You're just moving the bishop out because you were taught to move the bishop out. But this is a bad placement for the bishop. If anything, the bishop is worse here than it was on the original square. Because now there's some opportunities for Alexandra where she can push forward this pawn and get an attack against the bishop. Alexandra castles, move count, move count. Move 11. Move 11 by Alexandra. She gets her king to safety. Doubters in shambles. I mean, that's what you get for being a doubter these days. Just success after success for the Botezes. Alexandra now has, what is it, 16 games in a row without a loss? 16 undefeated? It's wild. Nine in Sardinia, 5 in Charlotte, and then so far 2 in Poland. Incredible stuff. What food is best before chess? I mean, I'm not the biggest expert, but I would say having a good meal, like an hour and a half before the game, I think is pretty good. So like protein and long carbs. Walnut for brain maxing. No, I mean you should have a proper meal because the game can take like 4 to 5 hours. They're asking about what's before the game. And then what you eat during the game, nuts is a really good choice. No, we're not gonna have a move counter on stream, Duke. The way you're phrasing the question, yes, it could be possible, but no, it's not gonna be done. Can they eat at the table? Maybe there's differing opinions, but I think you can eat at the table as long as it's your turn to move. As long as your clock is the one ticking, I think it's fine. Closing in on Carlson's 125 games undefeated. Yeah, sure. I'm not sure Mr. Carlson is the one Alexandra should compare herself to, but you know, even he was at 16 games once in that streak. Why are their opponents' ratings so different? So basically, what happens in a tournament like this is that you look at who has the same number of points, you divide those people into two. You divide the group of people into two. You don't kill them. And then you take the highest rated of the top half and you play them against the highest rated of the bottom half. And what has happened here is that Alexandra and Andrea are on separate sides of the top half and bottom half. So one of them is playing down, as it's called, and one is playing up. When is the death chess tournament? I mean, that sounds like a novel you should write. Just make my part good. And when you sign a film deal, please don't make Jonah Hill play me, even if everyone says Jonah Hill would play me in the movie. I'd rather have. There's this other guy people often say, John Malkovich, but maybe that's just my voice. I can't hear that myself, but I do think John Malkovich is a pretty cool guy. Seth Rogen? No, please, no. Oh, that's what that's the one I meant. What was the one I said? Did I say Jonah Hill? Why don't you play yourself? I mean, optimally, I would do that, but Seth Rogen is literally you. Have you seen Seth Rogen though? Like the guy looks like he's reeking of illegal substances. And I haven't even had coffee in my life, let alone beer and other stuff. Just, I think personality wise, it's too much of a clash. They're not illegal anymore? Oh, fair enough. Well, it is in Norway. What makes Andrea's position 1.8? 1.8? Vila, you need to do something about your computer. On my screen, it's 3.7. The computer loves Andrea's attack. Part of the reason why it's so good is just she's going to have an opening here for the rook down towards the opponent's king. That's really, really good. And then we'll try to maneuver this knight. Alexandra gave away most of her advantage. Knight to d7. Knight to d5. Nah, it's fine. I'm not a huge fan of allowing black to trade off this bishop because this bishop kind of sucks. But I think it's fine. The only real alternative she had was bishop back, but then knight to e5 is a bit annoying. This is fine. The takes, a5. I guess something like this is going to happen. And then Alexandra has a bit of explaining to do, because she put all her pawns on the light squares, and the only piece she has remaining is the light squared bishop. And her opponent is trying to solidify the knight on the c5 square, which is kind of what Alexandra did yesterday, no? Didn't she have some amazing knight on c5? Maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe I'm remembering some game from Sardinia. But here, something like pawn to b3, knight up, rook over, and then you just build up these pawns to kick the knight away. Should be fine. Andrea has made the trade between the pawns, opening up for her rook. Can't really go wrong with that move. Her opponent recaptures, opening up for his rook, but a lot less effective pointing down on a pawn defended by another pawn than it is having the rook open towards the opponent's king. Was it better for Andrea to take or advance? I don't like advancing. Because like this pawn is good, but it's still blocking the rook. So I really like the trade because it maximizes the value of your rook. Knight h3 being suggested in chat. It's a solid idea, trying to get the knight up here and making attacks. And then after queen to e7, what are we planning here? We don't have a straightforward winning plan, do we? Maybe knight here. And then bishop here, and you just point everything in towards this stuff. Knight h3 has been played. Can we get, is Papa Botez awake now? What time is it on the West Coast? It's 9 hours, 17 minus 9, 7 a.m. Almost 8 a.m. Oh, Joe, you're awake again. Yeah, let's not clip me doing 17 minus 9 and getting 7. That feels rude. Oh my gosh, rook to e8. 5.1 the computer says on my end. But yeah, I was gonna say Papa Botez. We need to know, has Andrea beaten a FIDE master before? I'm not sure he's even gonna have time to wake up before Andrea's got this guy wrapped up. But now the key is how to continue the attack. Knight to g5 is tempting. Trying to attack the pawn on h7, but then the pawn just advances and kicks the knight back, and the knight has to retreat. So the key here for Andrea is don't go too aggressive too quickly. Still spend your time finding the right squares for your pieces. And this might be the right square. Knight to f4, winning move. Knight to f4, and then after c5, you takes back, and then you just put the bishop, point the bishop down here. You'll make some kind of sacrifice later on. Is Alexandra's tournament rating not updated? Let's just say the rating before she won her tournament did not go super well. So yeah. She has won a couple of tournaments, yes, but it hasn't massively impacted her rating because of other results prior to that. Are you coaching the Botezes? I'm coaching Alexandra a little bit. I'm helping her a bit with the openings. Though, to be fair, I'm just telling her to do whatever Benzea told her to do. So, what can I say? It's a cushy gig. The sack is hard to see from Andrea's position. Yeah, but you don't need to see the sack. You just need to make the realization that this is about targeting these kind of, especially targeting the pawn on g6. But I think this is quite likely from her. The bishop to d3 is a possibility, but I don't like it that much. Oh my God. Never mind. Forget what I said. Bishop to d3, pawn to c5 is my concern, right? Because if you take this pawn, the knight takes e5, and suddenly black has two central pawns. And if they survive, the central pawns is going to be a huge asset for black. But after pawn to c5, what about the move? Or am I crazy? What about the move bishop takes g6? Okay, computer doesn't love it, but it doesn't hate it either. Just bishop removing some of the pawns in front of black's king. And if the pawn recaptures, now you can go knight g5 without there being some pawn up to chase the knight back. You're threatening checkmate here with the rook coming in. So black needs to go rook f8 to stop the immediate checkmate. And then you can do like queen f4 threatening checkmate here. And then queen h4 threatening checkmate here. And it's GG's. Nothing black can do to stop that checkmate. That is delicious. That is absolutely wild. It's a lot easier to do when you have the computer assisting you, or at least assessing the moves you make. I'm not doing any calculations. I'm just exploring ideas. And it's a lot easier to give away a bishop when it's not yours. And if bishop takes pawn, if you recapture with the king, I guess then you go check, king back. Oh my God, look at this. Do you think this works? Can I sacrifice my rook? No, says the computer. Okay, let's do something else. Yeah, I'm not sure why white is doing good here. Yeah, I don't know. This is not clear. Do we have another idea here? If we do, I don't see it. Okay, so king takes might be a bit of an issue. But the general idea of some of these sacrifices are pretty cool. Black's king is in so much trouble. There's not much we need to do to just tip it over that last bit of problems. In the meantime, Alexandra's opponent is down to 43 minutes. Alexandra has a 45-minute time advantage after 1 hour of play. Oh. It shouldn't be possible. Is it all prep? No, none of this is prep. There's no prep on a double round day. Andrea has a strong opponent. Yeah. She's playing a very high-rated player. Alexandra used 40 seconds of her original time. Yeah. But she spent more than 40 seconds because she has also spent 30 seconds per move. All players get 30 seconds per move they make. But yeah, she's playing very quickly. I found a record of Andrea beating a WCM. But this is a FIDE master. It means he's been rated 2,300 at some point. Clearly, it's a while ago since Dariush is 2,100 now. But it's still a nice scalp. Scalp. Anyone remember Ludo? Oh, was Ludo a FIDE master? That was one of Alexandra's opponents, though. right? No, it wasn't Drea's. Ludo might be a FIDE master. Tolstoin. I don't know enough Dutch. To find Ludo in the FIDE rating search. Ludo and Dari de Dario, legends. Legends of the game. Okay, I might need to get some fresh air. I'm already yawning. Andrea has a winning position, but her opponent is using the Alexandra strat. Alexandra is also using the Alexandra strat. And she has a slight advantage on the board, as well as a absolutely massive advantage on the clock. 50 minutes. Who's the girl in the red hat in Alexandra's background? I can't tell whether you're trolling me or not. Do you see any clues on the screen? Any other girls in red hats? Is there a cap on rating, a max rating? No, there's not, Cons. The highest rated player ever was Magnus Carlsen. He made something like 2,889. Okay, that makes sense, Vila. What do you think Andrea and Alexandra's realistic all-time rating could be with dedicated study? Dude, you can't use realistic and dedicated study in the same sentence. Well, you can, but not in this, with this topic. You got to choose one or the other. I think Alexandra made a bad move. What do you mean? She'll just recapture with the C pawn. It's kind of weird Alexandra hasn't moved already, to be honest. There's only one acceptable choice here. She cannot take back with the other pawn because then black would get control of the open file. She needs to have her pawn on e4 as a sort of blockader for black's rook. I don't like that she's spending time on this decision. But at the same time, I can't really imagine her getting it wrong. Andrea, on the other hand, is down to 43 minutes now. Andrea is spending a lot of time. It doesn't really suit her to face an opponent that plays this quickly. On the other hand, she has a winning position, which does suit her pretty well. And it's not like a winning, it's an attacking position, which also is pretty good for her. Which one of the girls did not have that much sleep? Both of them, I'm pretty sure. It's very tough having to get up at like 8 a.m. to play a game of chess, especially when you had a game lasting until 9 p.m. the day before. What about knight to g5 on Andrea's board? Yeah, that's the move we're kind of hoping she doesn't play because it would just be a very waste of time. Knight to g5 attacks the black pawn, but the pawn can just move forward and you're going to have to go back. So as long as Andrea doesn't fall for that, the temptation of moving forward, then she's going to do very, very well here. I'm thinking pawn to g4 has to be a decent option as well, because then you open up along the second rank and you can get your queen over to help out in the attack. So pawn to g4, pawn to f4, bishop to d3, knight to f4, knight to e2. 5 moves, I think, are all excellent. And this position is so weird that like even some freaky stuff would be good here. Black's basically only plan is to go pawn to c5 and try and put pressure in towards the center of the board. So even a completely freaky move like pawn to b4 should be much, much better for Andrea. Normally, you don't move the pawn in front of your own king 2 steps forward, but it has a logic in taking control of and preventing black's plan. And so even this is winning for her. In Alexandra's game, is she thinking bishop takes bishop? I don't see why she would do that. Ah, if bishop takes bishop, she can take back with the queen. Okay, yeah, so she's probably considering bishop takes bishop. But in these positions, there's not really supposed to be much of a choice for her. She needs to take with the pawn. And also part of the reason why is she needs to make some more access for her bishop to try and trade the bishop for the knight. The knight is generally superior to the bishop in this circumstance because the bishop is being blocked by the pawns all over. Andrea spends a ton of time and she does end up going knight g5. That's 2 wasted moves for the attack. Not great, but computer says she's still winning, so. As long as this makes it easier for her to accomplish the next phase of the plan, it could be fine. She knows she's losing a lot of time with the knight, But her idea is that by provoking the pawn forward to h6, now the pawn on g6 is not defended. And then it's going to be easier for her to target that pawn afterwards. So she's kind of giving away a lot of time. But in return, she's getting a clear plan of action. Ooh, and Alexandra does make the trade between the bishops. That's a bit unfortunate. After that trade, she's definitely taking with the queen. Otherwise, she wouldn't make the trade. Yeah, the problem is after you take with the queen, this bishop is just being blocked by its own pawns in a worse circumstance. So here, there's absolutely no hope of this bishop ever really doing anything. Whereas after c takes, at least there was the hope that the bishop could trade for the knight and have some extra access over here. Yeah, that's a very bad decision. Now we have a classic good knight versus bad bishop situation. Alexandra is only slightly worse according to the computer, but it could very quickly become a massive problem. Especially what Alexandra needs to look out for here is if black could somehow manage to maneuver the knight to the d4 square. So something like this could be very bad. If the knight gets to d4, there are no pawns that can chase the knight away, but also since the bishop only moves on the light squares, the bishop cannot chase the knight away either. And the only way to survive here as white is to go queen to f2. And then you're going to have to sacrifice your rook because the knight is so strong. But then if you do this, you're probably making a draw because it's extremely difficult for black to break through here when you have a pawn and a bishop for the rook. But that's pretty high level strats. So yeah, very concerned about the weaknesses of the dark squares and Alexandra's inability in this position to try and fight for control of them in the next phase. Okay, moves are coming in on Andrea's board. Her opponent obviously did play h6, the only sensible thing to do. Oh, and Andrea is not playing instantly. No, Andrea, no. Don't do it. Oh, the worst thing you could do here is capture the pawn on e6. Because right now, black has buried their bishop alive behind this pawn. These two pawns are the reason that black's bishop is completely worthless. If Andrea now decides to make this sacrifice, she's getting two very strong central pawns, but at the same time, she's doing this bishop a tremendous service, opening up for it to actually play a part in the game. She's going to do it. She can't help it. Yeah, I guess that's why she spends all that time. I just saw her whisper, bang, 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 it's over. I mean, even this position computer thinks is only slightly better for black. But the thing is, Andrea came from a position that was completely winning, both attacking wise and positionally, strategically. Sacrificing on these two central pawns is the worst thing you can do, because those two central pawns are the things that are making sure this white bishop is the worst piece on the entire board. Black bishop on the light squares is what I meant. So what should Andrea play? She should just go back, which is why going forward was a mistake to begin with. But if she goes back, what she has accomplished is that this pawn is no longer protecting its buddy. And then Andrea can start targeting this guy. Someone suggested g4. It's not a thing here, but someone said that even f4 is okay, allowing the knight to be captured because it's so valuable to have the open file. I'm not really buying that. Maybe you can go here and over here. Maybe. Just seems unnecessary. Okay. I'm gonna go brew myself some more tea. We're hoping Andrea is not gonna sacrifice, but the fact that she's thinking right now means that she's definitely going to. And then in Alexandra's game, Alexandra's playing super quick. She has a 50-minute time advantage, but she just made a positional mistake, and she's lacking control of the dark squares on the board, with both her pawns and her bishop being light squared. So both the pawns and bishops, they capture to the side diagonally, which means that they capture towards the same color spectrum that they themselves are on. That means pawns on white and bishops on white cannot help take control of the dark squares. And that's a major, major issue for Alexandra right now. Oh, we were praising Andrea so much for her time management. Okay, I'll be back. We'll see how the sacrifice pans out. But yeah, the sacrifice is coming. Let's do a prediction. Will she or won't she? Will she sacrifice the knight or will she retreat the knight? And I will allow multiple knight sacrifices. Oof. We haven't lost the knight yet, but I guess it's coming. It's just coming at a moment where there's even less time on Andrea's clock. This round is kind of very weird because Alexandra is playing so quickly and Andrea's opponent is playing so quickly. Pawn to b6. That's a very strange move. So what's bad about this move is that black is kind of making the same mistake that white made. Black is putting all their pawns on one square or one colored square and just completely ignoring the other one. And if black has no light square control, then maybe we can do something with this bishop after all. So like something like getting the bishop now into these squares where black has weakened the light squares. That seems tempting. I'm also intrigued by pawn to b4. Did she sack? Yeah, okay. We knew it was going to happen though. I mean, attacking wise, it makes sense. But positionally, you're not just giving away one of your own pieces. You're also allowing your opponent's piece that didn't have a future a lot of breathing space. It's hard to move the horsey backwards. Yeah, but then you shouldn't go forward to begin with. What was the best option for Andrea? I mean, we were studying something that was interesting and also in kind of in Andrea's spirit to go bishop takes g6. Just use the bishop to get rid of the defenders around the black king. There are two issues with what Andrea did here. Number one, she's giving away the knight that was a very good attacker against the black king. Also, she's giving away the knight without managing to remove any of the pawns defending the king. And also, she's opened up for this bishop, which may now, to a larger part, play a role in the game. Whereas previously, that bishop was just stuck with its own pawns standing in the way. Equal position. Yeah, so the position, like the computer loved Andrea's position so much that even after making this mistake, it only says it's equal. But the concern is that Andrea is way down on time now. And that's not good. C8 bishop is like, I love Andrea. Yeah. This bishop is a big Botez fan right now. I mean, it could still work out for Andrea for sure, but earlier she was completely winning. Now it's very messy. Pawn storm, G4, F4, F5. Yeah, if Andrea gets these moves in, it's game over. But the problem is she's never going to get these moves in. Partly because, well, the bishop is going to come here, attack. When the knight moves back, you can't really move any of these because these guys needs to stay to blockade the pressure from white's bishop. Black's bishop, sorry. After bishop to b7, the computer did indicate for white. Knight f4 attacks the rook goes back. Like, what kind of crazy sacks are we going to have in store? Can we take this? Check. Now we're down. Anyone counting the number of pieces we're giving away? Like, something like this is still scary. There's no real way for black to defend against this rook sack. Pawn to c5, rook comes over here. Pawn takes in the middle, we sack our rook. Black is up by 2 knights, and the computer says like black is slightly better. Slightly better in this situation. It's wild. Number one, it's crazy that Andrea can just play on as if nothing has happened, even though she's down by 2 knights. But also it's crazy that, you know, normally you would look at this position and you would think, okay, either black is completely winning or completely losing. There's no in between. And then the computer says, no, black is slightly better, slightly. So this kind of play is pretty cool, but if Andrea is going to do stuff like this, she needs to play quicker. She needs to make some just decisive decisions, not second guess herself. She's already done the sacrifice. I guess that's why she was spending so much time. Now she's just gotta, she chose to live by the sword, and now she's got to die by it. Or rather, kill the other guy or die trying, essentially, is what I'm saying. What is going on with Alexandra? She's spending time. This is pretty much the first time in the tournament Alexandra's been thinking. Other than that one move last game where she spent 20 minutes. I was kind of liking Alexandra putting lots of pressure on the clock version. But now I'm kind of scared. I'm not sure whether she's thinking or whether she's sleeping. Okay, she's definitely not sleeping. A bit of both, maybe. Yeah, but you can't really afford to do both at a chess tournament. You got to commit to one or the other. How about a quick 15-minute power nap to exploit the time advantage and then come back refreshed with a clear mind. How is f4, f5? I would say terrible. You're just creating more weaknesses in the position. Okay, pawn f4 was actually one of the computer's top choices. She goes pawn b3 instead, which actually prevents the plan I was suggesting on her behalf. And it puts yet another pawn on a light square. Someone needs to teach that girl some positional considerations. I don't know about this. Have you ever fallen asleep at the board? No. I once fell asleep at the venue after my game, but not during. They had some very comfortable, like, sofa chairs in the lounge area. What happened to Andrea's game? Andrea decided to sacrifice, as is her right. And she actually, to be fair to Andrea, her sacrifice did make her opponent actually start thinking for the first time in the entire game. But it also means that the opponent is better, according to the engines, for the first time in the entire game. So this guy was very comfortable being strategically dead lost. But now that he's actually back in the game, now he's spending some time. That kind of time management doesn't really, I don't understand that, but you know, it's worked for him to get a 2100 rating at least. We haven't gotten the camera back. And Andrea doesn't really have time to adjust it. We're used to kind of losing the camera, but then it returning magically a minute after. But we've now gone 3 minutes without Andrea's camera. The good news is that we can still see Andrea in the background. Would be worse if we lost Alexandra's camera. Thank you, Cold Day. I'm pretty happy with it myself. Of course, she decided to sacrifice. Sorry for asking. Yeah. I mean, there were people who lost channel points thinking she wasn't going to sacrifice. But they only have themselves to blame, really. Clearly not regular viewers. Looks like we didn't forget the tea today. I actually took a break to brew more tea. But I understood that needed priority. Linny, thank you for the raid. What are the odds Alexandra and Andrea play each other? I mean, they are both participants in a tournament of 180 players, and they play 9 rounds. So just in theory, it should be 9 and 180, right? Which already is quite likely for them to play each other. But then as an added bonus, they keep on having the same amount of points, which definitely massively increases the chances of them playing against each other. But one very key thing that speaks against a Botez versus Botez matchup, the rematch 2.0, is the fact that they both have the same color. So both had white in the first round and then black in the second round and white in the third round. So the only chance for them to play each other is that one of them has to break the pattern and has to get the same color 2 games in a row. And that definitely happens. It's a thing sometimes, but it's not a guarantee. Is there no dress code for chess events? No. There's no dress code in life either. Well, actually, that's not true, is it? But, you know, wear some clothes and that's fine. Have you been to a live show of Andreas yet? I'm not the biggest techno person. But also, yeah, no, I'm not in LA. Or if she comes and has a set in Oslo, I promise to go watch her. But she's got to come to me. I'm not coming to her. That's a lot of ifs. Yeah, I mean, I've been to one concert in my life, and it was a trumpet. Actually, no, I've been to 2 concerts. One was a orchestra, and then the other guy was a trumpet soloist. Who was the trumpet guy? The Norwegian dude. We have like one Norwegian famous trumpet player, but he has 2 first names and a last name. And sometimes I mix up his first name for his last name. So it's either Ole Edvard Antonsen or it's Ole Anton Edvardsen. I'm pretty sure it's the first one. You look like you could be in a band playing trumpet. I actually played trumpet in school. My family lived in the US for a year when I was 9. And in the US, everyone had to have an instrument. In Norway, it's like everyone has to play the guitar in middle school. But in the US, you could actually choose an instrument. You could do trumpet, trombone, flute, I think. Probably guitar. I don't know. Other stuff as well. I didn't really know that stuff. But I did the trumpet. And I was probably the worst trumpet player there has ever been. But I did it. More of a tuba player? Yes. My dad was a tuba player. But I'm not sure they offered that in my elementary school. Oxford Elementary, by the way, for those of you following my Oxford City football manager save. I've decided that if anyone asks from now on, I'm going to say it's because I went to Oxford Elementary. Did you read the Yul Nespa books? Yes. And actually, you remind me, I have actually been to 3 concerts. Because I've also had a Yul Nespa concert with the Norwegian Olympic team for the Vancouver Winter Olympics. Magnus and Augustine and we went to this gathering. We were doing some segment, like a entertainment segment at one of the dinners, but we also got to join and kind of partake in the team building exercises and stuff like that. So I became pals with one of the, I was on a team with one of the alpine skiers, and I was on a team with Tua Berge, and I got Marit Breivik's autograph for my mom. I probably shouldn't have said that to her. I should have said it was for me. Full of Norwegian Olympic legends. Okay, it seems like Andrea's cam is officially dead. It's not coming back. And neither is Andrea's knight. They both died at the same time. And Andrea keeps spending so much time. She needs to just make some decisions now. She should probably move the knight back and then push these pawns. That's her best hope right now. Knight to f4, even though it's attacking the rook, it's probably a mistake, because then the knight is blocking the path for the pawns that need to go forward. Have you been to the village of Hell in Norway? Yes. Hell has quite a good chess team. So I think I've been there playing a tournament. Okay, Vila saying we are gonna get a camera fix potentially. But Andrea needs to make a decision first. She decides to go back to c3. Not a big fan of this move because it means Andrea now doesn't have the choice of going pawn to c3 to reinforce her center. And pawn to c5 now seems like a very good option. Pawn to c5, and then what are you going to do? If Andrea had gone knight to e3 on the other hand, after c5, then you can probably go c3. And you retain this protection with the pawns in the center. Yeah, I think this is just game over, unfortunately. Black has too many pieces defending the king. The sacrifice Andrea made both meant that she loses one of her key important attackers, but at the same time, she also makes it a lot easier for the black pieces to participate in the defense of the king. Oh, wow. No way. Producer is desperately trying to get prime subs. I guess I'll read out the prime subs. But what a desperate move from the producer. I swear I had nothing to do with it. But thank you for the prime Dream Theater fan. Must I have a prime? Okay, I'll shout out the non-primes too. Man, you're gullible. I try my best, Sosa. Sati, thank you for the prime. Chief Arbiter tried to fix camera, didn't manage. We need some of that. We need some of that, Andrea, with camera knowledge. Also, Andrea did make her move, and there's nothing. Oh. Wait, did you guys not see the variations I was making on the knight to c3? Sometimes the moves kind of don't register on the board. Hey, Hammer. Hey, Biophil. Thank you for the prime. Andrea only has 24 minutes versus 1 hour. I mean, that would be bad if we didn't know that Andrea's opponent has 19 minutes against an hour and 8 minutes. So it could be worse. That's some consolation. Do you have to play chess from a young age to be good? It depends on your definition of good. Personally, I believe you can become very good as long as you have like a knack for it and also the resources and good advice. Oh, damn it. Darius is showing his strength, finally. Pawn to c5, that's an excellent move. And it breaks down the white pawns in the center. If the white pawn captures, black will be very happy to make a queen trade and then also regain a pawn and chase after the next one. So Andrea can't really take it, but then if she doesn't take it, black is going to take hers. She can try to go forward, but then she also loses a pawn in the middle. Pawn to c5, I think that's GG's. Maybe she can go knight to e2, but then why did she go here with the knight to begin with, right? And here after takes, knight takes, attacks the rook, and if the rook takes... Oh, I was thinking now I'm going to give a check on the king and attack the queen. But it turns out bishop takes and you actually protect the queen. But here Andrea could survive at least. Because here she has a rook and a pawn in trade for 2 knights. I don't even understand what move the computer wants her to make to not lose instantly. Because this is kind of looking like an instant loss to me. Probably she needs to go d5. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. F4? No. Didn't feel right. I think it's fair to say she needs a miracle. I just don't know what that miracle should consist of. Knight e4, maybe? Why is the computer thinking there's some hope here? Queen e3, maybe. Queen e3. No. But that's better. We gotta avoid queen takes to go for the queen trade. Queen f2. Queen f4. No, queen f4 doesn't work because then black can get the trade. We really want to avoid black being able to get the queen trade because then the problems for black's king is just not that important. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Computer saying there's some hope for Andrea, but I can't even figure out what the right move is. Which, yeah. At what point does Alexandra's opponent's clock become a real problem for finishing the game? I mean, for finishing the game, you should always be able to finish the game. But it is a very real concern for making a mistake that ends up having a decisive impact to the game. And the worst thing he could do here is make this trade. He cannot allow the queens to be traded on this circumstance, because then once again, Alexandra will have the option to open up a good path for her bishop. Okay, so Alexandra's opponent says, I want the queen trade, but I need you to do it. But here's a big opportunity. Very nice strategic quiz for Alexandra here. She needs to go queen takes pawn, pawn takes back, and here the key is you have to go pawn to c5. You need to open up this path for the bishop to participate in the game. And you're not scared of pawn takes because then you can just go after all of these guys. None of them are talking together anymore. And they're not working together. It's extremely important that you prevent black from playing this c5 move themselves, because then your bishop is completely stuck in behind your own pawns. Very nice positional puzzle here for Alexandra. Let's see if she can do it. If she goes for the queen trade and goes c5, she's going to win this game. And then the bishop can get into the game. Queen e3 is resisting. I mean, I think under the circumstances, that was probably Andrea's best choice. But yeah, I would have preferred her doing something else previously, such as not giving away a knight. Ruben, thank you for the prime. Let's go Jan Solo as well. Why the big ELO differences? What do you mean? 200 points is not that much. Okay, Andrea recaptures with the rook. An attack on the queen. Now the pawn in the middle is undefended. She's in big trouble here. Look at how incredible this bishop is going to be. This bishop is going to be so happy pointing down the board. What happened to Andrea's lead? She may have given away one of her pieces, which not only gave away the piece, but allowed the opponent's pieces to get a lot of activity. On the other hand, we're hopeful that Alexandra can take home the win with her 50-minute time advantage. Big competition going right now between Darius and Alexandra. Who can have the bigger lead on the clock? Did Nemo stop by the tourney at all? I don't know where Nemo is. You'll have to ask her. What has happened to Andrea's camera feed? The camera broke down. Not sure why. Maybe the battery. Dohako. Thank you for the prime. So are we finding Nemo? I saw her on the channel a couple of days ago. I'm sure she's around somewhere. If a woman named Nail offered to marry you, would you say yes as a matter of principle? No, I would not. What principle would that be? That their last name is Nailhammer? Poor kids. I'm seeing a lot of bullying potential in that name. Are the clocks correct? Yes. Which is good news one place and bad news the other. We desperately need Alexandra to make the queen trade and then pawn to c5. But right now, it looks as though black has the c5 square completely under control. And on the previous move, it was even more obvious, right? Black basically had 4 pieces controlling that square. Sometimes it's difficult to realize that a square that was controlled 4 times by the opponent on the last move now can be an actual place for you to move. But after knight to f6, the knight moved away from the square. And then if we make the trade, we remove the queen that was controlling here. And then after the queen trade, the pawn that was controlling here also moves away. Enough for us to push forward ourselves and open up for the bishop to participate. Queen c7 was played in Andrea's game. She goes f4 to protect in the center, then bishop to b7. What a magnificent bishop. Who saw this coming 10 moves ago? Not too long ago, this bishop was the worst piece on the entire board, blocked by its own 2 pawns in multiple directions. But thanks to a generous contribution here from Andrea, donating a knight, the bishop's problems have been solved. And black is doing very well. In Alexandra's game, what should her plan be after rook to d8? Well, she'll move her king into the center and she'll move the bishop here to b5. So here, and then we start thinking. You don't need to plan out the entire game, just plan out your next couple of steps. And this is an example of that. Jelly. That is a very accurate description. How does he only have 14 minutes while Alexandra has 59? He took longer for his moves up until this point. Completely factual, but at the same time. What's the percentage for a 200-point difference? How often you should win? I think you're supposed to win about 66%. But when I say win 66% of the time, it doesn't mean you win 66% and lose 33%. It's more like you win 50% and then you draw 30% and then you lose 20%. It's more like that. If Alexandra were to switch boards with Andrea, would she be able to save the game? Yeah, I think so. Well, it depends on whether they have to switch both the board and the clock. I kind of just assumed that Alexandra would be allowed to bring her clock with her. But I guess that's not really the logical way of doing things. Then it would be kind of tough. I think if Andrea's opponent had just 10 minutes remaining, there could be some chances. I mean, to be fair, there's probably some chances now as well. They're just not very big. What do you think about if your opponent takes 30 minutes to make a move? Well, it depends on whether there's a move I'm concerned about. So if I'm concerned about some move, I'll probably sit there thinking myself for a bit, and then I'll walk around quite a bit. What's the largest rating gap in a classical game that you have won? I actually don't know, Silence. It's a very interesting question. I think the answer is not very much. I did beat Magnus once upon a time. That was a 200-point gap. You would assume I have some higher point gaps when I was younger, but I'm not sure. Probably the answer is about 300. She goes back. No endgame for Alexandra today, huh? I thought we were in a good... Alexandra had won 2 endgames in a row so far this tournament, and she denies the third one. I kind of would have liked to see her just really going for that one style of win. I'm pretty sure Andrea still thinks there's some kind of attack. I mean, to a certain degree, she would be right. But mostly now the attack revolves around the pawns trying to make their way forward. The issue is that you cannot play pawn to g4 because then your rook is undefended in the corner. So you need to move the rook first. And that's inconvenient. So something like rook to h2 so that you can get the rook across here. Black is going to go rook to d8 pretty much no matter what white does, just to get the trade. And then pawn to g4, trade. And then, well, you sit there and you hope your opponent doesn't play g5. But if he plays g5, you're going to lose this guy, and this guy was defending this guy. So it would all kind of collapse like a house of cards. Yeah, I'm really struggling to suggest anything for Andrea. I think this is close to being game over. Computer actually thinks it's equal. I really don't understand what Andrea should have here that the computer likes. To me, the position just looks like a ton of misery. When did you get up today? I was up at 8 a.m. Maybe 7:55. It's not when I usually get up. It's fair to say. That yawn looked like 3 a.m. Wow. Was it that bad? Okay, we got moves on Alexandra's board. Alexandra's opponent goes a5, good move. He's going to have to try and get the knight back to the c5 square afterwards, and the a5 pawn move is very useful in that regard because it's preventing Alexandra from moving her pawns up. Alexandra just goes bishop f1, quick move. Good move. The bishop was standing in the way of the pieces. Just let the rooks do their thing and the bishop can be a bystander for the time being. Andrea needs to move soon. Andrea's down to 7 minutes now. What are the chess players writing down? They're writing down their moves so that they can analyze their games at a later time. It's a chess tradition. Now, in more recent years, we have more of these digital boards, like the ones Alexandra and Andrea are playing on right now. They have like sensors inside to identify which moves were made. But we haven't gotten rid of the tradition of just writing down the moves as record keeping for the future. Okay, queen comes in, check on the king. Alexandra just moves away. Alexandra is playing very quickly right now, but I kind of hate her position. I have no idea why the computer feels like this is close to equal. Something like pawn to h5 followed by pawn to h4 looks very nice for black. Although, and Alexandra could try and do this, have the queen point down against black's knight and king, And if black moves back with the queen to try and offer the trade and get the queen away from the black king's diagonal, then once again, we would be able to trade and go pawn to c5, finally opening up for our bishop to play an actual part in this game. Have you had a break today? I've had 2 breaks, Grosh. I had to have a separate break to make more tea because I was yawning so much. But I can tell I'm on my last kind of bit of energy. Would very much appreciate some blunders here now. Honestly, Alexandra, if she gets a draw here, she should be reasonably happy with that because she hasn't really played this situation very well. But it's difficult to settle for a draw when you're so much up on time. Wow, Alexandra is playing really quickly right now. And she's making some sensible moves. I like g3. In general, Alexandra had too many of her pawns on the light squares. So now putting some on the dark squares makes a lot of sense. I'm guessing she's going to go bishop to g2 afterwards, but that would be a mistake. She should try to go king up instead. And now if black goes pawn to h5, trying to go further to attack white's pawn, then we should just blockade. And we're doing fine. Still can't see Andreas move. She moved the rook up so that there's no rook being pointed towards by the black bishop. Andrea has 6 minutes 33. Camille has 9:30. So yeah, we're approaching that very decisive part of the game where blunders probably are gonna happen since the players don't really have much time left. And we're kind of hoping the blunders happen by the opponents. If you wouldn't be so kind as to blunder and give chat something to cheer for, that would be swell. Do we still say swell? Because we went to visit my sister's best friend from when we lived in the US. We went there in 2005. And apparently then swell was all the rage. But I haven't been able to update my youthful vocabulary since. And it has been 20 years. It's a nostalgia fad that comes and goes. Wow. Where in the US? Berkeley, California. What happens if the clock runs out? Then the game is over and you lost. Better luck next time. So the clock is rather significant. That's why we like it when we're not down on time. Interesting situation going on right now. The two players who've been playing at ridiculous pace so far in the game, both of them are thinking. Alexandra with her 53 minutes and Dariush with his 56. If they decide to think for 30 minutes, I think I'm going to fall asleep, if I'm honest with you. I need some action, Latin chess right now. Okay, we got to move. Rook A1. What the Okay, no, I see what she's doing. She wants to go pawn A3 and pawn B4. She wants to try and put more of her pawns on the dark squares. It's actually quite a sensible strategy. Are the times wrong? I think so. I don't know where these times are from. I'll ask Vila to update them. Alexandra is at work trying to get her third tournament victory back to back to back. But when she's not playing chess, she's testing and developing a chess-themed game. And they're looking for test players to make sure that their game is going to be popular when released. If you do exclamation play test, you can find info on how to get involved, testing out the next generation of chess-inspired gameplay. Well done, everyone, using exclamation playtest so that no one can see the actual test. But, you know, if you can't find it scrolling up, give it another go. Queen to C5 played. Trying to point in towards the white queen. Maybe now we can go knight to E4 and try and chase the queen. Is this good? Takes. This seems reasonable. Then we go G3, everything's protected. The rook comes in. Andrea needs to make some decisions quick here, though. Pawn to G3 and then rook in, also good. The one thing she needs to avoid is thinking she's going to trick her opponent. Rook to D7, check on the king and attacking the queen. It looks brilliant until you realize knight takes rook also defends the queen. So let's not do that. Check rook takes H6. I mean, are you trying to give away both your rooks? It's not going to work. Andrea needs to make a move, though. In the meantime, Black has centralized their two rooks, but now Alexandra is making some progress. Alexandra, moving the rook away from the A file, I feel like black didn't have the appreciation to realize that what was about to happen. And when Alexandra pushes her pawn up on the next move, it's very likely that she will at the same time manage to open up for the rook along the side of the board. Alexandra is making some very nice progress the last two moves. 5 minutes remaining for Camille. Andrea is at 340. Not great. What about F5 for Andrea? Ooh, F5 is tricky because if the pawn is captured, then you can give a check on the king while attacking the queen. Very good. And this time when the rook is captured, there's no added protection to the queen. So we can just take it. But after pawn to F5, black can just capture in the middle, attack the queen, defend the queen, and attack the pawn. Just everything just falls apart. Andrea has gone knight to E4 instead, putting pressure on the queen and probably forcing a trade. Because if the queen moves back, then the knight will just continue forward. And this knight is so well placed that Andrea might be much better here. So black actually has to give away the bishop for the knight. That being said, this bishop is just happy to be involved in the game and managing to trade itself for a white piece. Because there was a point in this game where that bishop thought it was going to be buried alive. Everyone's worst nightmare. How far are they from additional time? So Alexandra's opponent, he has 3 minutes remaining, and he's thinking about his 23rd move. So Alexandra's opponent needs to make another 18 moves with 3 minutes remaining. But he does get an additional 30 seconds per move he makes. Andrea, on the other hand, she just made her 23rd move. So she needs to make another 17 moves, and she has 4 minutes to do that, plus the 30 seconds you get per move that's being made. Let's just say both Andrea and Camille has left something to be desired in their time management. They're both cooked. I mean, let's not cook the chicken before the egg has been laid, or I'm not sure that worked, but it's looking good for Alexandra and it's looking bad for Andrea. Okay, knight to D7. It was weird that Andrea was up on the clock 2 games in a row. Yeah, and then we pointed it out to her and we jinxed her for the next one. Very unfortunate. Alexandra is going to go pawn to B4. It's so obvious, I don't even know why she's thinking. Everyone and their cousin knows what she's up to. Can you please explain how a draw works? Well, if you only have kings remaining, it's impossible to make a checkmate. So that's a draw. But there are other circumstances as well. There's the stalemate where one player is not in check, but there are no other legal moves available to them. And then there's the 3 times same position, often called 3 times repetition, although it doesn't need to be one after another that the same positions occur. Wait, are you asking for the concept what a draw is? It means that no one wins. It's a tie. $50 move rule is in there? Yeah, sure. But the worst thing about chess is that you can just say, I offer a draw, and then the game is over. But what are you gonna do? Queen to h5 is attacking the pawn. So I was starting to think whether there's a cool pawn sacrifice with pawn to c5. And then if pawn takes, I was thinking like bishop up here. But it's a bit more annoying doing these kind of trickeries when your opponent can just capture one of your pawns. So we should probably defend this, and I'm guessing we should use the queen. Queen to c3 seems sensible to keep it defended. We could go bishop to g2, but I'm scared that our lack of defense on the c4 pawn might be a problem. Actually, now that I think about it, it's fine. Bishop here protects pawn, and if the knight comes forward, we'll just protect here and protect here. This would be quite a good position for Alexandra. Knight to e7 played in Andrea's game. Are we going to see pawn to g4? Oh, I almost forgot that Andrea was pointing her queen towards the rook in the corner, but it turns out if queen takes rook, then queen takes rook back. And they lost a rook in the corner of the board, but we lost a rook that was well placed in the middle. Andrea instead goes pawn to g4. She was pretty quick with that one. No doubt in her mind, she wanted to push forward. Gary, the g-pawn, will save the day. Let's hope. Rook to c8. Pointing down towards the c2 square, but that square is actually well covered. Okay, this is going to be slightly freaky. Okay, it's too freaky. I was going to say, can we do something like pawn to b4, try and kick the queen back, and then go pawn to f5? Basically, we're struggling to get pawn to f5 because anytime we do that, the pawn no longer protects on e5, which will allow the black forces to capture. Andrea just doubles the rooks. I'm not sure I like that move. Because what are you going to do if the front rook gets attacked? I was kind of hoping for rook to e2. Try and defend here. After rook to d2, the computer very clearly says this is completely winning for black, but I don't understand why. Pawn to g5, maybe? Pawn to g5 is often a very clever move. Because then you can't really move this pawn since you would lose the protection of your other pawn in the middle. And at the same time, black is just going to capture that pawn next. And then, well, either way, the pawns defending each other is history. And you manage to break down these nice white pawns in the middle. Oh, I missed some moves in Alexandra's game. Alexandra did go, wait, what did she do? She did go bishop to g2. Her opponent went king g8. It's a very strange move. Queen to c3, also kind of strange. And then here, black traded the pawns. Great news for this white rook on the edge of the board. This rook is very happy with the trade that was made. Knight to e5 afterwards, but now we can try and use our rook on the side of the board. Also, we may be able to try this pawn to c5 that I was advocating previously. Although takes b5 maybe is a bit annoying. The knight can jump in here, defend it here. I think maybe just move the rook up. Ooh, and Andrea's opponent does find this g5 move. Very, very good move. Breaking down the situation Andrea needed for the pawns to keep protecting each other. And now it's just game over. Her opponent has an extra knight. And in addition, he's breaking down the control the pawn had in the center. How often does a pawn go to the other side to be a queen? Pretty much every game, Stargolder. But at the same time, it's very common to resign before that even happens. But essentially, every single strategy to winning in chess revolves around getting a new queen. It's just at the higher levels, the players are too good at predicting what's going to happen for them to actually play it out. Unfortunately, I think the hope is dwindling for Andrea's chances here. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. She's going to have to come up with a little miracle here. She could take the black pawn. Black would then only have one pawn remaining close to the king. But at the same time, there would be no way for white to defend against rook takes pawn in the middle. You can try to create something on this diagonal, but it turns out this knight is just doing a fantastic job defending the black king. So Andrea is going down. The knights are just way too good at defending the king. Not a good idea to attack it. It definitely was a good idea to attack it. The problem is the path Andrea chose led to her losing a knight, which was bad, but it also led to the opponent winning a bishop in a way. Because the black bishop that was previously completely shut in by its own pawns suddenly came to life. Alexandra does go pawn to c5. In general, I like this move. And I also like that she's creating tension when her opponent is down to just 30 seconds. He went for the trade. Alexandra recaptures. And then the knight goes back. Okay, the good news is that all of those pawns Alexandra had on the light squares, she's about to get rid of them. But the bad news is that she's no longer going to have any pawns on the left side of the board. Ooh, look at this. Andrea, pawn forward, attacks the queen. She's trying to get the black queen away from the control of the pawn in the center. This is actually a move I suggested. Well, one move ago. But at the same time, I kind of stopped pursuing it because I realized it wasn't very good. The problem here is that after queen to c3, it's a threat of a checkmate. Because if white could go pawn to f5 here and chase the rook moves and then defend against the checkmate, then white would be practically winning. But the thing is, checkmate does exist, and there's nothing here to do about it. So I guess we're hoping for any move other than queen to c3. Queen to b6 and Andrea would win the game. Of course, he doesn't do that. Checkmate threat. Andrea, 1 minute remaining. Alexandra's opponent bringing the queen back. Alexandra went pawn to f4, trying to build up her pawns. I'm not sure I like the timing on that, because there is a lot of rooks pointing down and against the white central pawn in particular. So no longer having a pawn to protect the one in the middle is a bit nerve-wracking. Queen to c5 offers the trade. Alexandra is just going to go one step back, avoiding the trade. Also kind of keeping the opponent nervous. If we were to do the queen trade here, we would just ease all of black's anxiousness. So we don't want to do that. Okay, trade between the pawns on the king's side. The problem now is that the white pawn in the middle only has the queen to defend it. And here black is coming with the knight to attack the queen and the pawn at the same time. Yeah, we don't even have a good check on the king. My bad. Alexandra avoids the queen trade, but she puts the queen on a b3 square. I have no idea why she would put the queen here. It felt better having it on a dark square because then you're controlling the diagonal up towards the black king. It's a strange decision. Queen back. We kind of need Alexandra to make something freaky happen before the opponent gets another 30 minutes. I'm not sure I have the energy for a very prolonged game, and I'm just doing commentary. I can't imagine Alexandra, who's actually playing the game, has that much energy then. Pawn to e5 has been played. Alexandra has succeeded. Remember earlier in the game, Alexandra had all her pawns on the light squares, and somehow she's actually managed to succeed in moving the pawns over to the dark squares. In that regard, I do like the progress she's making with the position, but I don't think it's going to be enough to win regardless. Okay, knight to c5 attacks the queen. Queen moves up to b5, keeps some important squares under control. Oof, Andreas' queen is getting kicked around. Black has too much activity, too many threats. Do you consider any of Andreas' 6 to 8 latest moves a blunder? I mean, no, but it's not like it's been good. But like, technically, rook to d2 was a big mistake, but it's not easy to understand that this is a big mistake based on pawn to g5 and undermining. But if you're making weird predictions, I think you yourself is going to have to be the ref for what you consider a blunder. Andrea, the queen is under attack. Andrea moves it away, and then she loses the pawn in the center with another attack towards the white queen. The queen is desperately getting away, but black at this point has a knight for a pawn. Alexandra always has a huge time advantage. Yeah, she's been really good at using that as a weapon. Okay, I wonder how Alexandra is gonna do this. Pawn to h4. Pawn to h5, pawn to h6. Just try and get this guy as far up as possible. I would say that's clearly Alexandra's best plan of action right now. Although I am a little bit concerned that the black rook could be a bit dangerous pointing in towards the white king. Alexandra doesn't go for the pawn and instead points a rook down towards the black queen. But the problem is this knight is so well defended, you're not really going to scare black with any sort of pressure you put in there. You got to be very careful about the counterattack black has going on. Like, this stuff could be very, very dangerous. The two rooks working together, either moving forward and to the side towards the king, but also just moving across the second rank. Very dangerous. Alexandra's opponent does make his move with just seconds remaining. With rook to d2, that's a dangerous looking one. Is that guy playing on increment already? Yes, but he has done so successfully for 10 moves already. And it does feel like Alexandra is losing a little bit of control of the situation. I'm more scared about the white king's safety than I am for black's, which is a problematic thing to say. It's easier for black to point in towards the king than it is for white to point in towards the black king. And that's despite white having more pawns on that side of the board. It just really helps out that black has a lot of pieces that defend along the second rank, meaning that the king can step forward and feel very safe there. No attacks from the side and none from the diagonal. And none from above, so below, whatever that is. Okay. Knight to f4 was played in Andreas' game. The knights are just coming in. Oof, these knights are very difficult to handle. It's coming so close to the board, to the white king. Darius playing very well. Yeah, he's been good ever since Andrea made that sacrifice. He was in so much trouble before that. But after he got gifted, he's done very, very well with the gift he received. Alexandra, on the other hand, she needs to consider just finding the emergency brake. That has been Magnus calls it an emergency brake when he just realizes right now I'm not trying to win this game and I have to be very careful not to make a draw, not to lose. And I feel like this is the same kind of thing for Alexandra right now. She needs to realize the danger to her king, and she's got to try and get a draw from this. Okay, rook to b1, threatening on b6, but rook to d7 is a great counter. If Alexandra now tries to take the black pawn, then she's going to lose the game. Rook to d1, check on the king. And after rook takes, the other rook comes in, check on the king. And you cannot capture the rook for free, because if you do that, you leave the defense of the queen, allowing black to just capture whites for a full rook's advantage. So, yeah. I'm a bit nervous on Alexandra's behalf right now. A draw is a completely fine result, but we need to avoid her losing this game. What does the computer think of queen to c6 forcing a queen trade? Maybe that's a good idea. And then takes. Maybe rook here, attacking the bishop, but the bishop can go back. Yeah, no, queen to c6 looks like a good move. I like this. Just realizing the danger white's king is in, and then taking measures to make sure that you're able to trade off the queens and thereby lessen the chance of the attack being so strong that you can't handle it. Andreas White, yeah, unfortunately. But the dark clouds are gathering around Andrea's king right now. Rook back. She prevented this rook move at least. Will pawn e6 cause problems for black? Oh, wow. Pawn to e6 is a super interesting move. The idea is that you can't recapture with a knight because then the rook will be able to capture the queen. Fair enough. So what are your options? There's an attack against the rook and an attack against the pawn. You kind of have to accept the pawn sacrifice, but now you have less protection around the king. Could be important, but doesn't really look like it's gonna be important here. So I'm gonna say overall, I think the answer to your question is no. It's not gonna cause problems, but it was an interesting idea to study. Queen c6 is a pretty solid way to stop all the counterplay. Sure, but keep in mind, Alexandra is going to want to win this game. She had a 50-minute time advantage at some point, maybe even 55. And her opponent has only had seconds remaining for quite a bit of time. She's going to consider it a bit of a failure if she's not able to capitalize on her massive time lead and win the game. But based on the position we have on the board, and of course, based on the fact that I think her opponent has played very well in the last couple of stages, I think you're gonna have to go for it and take the draw, or try and figure out a way to draw. Four more moves and time pressure? Well, I mean, he already survived so many. Why should four more be an issue? Both Alexandra and Dariush to move. And both of them have more than 30 minutes left. Oh, never mind. Dariush with the rook going for the trade. Andrea accepts the trade and offers a queen trade at the same time. Okay, we're going. That was the best move she had available, but it's still kind of sad. But the best move you can possibly think of is trading everything when you're already down. Actually, after takes, knight to e3, it's very problematic for white to keep this bishop defended. You can move the rook and say check, but the king will just get further up. And then when the bishop saves itself, black can still just capture stuff. So feels like a very straightforward way to win is just making the trades that Andrea didn't really want to do, but she didn't have any choice but to do. How did Andrea's game go? Andrea's game is up to the right in the graphic. Her camera went out of, no more power. Alexandra's unbeaten streak still intact unless something bad happens, but something bad is about to happen. I think it's very important here that Alexandra realizes that her position isn't that amazing and that she should just go for the draw, even though her opponent is low on time. Keep in mind, her opponent is going to get more time in just 4 moves. He's played so well while being low. Quite impressive, actually. In Andrea's game, knight to e3 is coming. And that's going to cause a lot of problems for this bishop. And Alexandra's taking a lot of time right now, but I don't really mind that. Because frankly, this is an important moment in the game to realize that you're not really close to going for the win. And you are not that far away from losing as the black rooks try and get involved in towards the white king. Alexandra needs to find some good defensive moves here. In the meantime, white's bishop is kind of trapped. It can't go to this d3 square, but we'll still see a trade. And then black has a knight in trade for nothing. And black is going to win the game. Oh, I guess Andrea made it to move 40. That's why she's thinking. No. Andrea has one more move to make before she gets an additional 30 minutes. But the 30 minutes is not going to save her. She's down a knight, and there's nothing in the position that can justify such a thing. Andrea playing her move just as he got up. Rook check on the king. Yeah, that's definitely the final move. Black will block with the rook. And then Andrea's rook is under attack and the bishop is under attack at the same time. So you can't avoid the trade, but if you trade rooks, then the bishop is trapped afterwards. If you end up in this kind of situation, the black pawn will just move forward and become a new queen. GG's. unfortunately. Rook to e6 has been played. She'll try rook g4. Well, rook g4 and then the king comes in to both protect and attack. It's game over. She moved something way back, or did she make the trade and then move her opponent's rook off the board? It's kind of tricky understanding what's happening from afar. I'm going to say probably she traded rooks, and it was the black rook I saw her moving away. Yes, that has been confirmed. The rook trade, and then king takes. Bishop is trapped. And Andrea is going to have to resign, unfortunately. Andrea's camera is dead. Yeah, it ran out of battery. Not ready to beat a FIDE master yet? Yeah, but this was so close. Feels bad because it was so close. She had this one in the bag. Will there be an Andrea interview? I mean, if she wants to, of course. She's been closer in previous games. Has she though, Sug? I thought this was pretty close. The winning plan wasn't obvious. I mean, it wasn't obvious, but it was clear it was winning, and there were more than one way of doing it. I don't know. I thought it was close. It was a good try. Very good try. How sad will they be if they lose? They'll be sad. Andrea will be sad because she had such a promising situation out of the opening. And if Alexandra loses, then she will lose her undefeated streak of 16 games after overestimating her position. So that would not be good. GG's. Andrea resigns the game. Her bishop was trapped. There was nothing to do about it. The sacrifice, the problem wasn't the sacrifice itself. It was the fact that the sacrifice allowed the opponent's bishop to thrive. We were looking at lots of interesting sacrifices where you just sacrificed in a different way. And I think if Andrea wants some advice, that's what we're going to tell her. That you need to consider strategic elements even when it's a tactical sacrifice. And here it would have been better to sacrifice a bishop against one pawn in front of the opponent's king instead of getting two pawns, but not getting rid of pawns in front of the king, but also activating the opponent's bishop. Was that guy good? Yeah. Andrea was playing one of the best players, highest rated players in the tournament. How many matches this tournament? Normally in tournaments, you call it games in chess. There's 9 games. Well, actually, we say 9 rounds. Alexandra's been thinking for 15 minutes now. I'm gonna need a little break because I feel like I'm completely out of energy. But to surmise a little bit, her opponent only has 1 minute remaining. But he has some scary intentions of getting 2 rooks working together in towards this little white camp in the corner of the board. Alexandra thinking for such a long time now is indicative of her realizing that she has a lot more problems than she had anticipated. And I think the fact that she's thinking for so long also indicates that Alexandra realizes that this is kind of scary for her and that making a draw here would be a completely fine result. If Alexandra wants to be cynical about her energy levels and about her winning streak or like lack of losing streak, I think she should consider offering a draw. I'm not a fan of the draw offer, but as long as it's available to us, it's kind of useful, especially when you're the highest rated player and you understand that your position has some problems and that your opponent hasn't necessarily understood the ramifications of the problems your position entails. So a nice little draw offer here while he only has 60 seconds remaining. I think that could be a good idea. Draw at this point feels like a moral defeat, but he played a good game. Like, he didn't make any mistakes. There's no shame in a draw against a lower rated player when he's played a good game. You're being emotional based on his time usage. But even though he has spent a lot of time, the truth is he made no mistakes. Alexandra is going to press this for another 2 hours. I mean, I think if Alexandra tries to press nades, I think she's losing in 2 minutes rather than hours. I genuinely think her position is very scary. Draws don't wreck your rating or your tournament chances, but losses do. I kind of agree with that, Zug, but at the same time, Alexandra is not really known for her willingness to minimize risk. She is a very maximizing risk kind of player. How can you play this game without getting angry when losing? I mean, you're welcome to teach me if you manage, but as of yet, I have not found the recipe for that. Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. She might be thinking for even longer, but the move we kind of like is queen to c6. A move realizing the trouble and trying to trade off the queens. That's what we're hoping for. Okay, moves on the board, moves on the board. Queen C6 has been played. Ooh, she's trying to bail out, and the kid says no. The kid is going for the win. He doesn't want to allow Alexandra to get away from this, and he immediately avoids the trade of the queens, now threatening checkmate with rook to d1 next. And the knight is coming in against the king as well. Oh, this is very scary. Can we go queen to a8? Oh, we may have to go queen to a8. Alexandra needs to insist on this queen trade. If she tries to do something like pawn h4, trying to give some escape room for her king. Apparently this is okay as well. Is the eval bar even working? Nothing is happening as I make the moves. Okay, what does she play? Rook to f1. Okay, I mean, I think he's still gonna go rook d1. She can maybe go queen to f3 at some point. The reason she's choosing this square is she wanted to avoid the knight coming in to attack the rook. But she's also making sure that if the knight comes to this f2 square, then she'll be able to attack it. Knight has been played, but now she can take the pawn. Now she can take the pawn. She tricked him. Now she can take the pawn. Alexandra's going to have a pawn up. Could she not take before? No. If queen takes b6 earlier, then black wins. Check on the king. Check on the king. And if you take this rook, then bam, you lose the queen. Well, actually, here this is checkmate. So that's also good. So rook to f1, knight comes forward. And now queen takes pawn. That's a free pawn. What about e6? Nah. I don't think so. I don't see the point. Okay, apparently there's a point. Yeah. Okay. Every move I'm making, the computer hates. I don't know about this. How about we just take the pawn? Computer has to learn. I don't know what was going on there with the computer going up and down and whatnot. But I see a pawn I can take. I take it. I'm not a very complicated man. Any word from Andrea? Oh, thank you for reminding me. I guess we can't really do it now. We need to wait until after the time scramble. As long as Camille here has 30 seconds remaining, we're going to focus on this game. What's the name of this tournament? Cracow Chess International. Why not take with a rook? Because we're freaking scared. That's why. If rook takes, our king is not feeling safe. It's not like I have a specific move in mind. It's just that I feel like White's king is in more trouble than Black's king because of this rook pointing in towards it. And so that's why I want to get rid of the queens. But you're right. I can't actually tell what's wrong with the rook, but it just queen takes feels better. Takes. I guess check. And up here. But then there's this move. I think Alexandra will very likely be up a pawn in an endgame here. I don't really see how black would avoid. Oh, yeah, this one. Maybe you can jump here. Then still something like this, and you're preventing. I think Alexandra is going to be up a pawn. It might not be winning automatically, but it's pretty risk-free with chances for the win. Does he kind of look like he needs to pee? Well, he's going to have to hold it in for another 15 minutes. That's the consequence of being down 50 minutes on the clock and then having an opponent with the audacity to spend all those 50 minutes for the time to equalize before move 40. All the best players wear diapers. Don't reveal our secret strats, bro, Seth. Some of the trade secrets we need to keep. Okay, Alexandra goes e6. She wants to keep it maximum complicated and have some captures and whatnot before the time control. He needs to make 2 more moves. Ooh, rook up. Big mistake according to Engine. I don't understand why though. Ooh, check, check. And then you go here, attack the rook, and you threaten here. If knight here takes. No. Okay, let's see what's happening. Oh, she has taken, and went with the check. He made it to move 40, but Alexandra got a winning position in the meantime. Let's go. She just can't help herself. She's making everything work in her favor. Camille defended so heroically. He was so good. He was down to just 1 minute for the last 15 moves. But 2 moves before he got the extra 30 minutes, he made the mistake. The king backs down, but now the queen will have this idea of giving a check from the h8 square and also threatening the rook. Queen to c3, let's go. That's a killer. And queen c3 on the board. She's back to her quick pace play. Let's go. "40 moves played, they got time." Yes. They actually made 42 moves. Well, Alexandra made 42 and Camille made 41. Alexandra needs a rest after that as well. But she's going to the find a snack with confidence that this is going to turn out in her favor. The queen is attacking the rook. The queen is also threatening to invade in towards the black king. Perfect execution there. Can you recap how we got a winning position? It happened very quickly. So after pawn to e6, Alexandra's opponent got tempted by the fact that he no longer needed to lose the pawn on b6. So he goes rook to d6 because he wants to keep this pawn defended. But that was a mistake because after the trade, the king actually lands itself in a precarious situation together with the undefended rook on d2. Clearly, the king needs to take the pawn, but then instead of moving the queen back to attack the rook immediately, Alexandra first makes sure to give a check, forcing the king back. The king cannot go to the side because of the double attack. So the king is forced back, and now by interjecting this queen check before getting to the queen's actual final destination, she manages to now both attack the rook and have this idea of getting the queen into the corner to attack the king. Why not king to e7? Well, I guess then queen to c3 is still good because then we have another way of giving a check. In general, you don't want to put your king in the middle of the board this late into the game, especially not when the opponent both has queen and rooks and open ways of creating that attack. So he basically, in this game, black has made one mistake. And that one mistake is going to lose him the game. How old is Camille? I'll try to figure that out. I should have checked already, if I'm honest. Where does it say? Guess I'll just Google it. Here, born 2005. So he's turning 19 this year. Time is not over. No, after they made 40 moves, they're granted an additional 30 minutes on the clock. So now comes a new phase of the game where they have plenty time to think again after having had such a stressful couple of moves previously. What's black's best move from here? He doesn't really have any good moves. Like, he can try to give a check on the king, and then the king will move in to attack the knight. And then the knight is in trouble. What do? I guess you could try and move the knight, but then the queen comes in, check on the king. The king moves, but the queen can capture another pawn and give another check. And then Alexandra is up a pawn, and she has the continuing attack on the king. Not to mention the fact that Alexandra here can trade the queens and then go for the pawn. And then she's up 2 pawns, which apparently is not good. Okay, apparently this is not good because black gets too much pressure against white's bishop. And the bishop cannot move because of the pressure against the king. So it's not game over just yet, but she's going to win. She's going to have a big attack against the king, and she's going to win at least 1 pawn. How much time is on the clock at the start of the game? They start with 90 minutes. So in theory, is at 3 hours and 35 minutes. Yesterday, Alexandra had a game that went 5 hours. So in theory, the game can go like 7 hours, but that's super unlikely. The normal length is 3.5 hours. And like if it's like 150 moves, it can be like 5 hours. No, sorry, 6 hours. Can they pause mid-game? I mean, they can move around. No one is forcing them to sit at the board, but someone's clock will always be running. But I mean, you can manage your time in such a way that you give yourself a break. The clocks are gonna fix themselves once a move is made, aka now. The knight comes in, check on the king. The king is just gonna move. Counter pressure on the knight. And now the knight moves again. And now for the prom queen to take her spoils. The invasion on the H8 square about to happen. I don't know why she's thinking. She doesn't really have a choice. She can start thinking after she's taken this pawn. Check on the king. King moves forward. And then take the pawn. I'm surprised this is not as easy as it looks. Because it looks like it should be super easy from this point. Check on the king. King doesn't really have a choice, has to go back. But now, this is the key moment. What to do here? And it's not easy. Pawn to f5 looks very tempting. But then black into a counter sacrifice. And suddenly it's white's king that's in trouble. Ooh, this is very interesting. The game is not over yet. White's king remains in a troublesome situation. And all of these black attacking pieces can contribute to create a lot of issues. Hammer, are you a better player than Judith Polgar? I mean, historically, no. But I do have a positive score against Judith. Although I did get that score when I was a much weaker player than her. Alexandra can win this easy. I mean, of course she can win, but it's so easy to make a blunder here. White's king is still very much in big trouble. And we analyzed that if pawn to f5 then there are some very, very sneaky sacrifices. Luring the king into the open. Here, if the king goes back, black wins. The queen comes in and it's game over. So here it's not just about how black survives. It's actually that black is, I mean, white has to be accurate to survive themselves. Oh, now I see. The only way for white not to lose here is by going king to h3, allowing the rook to come in, checking the king and attacking the queen. And then after king takes, the rook can take the queen. But at the end of the variation, we get pawn takes and it's check against the king and we attack the rook. That is so sick. Honestly, this feels a bit better for white though. White should have chances to win this. She's not seeing that. Of course she's seeing. If she ends up making the blunder with f5, she'll manage to find king to h3. So it's very good news that even after pawn to f5, even though that's a mistake, you still have the opportunity to win afterwards. What about queen to h8 was my first instinct. And then king up. But apparently the problem here is that if you go for the queen trade, there's some annoying threats the knight can try and make in towards your pieces. Which means if rook takes pawn, even though white is up 2 pawns here, it's just there's too many threats to deal with. So we got to be super, super careful. I don't even know what the computer's top choice is. It doesn't feel very obvious. Can we go bishop h3? How silly is this? Ooh, bishop h3 is the move. Bishop h3 is the move. Because now we're avoiding the rook sacrifices against the bishop. And if knight takes pawn, this knight becomes very misplaced. And now we can go for the queen trade. And then the knight is in trouble? No? Computer didn't like that, but this knight is in big, big trouble. Why is that? I mean, this looks good to me. What else could we be looking for here? I don't get it. We have to go with the queen trade. Our rook is under attack and the queen is under attack. Okay, I'm going to have to cheat on this one. Oh, it turns out I can't even cheat. I can't see the engine. I can only see the... Maybe I have to go into settings. Damn it. I don't even know what the right move is here. Ah, the right move is to go back and not do this check. Okay, never mind. New plan here. Pawn to f5. Oh my God, it's pawn to f5. Allowing the rook to be captured. And then we continue forward with our pawn, threatening checkmate, threatening this, threatening lots of stuff. And then if the queen moves forward, still don't understand why this is winning. The rook can come in, attacking the queen, but the black rook does the counter threat. Oh my god! Oh my god! We have pawn to g7. The queen is pinned. There's a pin here. This is a pin. This is a pin. But you can't capture the pawn, even if the rook can take your king, because you take, like, yeah. It's about who takes the king first, essentially. The little pawn that could, yeah, that pawn was really the hero there, huh? Ooh, bishop to h3. That's a ridiculously difficult move. But it does make sense if you identify that rook takes bishop is a very big problem, then it does naturally make sense to look for moves where you move the bishop. And it also makes sense that you don't go with the bishop to the f3 square, because then the knight would be attacking both your bishop and the rook. She goes for the queen trade. Okay, that was my first instinct as well. But she had the time to spend to figure even more things out. Safe? Yeah, I know it's a safe choice. And now maybe pawn to h3. This knight is super annoying. We need to do something about it. Pawn to h3 might be that move. Pawn to h3, and then if knight comes in, you can move the rook up. This is very good. The rook can give a check, but we just trade. And then king up. And we got our king away. Things are safe. Yeah, this is a very good advantage. The computer is massively underestimating how important the extra pawn is for Alexandra in this circumstance. At least 50% chance she wins this. Ooh, rook e1 instead. Computer thinks that's fine. Actually, computer thinks it's top move. So now she's threatening this. She prevented this. And I guess you could say she's kind of threatening to chase the knight away as well. When Andrea interview? Okay, let's see. Did Andrea lose on time? No, she lost on her position. She ran out of pieces. Okay, rook to d6. The rook is defending. What I don't like about this rook to e1 move is that now it becomes a lot more difficult to challenge the black rook. Alexandra does get to play h3, kicking the knight. But now when the knight moves back, there's going to be a problem. When the knight starts attacking in towards the white pawns. I kind of preferred my solution with h3 earlier, because then at least we would get this rook up to try and get this trade. The two black rooks working together is a menace. So yeah, not such a fan of rook e1, even though it was the computer top choice. Ah, no, you know what? Rook e1 was brilliant if she had found the right move afterwards. Here, she should have gone bishop to f3. And then if knight takes pawn, you have bishop to e2. And the knight is trapped. Well, actually, the knight is not trapped. Because if you take it, then there's a counter pressure. But apparently, you can do something better. Oh, you can just go for the rook trade. And then after the rook trade, now the knight is properly trapped. And if you go with a rook to defend, now you block again. And because you got rid of two of the rooks, black doesn't have the double pressure against the bishop anymore. This was very complicated, but yeah. Playing pawn to h3, there should be some kind of alarm bells going off in your head, because now you are weakening the protection of the g3 pawn, but more so having all your pawns on the dark squares when your bishop is on the light squares. That's the optimal formation. So voluntarily putting your pawn on a light square should be something you look for reasons to avoid if possible. And now as the knight retreats, there's a definite concern that this knight is going to keep jumping around to try and attack the new weakness in white's position. Surely Alexandra needs to go pawn to g4 here, because she needs to prevent this from happening. Can she go bishop here? No. Rook here, maybe? Ah, rook to b3. That's a great move. Rook to b3 is very, very good. You're protecting the pawn that you kind of created a weakness on, and you're also considering in the future doubling up with your rooks against the black pawn that has some trouble keeping itself defended. Okay, we're getting Andrea. Isn't pawn push usually the best thing when up a pawn? Sometimes it is, but there's a concern here that if you push the pawns too far up too quickly, it will make it easier for the opponent to surround your pawns. Basically, you want to incrementally make your advance so that you can bring your whole army together and not have just a couple of scouts running around in the front and getting killed because you're not working together. Bishop to f1. So Alexandra is preventing rook to d3. And she's trying to provoke. She's trying to provoke knight to h5 because she knows she can then go rook to b3 and keep the pawn protected from the side. Ooh, I kind of like this move. Just taking control of this square and making sure that the rook cannot try to attack.
Hello.
Hey, how are you doing?
Well, it was very ironic. I might lag a little bit. Also, my laptop was dead. I just ate my first meal and I was watching your analysis. And I love that you started the game going, Andrea fixed her issues. She's no longer a perfectionist and she's playing quick moves and it's going great. And then I proceeded to spend 50 minutes on 2 moves in a row. And the worst part of it all is that obviously I knew I could just, play simple, remain calm. But I was like, no, I need to find the perfect variation because he walked into the prep. I know I'm winning. I need to perfectly execute this for the masses after I just gave this long speech, how I don't care anymore about my results and how I don't care if I win. Then I just proceeded to go right back into it. And the first move in my head, bishop d3 with knight g5, following the sack idea to sack on g6 instead, was my first inclination. And then I thought for 30 minutes, and then I looked for a different sack. And I'm just so annoyed because I spent 50 minutes and it was +3. And it was so obvious. And then the camera died. So then people missed 2 hours anyway. So, yeah.
Yeah.
How it goes.
Do you realize the strategic error? Like the tactical stuff is one thing, right? But do you understand the strategicness of what you did?
Well, I mean, the time management was just stupid, which I knew that. But
sure. But what I'm trying to get at is these 2 pawns that you sacrificed against. Very often sacrificing against 2 central pawns is a good idea. Like it's not unheard of what you did, right?
Yeah.
And even after you made the sack, computer said it was equal.
Yeah. I mean,
but the thing is, these 2 pawns, it was the worst pawns you could sacrifice against because these 2 pawns were killing his bishop.
Yep.
So
I did. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's just the point I wanted to make, that it's not so much that you sacrificed. Sacrificing was fine. We were looking at 10 different sacrifices. We were looking at a line where you sacrifice 2 pieces and just play on as if nothing had happened. And the computer was saying like, oh, interesting position.
Yeah, it sucks that I chose the one sack that just didn't work.
Yeah, but the reason it didn't work was because you didn't appreciate that the tactical, even though you're looking for the bang bang solutions, there still are strategic elements to that. And you had very nicely killed his bishop, but the way you sacked allowed his bishop to once again thrive.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's hard for, like, I'm so traumatized over sacrificing that, like, again, I saw like so many better sacks, but then I was like, don't sack. Like, I was just fighting my gremlin instincts. I was like, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, don't sack. I was like, but what if this is the time? What if this is the one time you should sack? And then I was so patient. And then finally I was like, you know what? I'm going to do it. And I consider, and there were so many better ones. And I just picked the wrong one. It's so annoying.
Yeah.
But no, it makes sense. I thought the connected pass pawns were going to be enough, but like you said, I didn't even see what I was doing to the bishop. And then the most annoying part about the sack that I should have done with bishop d3, the most obvious one, is that like I just stopped looking one move before seeing the end of the variation where you bring your queen to f4, and I would have played it. And I was just like, I feel like it was still a tactical miscalculation, because if I could have calculated better, I could have seen the ending of that line, I would have played it. But yeah.
So you're talking about queen f4 here, right?
No. So what I was afraid of, so before, and I also, my time management was just ridiculous. Like I spent 30 minutes taking on g6 because I wanted to calculate everything before. Then I spent 20 minutes on the next move. Like this can't happen again. But it was before knight g5. The move was bishop d3, which is very obvious, but the reason I didn't want to do it is because c5, and then you play knight g5, and then he has to go knight f8, and now you can take on g6.
Wait, why doesn't he go h6 here?
I mean, he can do that. I mean, h6, then I feel like the sack is more. I was more just afraid of c5, but yeah, h6 is another option. I was afraid about losing my pawn on d4. So I was, I like missed that he can't take on d4 because then you sack your bishop on g6 and then you play queen f4. But it's not super obvious, but still, like literally anything was better than spending an entire hour on 3 moves and then throwing.
Yeah.
No, it was just honestly.
But I like that you're getting into like these positions suit you very well though. And you
No, I
made
mean, I
so
got
many
really
good
lucky.
decisions before you got to the completely winning part, right?
Well, it
So
wasn't decisions. It was literally my prep. Like exactly what he played is my lines for people. Like we were expecting the Pirk or the King's Indian or the Modern, and then I was expecting him to not make the mistake of castling. So I knew everything that I played quickly is because I had reviewed my lines.
sure,
Right?
but you played E5. That was not prep.
Yeah. Well, but I was familiar
And then
with
you
the
go
idea.
H4. And like the reason you're
Yeah.
skipping over these moves is because you think they're obvious. But what you're missing is that the reason you think they're obvious is because they're such a good fit for your style.
Yeah, but I also only get positions that fit my style if the opponent literally gives me an advantage in the like. I've been.
But that
obviously-
happens all the time. These guys, they don't play the best openings. They don't have the best coaches and whatnot.
Yeah.
It's not out of the realm of possibility you getting an advantage out of the opening. The number of times I've seen you in these lines here in the last 4 months.
And then I always
No, you
throw.
don't always throw. You won so many games. You beat Ludo. You beat the guy in Prague.
Grandpa. And I only beat the old dudes who are falling asleep at the board and have to adjust their glasses to look at the clock. I can't beat the kids. None of these wins matter. I lost. I mean, you saw what happened in Charlotte. Like the truth is, I can't win winning positions, and I don't know how.
Okay.
And this guy, no, literally, chat. Every time I get paired, and I'm not ageist. These are just chess players. They're always like, "Oh, your opponent's old and slow." I'm like, "Excuse me? Do you see me? I'm old and slow. I'm the definition of old and slow, not my opponents." It's frustrating, but I told myself I wouldn't get invested, and then I got invested. And now I'm upset. And if I wouldn't have put so much pressure, I wouldn't have spent 1 hour on 3 moves and it all would have been fine. And it's so ironic because I did a little vlog before the game and I was vlogging about my mental progress and I was listening to a lot of David Goggins and I was telling the world that, I don't pressure myself and I play fast chess and then proceeded to lose a game on time.
Yeah.
This is not a Trump hat. This is Polska. This is a Polish hat. Yeah. Well,
how are you feeling though? The 2 games in a day and 3 games in 24 hours. It's a very stressful way to start the tournament, but you got another 6 days and 1 game a day and a much more relaxed schedule coming up.
No, like honestly, I just stopped complaining and I was like last night I slept 5 hours and then I had no lunch because I ordered the Polish use so much sauce. I waited 1 hour for this little teriyaki bowl off Uber Eats, and then it came drowned in sauce. And then I wiped all the sauce, and then it still wasn't edible. So then I had no lunch except one giant Starbucks. And then I went to my game, but then I started winning the opening. I was like, I don't need food to win because I'm crushing. And then the game took forever. And then I just had cake for dinner. So I can't say our health has been the best, but I actually feel fine regardless the lack of sleep and proper nutrition. So I actually don't think you need all that to play chess. I think I'm fine.
You don't need it in the short term. This is the thing, right? You don't need it in the short term, but in the long term, it will always benefit you.
Yeah, no, I literally just
but
the first
that also means that these double rounds you can live with cake and Starbucks and no food, but you just got to make sure that you get back into your good habits right after when you have the time to do the good habits and when you have time to find the good food before the round and you don't have 2 games a day and whatnot.
I actually think that's one thing that Alex improved greatly on is she doesn't let her health go off cycle. And we've been both motivating each other lately a lot to try to both work out more and be more health aware. And Alex, after every game, she has the motivation to go on a walk, even though we're literally in the middle of nowhere and you're just walking on the dirty street. And she's been really committed to a routine. So I respect her and I look up to it and I hope I can do that. But I'm struggling on that end. But she's been doing well, so claps to Alex. And that's probably why she's winning back to back. to back to back to back.
You think she's gonna win this one?
I think she's on fire. I mean, I really hope she does. I mean, again, she has the time, like she's had the time advantage in every game. She's always the one pushing her opponent. Alex is on a very good streak, and I mean, I hope it continues.
Have you seen her game right now? She's up a pawn in an end game, but she needs to deal with her opponent's rooks, which can be quite annoying. One of the opponent's rooks is kind of
specialty.
It kind of is, no?
Yeah, I like if Alex is in the end game, I'm just like, okay. And she's again leading on time. Like that is the dream. Like I'm really trying to take notes from my big sister who's crushing, but I don't survive to the end game and I'm not up on time. So, you know, chat, take your notes while you can. Well, at least tonight we'll get a good night's rest. And Romania was playing yesterday. And sorry, my computer died during stream. It was so funny. The arbiter was hovering for, I'm not kidding, 2 hours. And I just thought like everyone was watching me throw because there was a crowd of people. And he was desperately trying to get my attention to tell me that my laptop had died. And the poor man just stood there for literally an hour. I told him he should have just tapped my shoulder. But I was so zoned in that I didn't make eye contact with anyone and I didn't notice. And he was just patiently waiting and then never. So that's why I just had no camera for 2 hours. And he didn't. And he was so scared to disrupt me because I was so stressed under time pressure that he just let it happen, which honestly is nice because I think I would have tilted even more.
No, it's a big interruption in talking to a player during a game. Alireza was furious. The arbiter talked to him during the candidates tournament and he was, and I kind of feel like he was right to be upset because
I mean, I would have
shouldn't do that.
Plugged in. I would have preferred to put the stream back if like I was more than 10 minutes, just because like it was such an intense game that I would have liked people to see the ending, but it's not like I'm proud of it, so it's fine.
Well, we still got to see the game. We just didn't get to see your reactions as the position got worse and worse.
Yeah, honestly, good riddance. Well, I'm gonna try to mentally reset before tomorrow, and people keep thinking this is a America hat. I really thought like the Polish hat. Alex and I unironically twinned today. We both wore black on black and we both wore ponytails with caps, and it wasn't on purpose, except she's winning and I lost. So maybe it worked better for her.
Are you a superstitious person?
I am. Maybe it was the Polish. I thought like, you know, we had a lot of Polish fans coming and they'd be happy to see that I'm one of them and they'd all be rooting for me. But then they just all came and watched me lose. So I don't think I'm going to wear this hat anymore.
Because you can't wear the hat after you lost a game in it, can you?
No, but honestly, I don't believe in superstitions anymore. Well, actually, maybe that's why I lost, because I had changed my outfit from the first round. Maybe I just should have stayed. I was so excited. I like literally, I laid in bed and I tried to nap and I just laid there for like 1 hour. I had so many ideas. I was so excited. I was like, no, it's like, it's okay. I don't need sleep. I'm going to reset, do my prep. I tried to do everything and I still lost, but okay. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. A little, yeah, whatever. We are not going to party. What even day is it? Is it a Sunday? Oh man, someone at the chess club invited us to a yoga dance party in the park, which honestly is the most lit thing I've ever heard of. And they have a room where they're doing yoga, they have one where they're dancing, and they have chess on the water. But I mean, yeah, maybe I don't think we're gonna go
on Sundays.
Yeah, on a Sunday evening. It is a thing. He sent us the email. It's a thing. Polish people are just cool, okay? Well, like by the river, not on water, but yeah.
Wow.
We wanted to stream it, but yeah.
Alexandra's getting her rooks working together. The two rooks now on the e-file. No more just worrying about the safety of the white king. The safety of the black king could come into question here.
I'm gonna let you finish the commentary. Chat. We'll see you tomorrow. I'm expecting Alex to bring home the win as usual. And yeah, that's all for now.
Okay. Have a good night.
Bye, Hammer. Bye, chat. See you later. Bye, guys.
Bye. Okay. We still have one game to complete. Alexandra at some point was up by 55 minutes on the clock. She's still up on the clock, but it's down to 13 minutes. And as we can tell from the venue, there are not a lot of people remaining. These two fighters are among the last to finish their game, just like Alexandra was one of the last to finish yesterday. But there's a good reason for it, and that's because we have discovered Alexandra's superpower, the Endgame. And she's having her third Endgame in a row. And well, I mean, for the third time, she's also up a pawn in the endgame, which does help if you're trying to win. And finally, Black's king also has to consider some of the danger it may face. When does a game go from middle game to end game? That's a very difficult question. There's no like clear definition. But very often it's when the queens get traded. That's kind of like an endgame kind of situation, queen trade. Or you can also have a queen endgame. But if the queen only has like one bishop or one knight to support it, then we would call that an endgame. Wouldn't you expect to have endgames in most games? No. Not really. Or you wouldn't expect the endgame to have a lot of tension in every game. So like, for instance, in Andrea's game, technically the final position is an endgame, but then it had already been clear for like half an hour that Andrea was going to lose. But having the fight continuing into the end game with both players navigating away from all of, you know, king danger and that kind of thing doesn't happen every game. Are all the other games done already and only Alexandra left? No, I'm sure there's other games going on. But let's just say, for instance, on the camera right now, we can see at least 6 other boards, right? So if we say 1 in 7 games are still ongoing, that's a significant reduction to the number of players still playing. Okay, the rook retreats. Very good news for Alexandra. She made some threats. Her opponent got nervous, moving back his pieces, and now Alexandra can gradually build up her position. First, use the bishop to chase the knight. Then put the bishop in a position where it controls all the squares. The knight can move forward. Then if black just sits there, you gradually move your king up, you move your rook up, and then when the king is ready to help further, you move the pawn up. And black can sit and wait, but white can gradually build up one careful step at a time. This is going to be Alexandra's plan now. Okay, she doesn't use the bishop immediately. She starts with the king, but same kind of principle. Gradually improving the position and delaying the advance of the pawns until you have the king up there to help out. Andrea lost her second game, unfortunately. What are major differences in the way young kids play compared to the senior citizens Andrea was referring to? There isn't. The young kids are bad too. Sometimes the young kids are a bit underrated, but like if you're playing evenly against a young kid at 1600 and an old person at 2100, the old person is going to be better, even if they're overrated and the young kid is underrated. Like say the kid is actually like 1800 and the old person is actually like 1900. The old person is still better in that example. But there's like a fair factor. It's not that they're better, it's that we fear the young kids more because we feel embarrassed losing against them. And that's like, it doesn't have to do with their strengths. It has to do with our weaknesses. Nerf kids. I mean, instead of nerfing kids, improve your mentals. In the previous game, Camille beat a 2100 player. Well, he's not up against the 2100 today. He's up against Botez in an endgame. Much worse. When's the last time you lost to a kid? I lost to this little Norwegian kid at a Blitz tournament at my chess club in October. And I quit playing chess for 6 months after that. And I was supposed to do some chess work, and I was like, I didn't want to look at a chessboard after I lost to that kid. Improve your mentals. I mean, my mentals wasn't the issue there. I wasn't overestimating him. I just played a really rubbish game. Okay, rook comes up to give a check on the king. This is why I kind of wanted to go with the bishop first. Alexandra is moving her king up. I understand the idea of going pawn to g4 and kicking the knight. And in order to do that, the king needs to protect the f4 pawn. But now, like, rook to d4, just keeping that an eye on that pawn. It's very difficult for us to get rid of the horsey now. Maybe we could do something like h4 and just move the bishop around here. Now that I think about it. Oh, he voluntarily retreats the knight. I didn't see that one coming. Do we now just continue moving the pawns up? I kind of wanted to have my bishop on this square. And then I wanted to have the king on this square. Alexandra hasn't organized the pieces quite how I imagined it. Okay, rook to b3, attacking the pawn. Probably succeeding in getting the kid to move the rook back into defense. That's good. And then she can push the pawn. She's making good incremental progress. And wow, Camille is down to 8 minutes now. His time is ticking so fast. Okay, he doesn't want to retreat this rook because this rook is well placed. So he's going for the other rook. No. Oh, he's going for an attack. That doesn't feel right to me. Alexandra can now force a trade of the rooks. That feels like a mistake. But maybe you can accept the trade and then... There's an interesting endgame here. Like this. It's very difficult to say whether this is winning or whether it's a draw. Feels close to winning, but it also feels pretty darn close to a draw. So I don't know. Yeah, no, here this is winning. Yeah, this is a very, very tricky endgame. In like, I don't know. If both of them had like an hour, I would say it's like 50-50 whether Alexandra draws or wins. But considering that Camille is down to 8 minutes, I feel like Alexandra's chance to win is much higher than 50%. Do these 1800 players often have a coach? I mean, I think many people have a coach who they kind of discuss games with once a month and that kind of thing. But having the follow-up game by game, like Alexandra and Andrea has, is very, very uncommon at this level. The standard trick for having coaching when you're like 1600 to 2200 is marry a grandmaster, women's grandmaster, doesn't matter. It's the best way for free coaching. Just gonna put it out there. Big money saver. Are you married? No, I am not married. Married to the game. We have a tumultuous relationship at best. I'm looking for stability in my coming years. Considering what you said, it's a bit unusual to have this much coaching. Is it more beneficial or it doesn't really matter? I mean, it definitely is beneficial for short-term results. But the thing is, Alexandra and Andrea is getting a lot of they're having a lot of focus on their openings, and they're not setting aside time for the other parts of the game. And I feel like if they want to, like, if Alexandra wants to make 2200, for instance, she's gonna need to do more than openings. When are you or other grandmasters going to create a chess person dating app? Are you kidding me? If anyone's making that, it's Alexandra. She already did the chess dating show. God, I'm cringing just thinking about it. She was very happy with the video I made for that. If anyone remembers. I guess I should have not reminded people. I think Alexandra wrote the text for me. It was the cringiest thing, but it's much easier to write something to kind of perform something if you can just say, no, someone else wrote it for me. Did you partake? I did it very seriously. I gave it my all. How many mating net jokes from that? I think Alexandra had included like 3, and I made a executive decision to cut it down to 1. So why are you still not married? Because I think the show, Alexandra ended up canceling the show, or it didn't work out the way she was hoping or something. I don't remember. How much did she pay you? I think I lost a bet. She's so big on the bets. I think I lost some handicap bullet game. Oh God, those bullet matches, like the negotiations for the punishment last like 2 hours, and then the bullet match itself is 15 minutes. You got scammed? I'm not sure I got scammed because she had to put something pretty bad on the line, but I don't remember what it was. After Traders, are you going on Love Island? Let's see if they invite me back, Rank. We'll see if my my appearance is a success. It may open doors to other possibilities. Okay, the trade of rooks is happening. So now Alexandra no longer needs to be concerned about the safety of her own king. But on the other hand, she has to consider what would happen if another rook were to be traded off. Winning with 3 versus 1 is very easy normally when there's only 1 rook remaining. But if it's a bishop versus a knight, that changes everything. It makes it a lot trickier to get through. Okay, knight to d5. Now threatening the rook trade. The big question now is, do you want to allow the rook trade to happen? Honestly, I'm not sure. But on the other hand, can we avoid it? I'm not sure we can. How about rook to b5? Because if they try to be tricky, we can just take the knight. This, I think we would win pretty easily. The reason the rook can take the bishop is you cannot recapture the rook because of the fork. The knight coming in, attacking both the king and the rook. But it's okay because you made your counter threat against the knight. Do you allow the rook trade? I don't think you can avoid it. I don't think you can avoid it. So I think you just go, you push h4 and you hope for the best. What about knight to c3 after the rook up? Well, if knight to c3, you are attacking both my rook and my bishop, but my bishop can move and give a check on the king. And then I move the rook. And here I win very easily, having 2 pawns extra. So rook b8 and rook b5 is an interesting move. One thing I am wondering, what about rook back? Oh, then we can trade and we trap the king and knight on the same diagonal. Alexandra goes bishop d3. This is the big moment. Do you or don't you? Rook to c3, very difficult choice to make. And I think part of the reason why not to do it would be that it feels like your opponent is provoking you into going for the trade. And sometimes we're like, well, if my opponent wants me to make the trade, then I'm not going to do the trade. But the reality is that people make mistakes. So sometimes your opponent allows you to make the trade, but it was a mistake of them to do so. And when you just assume your opponent is right, that's called trusting the opponent. And it's incredibly common, even at the very, very highest levels. You need Alexandra to find an energy drink sponsor in 11-hour streams. Well, I did have like a 2-3 hour break in the middle. We're good. Although I was super tired like 2 hours ago. I kind of got energized talking to Andrea. And now I'm energized by the fact that we don't have too much remaining here. Camille is below. He's on 225, 24, 23. Oh no, that's me looking at the stream. He's even lower in real life. 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. I'm feeling good about that this game is not going to last for too much longer. He's going to spend the rest of his time on this decision. I think he should go for the trade. I think going for the trade is clever. It makes his plan moving forward very easy. And when he's so low on time, like he is now, having an easy plan forward is very important. Okay, good move. He goes for the trade. Alexandra very quickly says thank you. And now maybe don't push the pawns. Maybe bring the king in. Ooh, I like this. Getting the king over, we should prioritize the king's central positioning. I like this king move. Germany, Switzerland, starting in 25 minutes. I predict that this game is over before the Switzerland game starts. So we can have our cake and eat it too. Man, after Andrea said she had cake for dinner, I kind of wish that I had cake in my fridge. Based on Alexandra's aversion to centralizing her king in the endgame yesterday, I think she's going to go for a pawn move. But she did centralize her king in the game this morning. Like, she's having endgames every game. What move should Alexandra do now? I think she should centralize the king. I really like this idea. Computer is very firmly of the opinion that Alexandra does have a winning position here. Are you paid enough to afford cake? Not the one you get in the store. Those things are expensive. But the last year I've been experimenting with a nice apple cake I bake myself. That would be nice. Apple pie, you mean? No. If I meant apple pie, I would have said apple pie. Did I say apple pie? No. Recipe, please. It's not super tricky. I just used the 1, 2, 3 dough. And then I just basically create the crust, and then I completely fill it with apples in the middle. Chef Hammer live stream. I wanted to do a live stream, a cooking stream when I was in LA, but yeah, we could never find the time for it. That's a pie. Sounds like a pie. How many of you guys calling it a pie? What percentage of you are American? American doesn't even, they don't even understand that pie is like a very Americanized word, I think. I'm British and I still think that's a pie? Damn it. My theory is falling apart. Is there a way the opponent can still win? No. This is just a question of whether Alexandra can win the game or whether it's going to be a draw. There's absolutely no risk she's going to lose. Cake does not have crust? Sure it does on the sides. Well, I'm saying crust, but what I mean is basically like, I don't know. Whatever. Oh no, 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 no. Oh, that's very bad. Oh, that's so bad. Oh, that is the completely wrong direction for that king. She wants to go to the g5 square, but if her opponent just goes king f6, she's not getting there. It's not going to happen for her. And now the other thing is the king is blocking the pawn's advancement. So this is like number one, it's a plan that's not going to work. And number two, you're going to have to go back and basically lose a full move to undo the damage you did. Okay, so she's probably planning to go h4, h5. And then it becomes a question of, can we rescue something here? And the answer is no, we cannot. Well, here maybe we can actually. Here we can do this. Yeah, it should be a fairly straightforward draw. No, she didn't understand what was important in the end game. Basically, you need to centralize your king. And you got to trust that you're going to win this pawn in some way or another down the line. But first, you just got to chase the knight and centralize your king. Oh my God. But he's blundering back. He blundered back. Knight to d1. He didn't stop the plan. What is going on? He didn't stop the plan. He allowed the king to move further forward. And now Alexandra wins. Wow. I'm so confused. But yeah, they're very tired. It's been a long game. Alexandra made one threat. I thought it was reasonably obvious what she was trying to do. And it was also super obvious how to stop it. But he got too eager wanting to do a counterattack. And he's shaking his head. He knows what he did. This is not good. This is not good. 25 seconds. At some point, you got to stop shaking your head and you just got to make a move. But he knows it's over. Ten seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. He does make his move on 4. The knight comes in, attacks the bishop, attacks the pawn. But the bishop can take the pawn with a check. So there's no time to capture the pawn afterwards. The king will move, and then the bishop will step back and watch how the bishop controls all the squares the knight wants to move to. Very good placement by the bishop. And then black has nothing better than just to run with the pawn. But this is an easy situation for white to just push the pawns. Ooh, knight h3. That's a freak draw right there. Okay, so Alexandra still has to be somewhat accurate. But surely this should be fine somehow. The opponent can go for this one, but in the meantime, you get the checkmate. Okay, let's see what's happening. Bishop f5 was played. Then he did push the pawn, but Alexandra also pushing the pawn. She's going to create a checkmate plan against the king. The pawn continues pushing forward. Maybe we should go bishop e6 just to be on the safe side. Okay, let's not do that. Okay, it's not super obvious still. I don't want any quick moves to give away the win here in the final moments. I really like this bishop placement and how it stops the knight from doing anything. Alexandra just continues. I think that's the good choice. But she needs to be a little bit careful on the next moves. The pawn continues. Alexandra can continue as well. Check on the king. The king has to hide. And now king h4. King h4 is a brilliant move. Because then your king takes control over these squares the knight wants to move to. And your bishop controls these 3 squares where the pawn tries to promote. And then the pawn continues, then the pawn goes up. And my problem with this king to h5 was that here after g4, knight to h3, you cannot keep this pawn on f4 protected. But what you need to do is, because this pawn being so close to becoming a new queen means that the bishop's control of these 2 squares is not going to be a thing anymore. Oh, Alexandra plays bishop b1. That was even better, actually. Just bishop back, clearing the path for the pawn. Exquisite. Great play. And now if the knight comes, we can allow the bishop to be captured because there's nothing stopping the pawn. Let's go. Great play. We didn't even need to move the king. I thought, let's move the king to give space for this guy. Alexandra thought, let's move the bishop to give space for this one. Much more effective. Oh, and kid needs to move. Oh, he actually built up his time to a minute. So he has time for some calculations, but basically, well, I didn't do any calculations. I just saw what the computer said, and the computer says just push the pawn for the win. Easy peasy. Is there any benefit to not surrendering? Yes. If you don't surrender or resign, as we say in the chess lingo, you can not lose the game. There's this thing called a win and a thing called a draw. Both possible if you don't surrender. Okay, knight to h1, going after the pawn. We can go back with the king, but we can also just push this pawn. That would have been winning as well. Alexandra does the worst move, I think, of the alternatives. g4, I don't like that because why are we allowing this knight to jump around? We could have just gone back with the king. The knight would have been stuck. But g4 has been played. Oh, the knight returns where it came from. Well, we just continue here, right? Just push the F pawn. Yeah, good play. Clear path. Check on the king. Doesn't matter. We can go anywhere we want. I think I prefer this square. Just now we move the king and then we can get this guy running. There's 3 of them. 3 of them coming to overwhelm the black king. This is the current situation. I just don't go forward. There's no use in going forward. It could allow some checks on the king. And you would also be blocking your own pawns. Yeah, backwards. I like that. The knight continues its journey. But let's also continue our pawns. The knight has to step back here to defend, but then we get another one. Only thing we have to be careful here is stalemate. So after b2, f7, if black didn't have this knight, the game would be over. Because the king is not in check and there are no legal moves. But as long as they have the knight, it's fine. Knight can go back, you just continue forward. The knight sacrifices itself, tries to go for the stalemate, but now the pawn can move. And so we get the checkmate. Pawn to b2 has been played. I mean, we can just do this pawn now that I think about it. We can do this and then this. That's pretty effective. We can also do this and then this. And then this and this. We have quite a few options to choose between. Alexandra starts moving her king. I'm not sure I'm a fan of that. Why are we moving our king? Knight moves back. I mean, we're fine no matter what. f7 is good. Pawn up here is good. Why are we moving our king again? Why are we not just promoting the pawns? This is stressing me out. Prolonging it for the content? Pro streamer. How about we push the pawn now, huh? Surely it's about time. Okay, let's go. Finally, the pawn comes up. GG's in the house. The king is trapped in the corner of the board. And there's no choice but to resign. Alexandra takes down her 3rd win in 3 games, and she does it all in the endgame. 3 endgame wins in a row. The knight captures the pawn. The king can just capture the knight. GG. King moves. If now Alexandra touches this pawn, it's a draw. But she can use her bishop to give a check. Or she can use the pawn to give checkmate. She goes for the checkmate. King back in the corner. And the double pawn checkmate. Let's go. GG's. And she doesn't offer her hand. Wow. The Andrea checkmate antics are spreading. But yeah, congratulations to Alexandra for the win. A great one. She had to record the move. She can do that after. Come on. Whew. A second 5-hour game in 24 hours. Well, actually, it's more like, I guess technically it's like 29 hours. But it's been a lot of chess for these first 2 days. And tomorrow, with top score, she's bound to face some of the strongest players in the tournament, and she'll get to use her favorite French defense. And this is her 17th game in a row without a loss. In the last 17 games, she has 15 wins and 2 draws. Chronic typing. Yeah. It's been truly incredible. That's crazy. It's so good. So good. Was this the last match today? Is anyone still playing? Let's see. How many moves was this? 80 moves. They might have been the final game. They might have been the final one. They were definitely among the last 3, 4, I would say. Will you point out her erroneous king movement at the end? No. Are we going to talk about anything? I'm just going to talk about this knight to d5 move. Knight to d5, and then the mistaken capture she made afterwards. I think this is the most interesting learning experience kind of situation we had. Okay, we're going to give Alexandra some time to find her phone. And we're going to see if we can get her talking to chat after a long but successful day. He held his own. Yeah, no, this kid was good. But he got into too much of a time trouble. Also, a reminder to everyone, Alexandra's chess-based game, or whatever it is, something to do with chess, but in a more of a gaming style. Battle Royale, maybe. I don't have all the details. But if you want to figure out the details, Alexandra and her company, they're looking for play testers. And the tests will start July 15th, and there's a link in chat for you to express your interest. Chess Auto Battler, I'm not sure what the current iteration is. I got to see some of the stuff they were working on like 2.5 years ago. And I'm guessing they came a very, very long way since then. But Alexandra told me a bit about who they got in the company and stuff. And they have some really serious play designers. This could be the next big thing. The next Among Us. Or the next what's it called? The thing with the annoying music and people falling down. That was so good. Fall Guys. What a concept. Great music. I don't know if I agree with that, but okay. How much time are we gonna give Alexandra? It would be unfair if we gave Alexandra more time than we gave Andrea. We gave Andrea about... Oh, apparently Vila only gave Andrea 4 minutes. Well, 1 minute? Okay. Someone will have to time it, whether that's 4 minutes total. It does help that she lets us know that she's coming, which is what Andrea did not do. Vila really wanted stream to end. I mean, of course, I would not. I wouldn't.
I can't believe you're trying to
snitch.
take away my time.
I'm just all for equal treatment of all sisters.
But oh no, Andrea lost. I thought she drew.
No, she made a sacrifice when she shouldn't.
Who was she? But what was the rating?
2100. He was a FIDE master.
Oh, okay. So
she was completely winning. She was like +4 out of the opening.
Oh, that's rough. That is rough.
She just got a bit overeager in the way she sacrificed.
Bila, can we move the cam over to the big black space? Oh, well, I guess that's why I don't have any messages from Andrea after my game.
She has, she has sunken her sorrows into the cake buffet at the dinner, apparently.
Oh yeah, I want to get dinner soon too. I'm so hungry. I was starting to get really hangry at the end. Okay, so that was a very tense game. I just kept trying to keep the tension because he was in time pressure. I know there was a lot of times that I could go for a trade, but that's what I was trying to do.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not super happy with the way you kind of traded down to a situation where you had all your pawns on the light squares and a light squared bishop. But we could see the way you were playing in the follow-up that you were trying to fix the situation and get your pawns over to the dark squares. I really only have one comment about the game, and that is when you played knight to d5.
Oh, you didn't like that?
No, I think it's really, really bad. I think his bishop on e6 is absolutely terrible. It's not doing anything. For that bishop to get to trade with your knight is a tremendous, tremendous success for the bishop. So here, I think something like rook to c1. The thing is, when this bishop trade, I don't know if it makes perfect sense, but very often in these kind of situations, you want to keep the bishops on the board it seems a bit counterintuitive because you allow this bishop to have a great diagonal. But the thing is that with your Maroxy bind setup with the pawns, black is sorely lacking space. And so any trade black can make will let them kind of ease their space advantage problems, because then they have less pieces they need to find good squares for.
Interesting. Okay, so the correct move was bishop e3.
No, bishop e3, I think knight e5, and you're struggling to defend the pawn on c4.
I have to take?
No, I think you should go rook c1.
Okay.
Because it's useful anyway to have this rook here, because you don't want to be in the same diagonal as this bishop. Sometimes you defend your knight, and sometimes you also defend your pawn. And then you can build the b3 pawn structure with the pawns defending each other on the left side. So rook c1 is kind of threatening to retreat the bishop next.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
And then if they make the trade, they do make a trade, but then at least, you have your queen centralized and you activated your rook.
F6, what do I do here?
Well, I mean, with the bishop on e6, it's very tempting to go f4 at some point and then see what they do.
I know, but I'm saying immediately offered the queen trade. How would you reply?
As black?
Yeah, because I used to play King's Indian.
a5?
Similar lines. No, in this current position we're looking at after rook c1. And often you're supposed to trade off the queen too if you trade off your dark square bishop. No.
But white isn't going to accept that trade just like
so
that.
That was my only question. If let's say I played rook c1, bishop takes d5, queen takes d4, queen f6, you're not supposed to accept there, yeah?
It's a tricky situation here. I might actually be tempted to accept the queen trade, because after the queen trade, you can go knight d5, which is ironic since I criticized knight d5 when you did it. But here there are some differences, amongst which the black knight is not getting to c5 very easily. And after the trade, you have the rook already in place to put pressure on the c7 pawn. And then you get very easy pressure here by just doubling your rooks.
Yeah, okay. Chat is saying my endgame?
Yeah, I don't know. This is the important stuff. And so what you did, knight to d5, I'm not super fond of it, because you can always do that later on. Like if you want to go there, you can do it later on. But after he took, you need to take back with the c pawn. Taking back with the queen just leaves you in a really depressing situation. I'm honestly surprised the computer doesn't hate your position afterwards.
After what?
After you took with the queen and the bishop.
Huh, okay. So
you
I
need
was
to take with the c pawn. And there's two reasons for this.
I know you're usually supposed to, but I just didn't really like dealing with f5, and I kept thinking, and I just... Okay, but explain.
Okay, so three actually reasons for this. Number one, you get the open c file to put pressure down towards his backward pawn.
I just didn't think it was worth allowing f5.
Number two, you have more scope for your bishop, and in some instances, you can trade your kind of bad bishop against the good knight by using the b5 square.
No, I get the strategic stuff. It was just the annoyance of f5 that was really annoying to me.
But f5 black will not open up voluntarily for your bishop. Your bishop is the terrible piece. If they go f5, you take, and you go, I guess you go f4, and you activate your bishop and you get it into e6. This is incredible for you.
Got it. Okay, I guess I was worried about the d5 pawn hanging, but that makes sense.
Yeah, so it's just about playing f5 will allow you to activate your bishop. And what you're so scared about here is to be left with a bishop that's just being blocked by its own pawns in multiple diagonals.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, so you need to, and the last reason you need to take with a pawn, I'm going to illustrate by doing what you did with queen takes. So here, okay, b6, you played b3 maybe? So here, your nightmare scenario is that he manages to get a knight to the d4 square. And frankly, it's not that out of reach for him. One of the advantages of taking with a pawn in the center is that that pawn would then control both the c6 square and the e6 square, which is both the access squares the knight has to the d4 square. And there are some situations in these kind of pawn structures where black just very forcibly goes c5, even if you have a queen on d5, because it is such a big deal to get that knight there on a dark square. You have no pawns to kick it away, and you don't have the dark squared bishop. In these kind of situations, you have to sack the rook. You have no choice, because otherwise that knight is going to be a nightmare.
Okay. No,
so that's why part of the reason taking with a pawn is just making it impossible for that knight to ever get into the big kind of weakness you've created in your own camp.
Okay.
And of course, e takes is terrible because then he just controls the open file and you have too many.
Yeah, no, e takes is definitely bad.
Yeah.
Anything else? Any positive comments?
I mean, positive. Do you need positive comments? You're on 3 out of 3. You played 2 perfect games in a row. And I mean, this wasn't perfect, but you made it work. And you're beating a guy who beat a 2100 in the last round.
We'll take it.
I mean, in the last 17 games, you have 15 wins and 2 draws.
Alex fishing for compliments on a 17 non-loss streak. Yeah, and what about it? I'm aware. I don't have an issue.
You don't need to be fishing, I guess is what he's saying.
Yeah. So tomorrow will be a really tough game. I'm gonna have black probably against
I think you're better with black. I'm excited about it.
Well, you think I'm better with the French, but the King's Indian is a little sospechoso, you know?
Oh yeah, this is true.
Although I've been reviewing a lot of King's Indian.
You had a really good King's Indian in the final round in Sardinia. Thank
you.
And you also had this fantastic King's Indian against some kid in Sardinia as well.
I also had a King's Indian, but I drew it the last one in Charlotte. But I learned I shouldn't.
Oh no, that's the kid I was talking about.
I should have played knight c5 so early. I still remember. Okay, well, I'm gonna get food before it closes. Chat, thank you guys for the energy and for watching. And Hammer, thanks for the shout out. You were talking about the game in a really good way. It's not an auto battler, you guys. Right now, it's like a battle royale. Maybe we'll make some of the pieces move on their own eventually, but right now we're not. We just keep iterating. It has come a big way since you've played it last, though, Hammer. It's really cool. Okay, anyway, so I'm gonna go get food. Hammer, can we look at some prep tonight? Just because I haven't been able to sleep, so at least I could like fall asleep studying chess because it's so boring.
Okay,
No,
I was gonna suggest that we don't do anything tonight because you had a 10-hour chess day, but sure,
I just
if
want
you
to have
want
the option because sometimes I get insomnia, and like if I get insomnia, then I'll probably sleep in really late, so I might as well.
Yeah.
Honestly, Chad, if you have insomnia, study chess. It'll help. It's seriously.
Okay.
Okay. And if you want a break, all that I would like help with is just like general what lines my opponent plays, and then I'll just review the files on my own.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. Well, you had a long day too, Hammer. I hope you get a break.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I don't check the stream at about 3 hours ago. I was completely exhausted, but I got some energy when people were low on time.
Yeah, no,
that's very energizing.
Yeah, fair. Also, mods, let's raid Dina. Let's raid the ladies. Okay, Hammer, we'll have a good night and we'll talk later.
Okay, see you.
All right, bye-bye.
Okay, we'll be back tomorrow, everyone. We're gonna have a round at 10 a.m. Eastern time. That is 4 p.m. European. Alexandra is on 3 out of 3. Andrea, honestly, still with a good start. Has 2 points out of 3, but new opportunities to improve on that score tomorrow. I hope to see you then.